the millions of people that are looking at this will think that's actually true. That's for real. That's what's, when you get down to the, the smallest amount, you'll see that right there. You see what's happening though? You've got a lot of people that are brainwashed, because the ones that come through this channel are thoroughly convinced that they're going to talk about the physical world and what it actually is represented as through either the conversation for gravity, the Earth is a globe, or solar system, galaxies, anything, you name it. Whatever it is, they think it's true. It actually is what's represented outside. So you might think that's just a convention. They don't say that. When they come in, they're extremely confident that they're talking about the physical world outside.
Oh, yeah, I would say that too. I think it's true, and I think it represents the truth about the physical world.
But you've never seen the physical world represented in any of the ways that you see in these cartoons.
Yeah, or any of the seen water as H2O.
Yeah, so what?
I think you still believe that water is H2O, maybe, don't you?
Yeah, the constituent parts are used as a convention, but in no way can I describe. I can't put them like bubbles connected together. Why would I do that?
Me too. I'm just saying that there are things I haven't seen that I believe due to other reasons, and the
yeah, but we don't have a way to put that into the physical world. Yet the idea of it, like the way we used as a convention, exists so that we can talk about, like, how we can break this down or build it up or whatever. Like, we can use it in that way. But there's no physical representation. However, when you're doing something from seeing something that's out there in nature, like the stars in the sky, and you see them, right? You don't have to imagine like a molecule diagram. You can actually see those things. Then how are you to say that those things up there are something you cannot see? No, you can see those things. That's the difference, Matthew. That diagram you showed of the hydrogen molecule, that's just an idea. But when you look up at the sky, that's not an idea. You're staring directly at nature, and you see things. Now they're thinking that the representation that they see with the mobile of things going around the sun, that's what they're looking at. They're looking in action, things that are going around the sun. That's a big difference.
Yeah, so for example, the idea that the Earth rotates around the sun once per year, and the idea that Mars orbits around the sun once every 687 days, that idea explains well the motion that we actually see of Mars in the sky. So that's what I'm saying, is that this idea is a good explanation for what we see.
Now, you don't see...
What about when you see the planets around the moon, when they orbit around the moon? Why don't you say, hey, the planets are going around the moon? You see Venus, you see Mars, you see Jupiter around the moon as well.
Yeah,
no, you've never seen Jupiter overlaid between the moon.
You see them orbiting around the moon.
No,
you can actually see that.
No one has ever seen Jupiter block part of the moon.
You're saying that the planets don't go around the moon? Some of them.
What? Oh my fuck. Oh, okay, whatever.
You're saying they don't go around the moon?
Yes.
They do, right? So there you go. Moon-centric.
Hey, we got some people in here that... Okay, so Sabin, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? We're talking to Matthew.
It doesn't fucking matter, man. If you're going to make stuff up about planets orbiting...
Yeah, you're taking a logical leap right now. Let's just take a step back. I think we should do that. All right, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Irrelevant, because if I can't...
So you don't? This chat is designed so that people can actually break down their worldview in a very logical sense. If you can't do that, that's fine. We can talk to another speaker, because if you're ill-equipped to do it, that's okay. Many people
You're not
are.
breaking down anything logically if you think the planets orbit the moon, man.
Yeah, you haven't said a word about how you know the Earth's a globe. That's interesting, isn't it?
I don't need to.
Yeah, because you can't. Isn't that the case?
Well, it doesn't matter what my opinion is. If your standard for evidence is something that permits the planets to orbit the moon, then clearly I can have that conversation with you.
You're hung up on something that was said before Out of context, you came in
of course I'm hung up on
mid-conversation.
something that was said before. It implies
you
the other
came in
person is
mid-conversation.
completely insane.
Yeah, you came in
Why would I bother
mid-conversation.
having a debate about a
You're
more
assuming too much.
difficult in a way
You're
topic?
assuming too much. You need to take a step back and at least come from a point of view that you can address how you know the Earth is a globe. That's important.
No, I don't need to.
That's fine. You don't have to. It's a choice you're making not to. But that just shows that you can't do it. Nobody can. I could pick on somebody else that's coming in here thinking the Earth is a globe, and they can't do it either. We can try.
Alpha, can you ask him again? I just had to get out the headphones and put it on speaker so my girl can hear, like, how silly it is to just not stand on. Go ahead, ask him again.
All right, Sabin, I know you came in here brand new, but we want to ask you the question: if you know how to articulate the point that the Earth is a globe in any way.
Nothing can be articulated to you because no matter what evidence is used, you're just going to reject it.
Move on.
So yeah, Sabin, why don't you go ahead and try?
Just try it. You got nothing to lose. I mean, obviously, if you can't do it, that's fine. But if you can, just do it. See if you can articulate how you know the Earth is a globe. Try it. What do you got to lose?
What have I got to lose? My patience. No, talk to somebody else.
Gotcha. Well, don't say that we don't offer people the opportunity to explain how they know the Earth is a globe. We always do. We give people the floor so they can explain. Obviously, you denied that, so that's fine. How about Sam Hankster? Welcome to the room, Sam.
You doing?
Pretty good. Are you able to articulate how you know the Earth is a globe?
I don't. I am of the belief that I think that the evidence, observational evidence, leads me to the conclusion that a globe Earth is more probable than a flat Earth.
Give me a justification for that, sir.
Okay.
Try it.
Well, I can give you an observation that I don't think that the flat Earth has an adequate explanation for. How about that?
No, I think that's the opposite of what I'm asking for. I want a positive affirmation of the Earth as a globe in your perspective. So give me something that I can look to. No, we're not talking about flat Earth. Flat Earth is the opposite of what I want you to actually demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate that you have the capability to tell me that the Earth is a globe in a logical sense. Try that.
Yeah, from a logical standpoint, I see two competing hypotheses, flat Earth and globe Earth, correct?
Well, you're wrong there because it's not two competing. There's also hollow Earth. There's also concave Earth. So it's not just two competing. So anyway, so let's just
conversation. We're talking about two competing
but we're not. It's a false dichotomy. Number one. Number two.
Are we not talking about two competing hypotheses here?
Not at the moment. We're only asking for your.
Why'd you ask me about flat Earth?
Yeah, I didn't. You did. You came up with it. I'm only asking.
The first thing you said was flat Earth. You said, "Can you demonstrate Can you demonstrate the Earth is round?" That's the first thing you asked me.
Yes, and did you do that?
Why didn't you ask me to demonstrate the Earth is hollow?
Because I didn't. Listen, I'm only asking if you have the capability to talk about the Earth as a globe. If you don't, I can. That's fine. I'll just move on to another speaker. That's okay. You don't have to be ashamed, dude. You don't have to be ashamed that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe. Yeah?
No. I see. Like I said, I see the observations of reality being most consistent with the hypothesis of a round Earth.
Okay, and what is the hypothesis? Because I haven't heard it. It sounds like you said some words, but I didn't hear the substance in it.
Yeah, the hypothesis of what the round Earth paradigm is. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please tell me what it is, because you haven't said
the round Earth paradigm.
Yes, that one.
Okay, the round Earth paradigm is a paradigm where the Earth is a spheroid object that orbits the sun in a certain frame, and that frame of the sun orbiting the sun of Earth orbiting the sun orbits something greater as well. Is this
based on something that you know, or is it just some idea, some crazy idea you have?
No, this is based on, like I said, observation, physical observation.
Okay. What have you observed that statement is true?
I have observed the mathematical proofs that are given by scientists.
So nothing in nature, just mathematics.
I mean, mathematics is nature.
No, it's not.
Mathematics is a way of describing nature, correct? Or no?
Describing is different than actually seeing it. So do you go outside and see? No. Like, do you go outside and see mathematics, or do you go outside and see nature?
I see nature, which is described by mathematics.
Yeah, but your eyeballs aren't seeing the number 2 and 3, like Neo. You're not seeing numbers like falling from the sky. You're just seeing things for what they are. So you're not seeing math.
So are mathematical calculations an observation that a theory needs to be able to account for? Yes or no?
We're not talking about that. You switched the subject.
I asked you a question.
But it's not about that. So the premise was that if you could describe in any way that the Earth is following.
Answer my questions?
Because it's not what we're talking about, Sam. We're talking about how you can describe.
Dialogue. Is this a one-way dialogue or a two-way dialogue?
This dialogue should be you being able to provide evidence that what you see outside is described as in any way the hypothesis that you so said would be the Earth as a globe.
I never limited my observations to what I see outside. I just told you mathematical conclusions are part of my observation.
Really? Where do you observe, Sam? Where do you observe mathematics in nature, Sam? Where do you see the numbers falling from the sky?
When did I say I never limited my observations to that which I can see with my eyes in nature? Why are you strawmanning?
Because what I'm telling you is that nobody can go outside in the physical world and see a demonstration
I'm not saying that either. When did I say that?
So when do we actually?
Strawmanning so hard.
So when do we?
Say that my conception.
Okay, so you're telling us, right? With you saying that is that you do not witness the Earth as a globe, like outside at all. You do not see that. You're telling me this, right? Okay.
I don't. Yes, exactly.
And can I add to that? And you do not see a solar system. You don't see anything going around the sun. Is this correct?
No, correct.
Okay.
From my perspective, yes.
So you're telling me everything's based on just an idea and nothing demonstrated outside in the physical world?
No, I didn't say that. I said from my perspective that cannot be seen. That's not to say there is not a perspective where it can be seen.
Well, where can it be seen, Sam? If you can't see it, then how are you able to say that you see something that you can never see? That's almost a paradox.
When did I ever say that I can see around Earth? When did I ever say that?
You didn't say that. But I'm saying though, if you can't see the Earth as a globe,
if we're gonna have a conversation, we need to set ground rules because I don't like talking to people who put words in my mouth. Okay?
Yeah, you've already said that you don't see the Earth as a globe, and you don't see the planets going around the solar system. You don't see any of that in the physical world.
I don't think that's necessary for me to think that the round Earth model is correct.
So it's built on belief. Yes.
Everything's built on belief. Yes.
Well, that's the whole issue that we're talking about. So my point was, now I'll just tell you, Sam. My point was that anybody that I talked to about the Earth being a globe, it's never demonstrated in the physical world. And thank you for that, because you actually are, helping us out here in this chat. Okay. We're building up the conversations so that people can have a great understanding of what knowing, or at least believing for you, that the Earth is a globe. So it's not built.
Just be clear that because something isn't seen in a physical sense does not mean that it's not true.
Yeah, according to you. But we haven't got to that other side yet for you to demonstrate that.
That it's possible to see
you broke up.
Under the globe. You hear me?
Yeah, try again.
Yeah, I said, and I also said that under a globe paradigm, it's possible to see the globe Earth.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean by see the globe Earth?
It would, for example, it would be able to fit your criteria of seeing physically with your eyes. It would be possible from a certain perspective to see the Earth orbiting.
But you can't see it from where you're at here, right?
No. Yes, and I don't think that's sufficient for a theory to be true.
Okay, so you're saying that you could see it somewhere else. Where would that other place be?
Okay, I just hypothetically from outer space, which is a postulate of the globe Earth theory. Space is a postulate of the globe Earth theory.
That's fine. You said that you can't see it from here. So what I'm saying is this, right? If what you're saying is true, Sam, would you say that the billions of people who cannot leave the Earth, in the perspective that you said you'd have to be outside of the Earth, are just believers that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay. But I mean, you're trying to give us this idea that you'd have to be from a different perspective to actually visually have the affirmation that the Earth is a globe. That's the whole point, dude. We're trying to get people to realize what you just said. That unless you take a different perspective.
How does that? I mean, let me ask you a question. How does that fact? How does that diminish the round Earth model in any way?
Oh, I'll tell you. It makes it.
Well,
Go ahead. Do you want to take it?
From what I heard, first of all, it's not a fact. You said out of your own mouth in agreement with Miggy that it's a belief. Now you tend to think that, well, all conclusions are derived from mere beliefs, but it's not for me to decide for others. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there listening that know for a fact that that's not true. So
I didn't catch that point. Can you say that again? Sorry.
The point we've gotten to now is that as far as the globe is concerned, and what you think you would hypothetically see from a place that you can't get to, but it's a part of your belief system already.
Yes.
It's a belief. It's not knowledge, not facts.
I didn't say it was a fact. I said it's a paradigm.
No, I think I'm good with that because the only thing we demonstrate in this chat is that people that come through here are not able to provide evidence, like empirically, that the Earth is a globe based on any empirical means.
That's different because I just told you mathematical observations, mathematical conclusions are empirical evidence.
Yeah, to you, you're defining the world. You're defining the world. You're defining the world based on what you think is true. But that's not actually true. It's just based on your subjective opinion. It's not true in and of itself.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Well, I want you to before I interrogate you, I want you to answer my other question of how does the round Earth model not being able to have somebody on Earth be able to see the round Earth or orbiting or whatever, how does that discredit the round Earth theory? You didn't answer that.
I think Eli did, and I did as well. But I mean,
it doesn't validate it. It's just a belief you have.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question again. How does it discredit the theory? It doesn't. Okay.
There's no credit because it's just a belief. You see something, and then you have a belief system built around what you're seeing, which is, in some forms, depending on how you word it, affirming the consequent. That's it. You don't have any credit at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
I just told you. Okay.
Yeah, we heard you, Sam. We know what you said. Nothing's being lost here.
So now show me how the flat Earth model is any different from a philosophical sense.
There is no model. See, the difference is what most people believe in is cosmology, because when it comes to the entire Earth, typically cosmology is the subject that people get to. There's no empiricism in that. So the thing is, when you talk about models, we're not giving one. We're not giving a cosmology for people to believe in, but you have a cosmology that you believe in, and you're saying that it's credited by the story within itself, which is not good enough for us.
No. I did not say that it's credited by the story within itself. I told you that
it is, because inside of the paradigm of the globe, if you're looking at the sky, you're going to say, well, those movements are these movements around the sun, which I can't see.
I never said anything. Let me finish. There are
what you said. You're the only one not keeping up right now, but I'll fall back.
Let me finish. There are empiric mathematical observations, which are independent.
What is that?
There are mathematical conclusions.
Those terms, there's no. You said mathematical conclusions, and you also said empirical mathematical observations.
I mean the same thing. So let me rephrase what I'm saying.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. First of all.
Okay. Does mathematical conclusions mean anything to you?
Give an example. I don't know what you even mean. Give an example of what you said, Sam.
Okay. For example, measuring the speed of something. That's
like what? No, that's still vague. That's still been ambiguous.
Okay, let's say that I have
measurement. So you're talking about are you talking about a calculable conclusion based on a measurement?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Okay. does that require? Does that necessitate any cosmology? Yes or no?
No.
Yes,
Okay, great.
Jason.
So
Sorry,
no,
it's angular.
it doesn't.
Hang on.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no,
about
it
angular.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't,
Unless,
yes, exactly.
unless he's going to say that I'm looking at planets do this.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's what I wanted him to be specific.
So I'm not saying that. So I am saying the other notion that you just said, which is that it is not based on it's independent of any cosmology. Okay. So now what I'm trying to tell you is that the round Earth model is built off of that, off of those kinds of observations.
No, wait. You can't grease the skids. You can't grease the skids and then just weasel your way into like the cosmology aspect. That doesn't work. Because I asked for a specific example. I asked for a specific example. Dude, I asked for a specific example. You didn't give it. You were very ambiguous. You were vague, dude. We didn't know what you meant. I mean, so you gave a general way of.
Understood me.
Yeah, because you listen, dude. You gave it because it's true.
I didn't need to give
it's true. It's true in a it's true in a general sense, but in the very specific way that you put it, it's not.
Well, I'm talking about the general sense.
Yeah, so you switched around, and it's like the old 23 Skidoo, bro. You switched around and just talked about cosmology, as in, okay, well now that that's true, this is also true.
Cosmology is built post facto to those observations. Cosmology is built those observations with what we physically see.
As I explained, saying that you observing something means that your premise is true is affirming the consequent.
Okay, I just told you that the observation is independent of any cosmology, of any metaphysical theory.
If it's independent of any cosmology, then to attach a belief system to it would be exactly what I just said.
No, the belief system follows that observation.
Yeah, that would mean exactly what I just said in different words. Yeah,
that's not affirming the consequent. No, because
it is.
You just said it. Affirming the consequent in the context you mentioned would mean that you believe in a observation that is dependent upon a certain belief system, which is circular. That's what you're trying to say. But because my observation is not dependent upon any belief system, it's okay.
So then where does the belief system come from then? How do you validate? Stop. Premise 1, nothing to do with cosmology. Premise 2, cosmology. Both have to be validated independently. So independently validate the cosmology part.
Okay. Number 1 is validated. Right? That's just empirical sources, right? 2, the cosmology is validated. You're actually missing a premise. There's 1, 2, and 3. What you call 2 is actually 3, and I'll tell you what 2 is. 2 is another observation of, for example, what we see in the sky with the telescope. Okay? Which is also self-evident, just like 1 is. There's no cosmology attached to it. Nothing.
It's the same thing as 1. It's the same thing as 1, because 1 you're talking about. 1 is talking about observation. Listen. You said observation. That's number 1.
Yes.
So number 2 and number 1 are still number 1.
Yes, but I wanted to make a distinguishment between mathematical observation and physical.
Keep going.
AV. Yes. We'll make it one thing for you and I. But AV didn't understand that. So for you and I, it's one thing, right? Which includes mathematical and physical observation. Now, the cosmology is an explanation that ties in both the mathematical and physical observations.
That's affirming the consequent.
So whatever your theory is, no, it's not.
Yes,
I'm not making any conclusion.
Well, yeah, you are.
You're going to.
The conclusion has nothing to do with the observations, though. My conclusion has to do with
conclusion. You just said I'm not making a conclusion.
Metaphysical. Nothing changes. I'm making metaphysical.
You're saying that the observations validate your cosmology. That is affirming the consequent.
Yes. No, it's not, because cosmology is metaphysical. It has nothing to do with the observations. It would be affirming the consequent if I said that my cosmology then
doesn't have anything to do with it. That's the point. So I'm asking you, what validates it then? And you keep telling me step 1 and step 2. that
Yes.
means you're affirming the consequent.
Okay, what is affirming the consequent? Because I think you don't understand basic philosophy.
You think so?
What is affirming the consequent?
Are we going to pull it up right? Let's pull it up right now.
Use the logical form of affirming the consequent. Because I don't think you understand it.
Well,
Why are you pulling it up?
Will you agree?
If P, then Q, Q, then shut up. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Now, do you want me to pull it up?
Okay. So now, put that in the context of what I just said. I can if you want me to right now. What's
Well,
my P? What's my Q?
what you're doing right now is not asserting a P. You're starting with, well, give me a second. So what you're saying
You're
is,
wrong.
I said, give me a second to gather my thoughts. What's wrong with you?
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so you said that observations of whatever it may be, that would be Q, would validate your cosmology.
That's my P. That's my P.
No, it's
The
not.
observation is my P. P
No, it's
is
not.
my observation. Therefore, Q, my cosmology is true. That's my argument. Whatever you think my argument is, if it's not that, then that's wrong.
So if you know what, you're right. My bad. If P then Q, P therefore Q, right? So if P I observe, then Q, the cosmology is correct. P I observe, Q therefore my cosmology is correct. Is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. P,
That's
P then
affirming the
Q,
consequent.
P therefore Q. That's not affirming the consequent.
Yes, it is.
That's a basic logical form. That's modus ponens. P
No,
is
that's
P
modus.
then Q.
That's modus
P
ponens.
therefore Q.
Exactly.
That's modus ponens. That's not affirming the consequence.
That is a modus ponens is affirming the consequent.
No, it's not. Modus ponens is a logical form. If you just read affirm the consequent as P then Q, Q therefore P.
Because my phone's a little slow.
You hear me?
And I might have misspoke and said P then Q, Q therefore P. If I did, then I meant what I said following
Modus
that.
ponens
P,
is
then
not
Q,
fallacious.
P
Modus
therefore.
ponens is a basic statement.
You said that already, did you not? You said that already, did you not? What I'm doing now is pulling it up. You got the patience for that?
I mean, you're using philosophical terms without even knowing what they are.
I
Why are
asked
you
you a
doing
question. You're not even in. Listen, I'm being dead serious
yes,
with you.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
Okay. Give me a
I'll
second.
give you time to look up basic.
And did Mickey drop? Where did you go, AV?
I'm just waiting for you to get your point in, because if I say something, it'll take him on a tangent. So I'm respectful.
I'm ready to switch topics, though.
No, we got to tie up this loose end before we go.
I think it's already tied. But it's okay.
Oh, you might think so. Oh, check this out, man. Sam, do me this favor. Can you post in a logic form you're in the text channel, so that way he can, what he's going to pull up will coincide with what you said, or maybe go against.
Sorry, say that again.
Post it in the text channel. What your
post what?
The logic behind what you're saying. P1.
I mean, I can just say.
Therefore, Q.
I'm in the car right now. I'm not trying to do that. I can just say it. Someone else can type it. P is the observation. You hear me?
I know where he's going with this, but I mean, you think that you're.
I mean, all I can tell you is not a criminal consequence. I'm not even making a deductive inference. I'm not even using deductive logic. I'm making an induction. That's how science works. That's how theories work. We're not using any deductive notions here. We're using induction.
I was following the conversation. I know exactly what you were talking about. So you were getting ready to make a statement about cosmology based on something that you can observe. Not on cosmology, that you can't observe anything within cosmology, but outside of it is something that you were using to bolster a point that within. I know. I followed you. I know what you're talking about.
So my point, yeah, and I can say that again. I can repeat that point. My point is that the metaphysics, which you're using synonymously with cosmology, metaphysics are derived as an explanation for certain observations, which are mathematical and physical.
Yeah, but that's not true, man.
Even
like,
is flat Earth a cosmology? Yes or no?
No.
So there's no metaphysical postulates in a flat Earth model.
Unless you're talking about observations. Other than that, there's nobody's making a claim to like, outer ponds or like more like an expanded universe, like horizontally. You know what I mean? Like outside of the known world. You get what I mean? Like there's not like I mean, there's speculations of people that do that, but we're not doing that here.
I'll make my question simpler. Does the flat Earth model tell us what we're standing on?
What, the Earth that we can observe? What do you mean?
Does it tell us the nature of it? Like, does it tell us what it looks like?
No, these things. No. You're asking. Hold on, Sam. Are you asking for an overall worldview idea?
Yeah. Yes.
Like the whole entire Earth. Like whatever it is.
The whole reality, the universe.
Everything, like all of it.
Everything that is observable.
Yeah, as far as that goes, the known world and how far we can travel to explore and figure things out as an empiricist, that's not possible. So the known world is the only places that we can go and explore are the places that we've been. So imagine a map, right, that's not fully complete because we can't actually explore everywhere. So it would just be the known world, what we know. Outside of that, there's no way that we could tell you a cosmology that we could adhere to that's like an overall kind of like everything included. We don't have that knowledge.
Okay. So with regards to the known world that we do know, it's situated upon the Earth, correct? Whatever that known world is traversing through that we know about, that's the Earth, correct?
Well, I mean, you're saying traversing, but that's adding a little more to it. But we're just saying that we're here on Earth, exist in this realm, and we can tell, or at least be able to examine the things that are all around us and be able to tell you what those things are based on knowledge that we can obtain by working with these things tangibly. So outside of that, I'll give you this way, right? Outside of that, some stuff that you see in the sky, you don't know what those things are. Nobody does, right? And they'll go along with a philosophical interpretation that you could probably say that's what cosmology is or whatever.
So if I were to ask you what actually metaphysically, what is Earth? Would you be able to give me an answer?
Yeah, but what do you mean? Because sometimes I don't know unless you bring context. Do you mean the entire Earth or just the known world?
Well, you're making a distinction.
I have to.
What is okay? I know what the Earth that we traverse is. What is the entire Earth? Tell me that the big.
I will. But let me let Eli bring you back to what you guys were talking about.
I already answered the entire Earth thing. You're asking about cosmology, and nobody has any empirical evidence of any cosmology. Back to what we were talking about previously, we really got to unpack this because I was incorrect. I have to concede because there's some funny business going on here, and I haven't talked about this in a while. Now, while modus ponens is if P then Q,
P therefore Q.
P therefore Q. That is modus ponens, and that is a valid form of logic. However, there are ways that it can be invalid. For example, and they give examples, Van McGee famously pointed out that modus ponens can fail with conditionals whose consequence are also conditionals. For example, if Oswald didn't kill Kennedy, then if someone else killed Kennedy, then Kennedy is dead, is a statement where the conclusion Kennedy is dead might be true even if the premises are not. Alternative interpretations of if-then. In some logical systems or philosophical discussions, the conditional might be interpreted in ways that don't align with classical logic. This can lead to apparent violations of modus ponens. Example of invalid argument. One example of an invalid modus ponens argument is if the object is square, then it is rectangle. This object is square, therefore this object is rectangle. This is valid, however, if it's raining, then the ground is wet. The ground is wet, therefore it is raining is invalid. The ground could be wet for other reasons, like someone watering plants. So with all that being said, let's look at your statements. If I observe yada, 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 then that validates my cosmology. I observe yada, 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 therefore that validates my cosmology. How is that necessarily true?
I never said it was necessarily true.
Okay, so then it's not valid modus ponens then.
I just told you I wasn't using modus ponens to validate my argument. It's an induction, not a deduction. You know the difference.
Okay, so then what are you saying then?
It's an inference.
I told you that my cosmology is a metaphysical description of reality that has explanatory power. It should be able to account for observations.
So first of all, I told you that what you were doing was affirming the consequent. You told me what you were doing was modus ponens. I just pointed out how...
I didn't say that. I didn't say what I was doing was modus ponens.
Yeah, he did say that.
I was saying that what you were saying was modus ponens because
dude,
you were...
testify. Yeah. You were trying to correct him on logic, dude. That's what you were...
We were having a discussion on logic. We were completely separated from
Matthew. That means you be quiet because you're taking up a lot of airspace. We know what you think you said. I know what I think I said. Now, I've already made a couple of concessions, so I'm not in fear being in error.
Neither am I, just so you know.
Okay, good. So, Matthew, what happened? Were you paying attention?
I was getting a little lost near the end, but you guys were talking about modus ponens. If P then Q, P therefore Q.
Did he say in rebuttal to me saying it was affirming the consequent that it was modus ponens instead?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I didn't say that. If I said that, then I retract my statement.
You did say that.
Okay, I didn't.
You were kind of laughing in the background. You were like, "Dude, it's modus ponens. Dude, you don't understand philosophy." You were telling him that.
Okay. From what I remember saying was that what he was saying was not affirming the consequent. It was modus ponens. We can move on now. I will retract that statement.
Okay, so since you retract that statement, I'm still going to say that what you are saying was affirming the consequent.
But I just told you I wasn't making a deductive argument, so it's impossible. Affirming the consequent can only apply to deductive arguments, not inductive.
Yeah. So I'm actually with what he's saying right now. I think he's in line with saying what he's saying as an inference. So I don't know, like he's inferring things.
Deductive inference. There is no.
Yeah, dude. But what there's a bigger point, right? I mean, yeah, I know that's what you're saying, but there's a bigger point. I mean, I don't know. Is that you get it all out? So the point is, like, you're never reaching a conclusion with the knowledge, with the understanding that you have based on what you're saying. You're using this type of knowledge.
I agree. It's not a necessary conclusion. I agree with you.
All right.
100%. It is a.
But I knew that. I know.
It's a best theory explanation.
Are you somebody like I don't know? Are you somebody in academia, Sam? It sounds like you have some type of knowledge of. Okay. You don't have to. I don't really care. I'm just saying because it sounds like you at least speak from a point of view that most people don't.
Yeah, I'm a medical student.
Okay. And you had to deal with this in college at some point, like you were dealing with.
I don't have to, but I am a student who likes to understand things in a deeper level. So yes, I subject myself to that.
All right, well, just take a look at, for example, like in history, like where this all came from. Like you might, I don't know. But a lot of people look at this topic that we talk about in here and the earth being flat and stuff. And because of the stigma of like what it is, the conversation usually goes like nobody really cares about looking further. But if you're of a person who is actually thinking like the way you do, there's a chance that you could make a breakthrough and find out that the Earth isn't what you've been told.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it sounds like from what you've laid out, you're basically saying that that we, meaning you guys with what the belief you have, that we only accept the we only accept like what we can 100% prove to be true.
Yeah, as empiricists, like we have to test and validate claims, but go ahead.
It's not the only thing that, I mean, we accept axioms, we accept things that we even accept things outside of empirical evidence through the scientific method. We accept lots of things. So the one thing that I keep telling you we don't have, that you keep, glossing over, is that we don't have a belief in a cosmology. So we're not proposing anything other than anything that we can point out tangibly or practically.
I mean, let me ask you guys this.
I also pulled up affirming the consequent. Now, I will say that in order for you to affirm the consequent and what you've been saying is you would have to say that the observations are correct because your cosmology is correct. So I have that backwards. I can't say that. So when you say it the way you say it, there's just no validity to it, though.
Yeah, I think he agrees with that.
It's a best fit model.
He agrees with that. I think there's and I don't know, maybe a roundabout way. It's kind of like a concession, but not that he's saying like I concede in a way that we're, getting him to like, give up whatever he's saying. It sounds like to me that he can get to a certain point in his understanding of things and he can't go any farther. He's like, well, this is the best we got. There's nothing more I can say about it other than that.
So, I mean, you guys, to a certain extent, do the same thing, though. For example, like, do you guys accept any theories of induction? For example, do you believe in viruses or bacteria or, I don't know.
Look at it this way, Sam. And you're being in the medical field, and we're not going to talk about medical stuff because it gets kind of like a dicey topic in here. But I will say there's things that in your field that are things that are true and things that aren't true. You could discard, right? Like this thing is not like some guy in a medical journal might be proposing something like, dude, nobody's looked into this, so it's not true. But other stuff that has been true, it's proven, right? You do know stuff like that, right? I mean, that's...
Well, the thing is that they're proven in the same way that the round Earth model is, meaning they're not fully proven by necessity. They're proven through induction, meaning it's a best fit model.
Okay, but we're talking about things. I don't know. I didn't want to go the medicine route. I actually wanted to go like the human body, like so. Dealing with the human body, like when like somebody breaks an arm or something, like how to get that looked at. You're not just gonna say, oh well, let's just try some things out. Like you're gonna be like, there's a certain way to do this, right?
Yes, because
that's practical.
There's nothing. Yes, but let's talk about, for example, something. Okay, I mean, let's just stick to the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
Or just like the cosmology, right? Or whatever. We have observations, right? I want to stick to this point. We have observations. We have observations, mathematical observations, physical observations, and there is a cosmology that can explain these observations. You have to give a cosmology. There has to be a...
Yeah, I know, but let's put it this way. What does that look like to you? If you're saying that's true, what does that look like to you? What do you think that is? Because you haven't described what that is.
The cosmology, I said it's a spheroid that goes around the sun, which also goes around something else. I explained it to you.
Well, sort of.
Before we get into that, I have some rather old... They're from 2021. Citations here. So, citation 1, as mentioned in the section, The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science.
Yeah, this is
from
Karl Popper. This is
Popper, 1963.
This is I'm
Correct.
well aware of Popper's work,
Correct.
yeah.
So, number two,
This is
Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is, in fact, a myth.
Yeah, this is one
Actually,
view.
that's two. One view. Well, when we're talking about the scientific method, there's no induction there.
The science uses induction by definition.
No, it doesn't.
Just because Karl Popper says it doesn't mean that it doesn't. I just told
Well,
you.
you have
That's
one
one
epistemology that does work. So you observe a natural phenomena, and then you formulate a hypothesis, which is a prediction, a special kind of prediction, as to what is causing the phenomena observed. And then you, as the researcher, manipulate the dependent variable to either
Independent variable.
observe the independent variable or not observe the independent variable.
So,
It's the independent variable which you manipulate.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Hold on.
with that being said, you agreed the whole way.
Yes,
So now
but
that is the epistemology so that is the epistemology for the scientific method that is empirical and valid and ironclad in its logic. Now,
there's
you're
one important
proposing
nuance that I can add, please.
you gotta, if you could just stop interrupting, though.
All right.
So now, I wasn't incorrect. I'm correct in saying, well, the scientific method doesn't use induction. Everything that I just laid out has nothing to do with induction. So whatever epistemology you're going to talk about probably does, but we would have to peek into the logic after that too.
Okay, what is your understanding of induction?
Expand on that.
What is? I'm not sure how much more I can expand. You've been using the word induction. You have the way you've been using the word induction
within the scientific method that I just talked about.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you validate or invalidate your hypothesis, you deduce that is definitely or definitely not what you proposed.
You lost me. I'm sorry.
Am I wrong?
I just didn't understand what you said. You need to
you know what I mean. You know what deduce means. Unless I'm wrong, people.
Yeah, but the whole point is that with induction, you're not deducing. You're inducing. Okay.
What did I induce?
Okay. We need to go back a couple steps.
Where is the induction?
Induction would be the theory that you generate after the observation that you see.
What I just said with the specific steps that I mentioned.
Yes.
I just said, and don't interrupt, you observe a natural phenomena. Then you make a special kind of prediction as to what's causing what you're observing. And then you manipulate the independent variable, the cause, to get the observation. Where's the induction in that?
There's one more step you're missing, which is the theory.
I'm not missing anything. Because stop. Listen. After you've manipulated the independent variable, you then validate the hypothesis.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that gives the hypothesis credit. That's induction.
Where is the induction?
That is the induction. That validation of the hypothesis, that's induction. Yes, it is. You're saying that this hypothesis is probably true. That's induction.
No, it's not. It's not probably true. No, he's causing a reaction in the dependent variable that gives him the understanding that the independent variable that he manipulated, that he can now deduce, caused that reaction. So it's not an induction.
He induces it. He doesn't deduce it. He induces it. It's not necessarily the case. That's the difference. You guys
what do you mean? It caused the reaction. It caused the reaction. That's what he wanted to see.
Because there's things called confounders and effect modifiers. There's other things which could be responsible. The hypothesis just simply accounts for the observation.
I just said, listen, like I said, you might have a different.
You guys are talking about things you don't actually know. It's very sad.
No, here's the thing. I said, well, there's a simple epistemology that I'm going to go over, and that's what I understand to be the scientific method. You may have something else.
No.
But you're still piggybacking off of what I'm saying and trying to add to. You can't add to what I'm talking about. The scientific method is the scientific method. Now we're arguing for what that is. So you can't manipulate what I'm saying and add to what.
I said that.
So then when I tell you what the scientific method is and what I'm saying is valid, and I stop there, and there's no interpretation to be had there, that's it. Now I'm waiting for you to make your argument. And as a matter of fact, I can't even give you a simple example. Heat causes water to boil. Then you manipulate the temperature of the water and you get boiling. There's no induction there.
Well, you're not done with the scientific method yet. You need to revalidate your hypothesis.
I am. I validated my hypothesis. If I do it twice, I did it twice. The cause of boiling water is going to still be and always will be, and nothing else.
Yeah.
The cause of boiling water.
So let me jump in here real quick. Hold on, Sam. There's a kind of like a talking past, like I think that's happening because he's coming from a vantage point, Eli, where they have like this, and then I'm going to use air quotes, a more advanced version of the scientific method, and that's what he's talking about right now. So I know what you're saying.
Him an example that actually doesn't have to assume anything, and you actually, because what I didn't have to assume anything.
No, you did assume that heat boils water. That's an assumption.
Well, it's not an assumption.
It is.
I've tested it, and then I've concluded empirically that it does. It's not
that doesn't make it necessarily true. Still, it doesn't make it necessarily true.
It's not. No, it is necessarily true when I test it.
No,
it is true.
You're wrong. It's not true. Trust me. That's not how it works.
I'm not going to let you cut me off.
That's not how it works.
I'm going to mute you. I'm telling you now. Like, we've been respectable up to this point. So the bottom line is, it is true. Heat causes water to boil. That will always be true. But I'm not going to. What do you mean, not necessarily?
It's only true under the conditions that you gave. That's what makes it induction. If it was necessarily true, it would be deduction.
I didn't give any conditions.
You did. You gave the conditions of the experiment. There's latent conditions you never talked about. Like, for example, what kind of water are you using? What degree water are you using? There's a lot of conditions you didn't talk about.
Water to boil in every hood, in every, suburb, we're not going to play this game. It's very simple. You don't in nature just stumble on non-water. You stumble on something like a hot spring. That's it. So you're looking at regular water, boil in a hot spring. Are you looking at any other kind of water? Because if it is something else, then guess what? You would be testing something else. It would be a different setup with the same epistemology. What caused that?
Yeah, you can't change it. You can't change his example, Sam. You have to use the example that he's using. So it can't be anything like you're trying to give like these other variables that are not a part of what he's saying. So when you do that, you're adding to what he's saying, and you're not just taking it for face value. What he's saying.
You cannot give necessity from scientific observation. You cannot say that something's necessarily true. That's just not how it works.
Well,
Okay, so your advanced version of the scientific method doesn't.
It's not an advanced version. It's the same version.
No, it's not.
But we already know that what he said is invalid because he causes water to boil. That is true. So he just
and within that statement, he's trying to make it.
How are you going to rebut that? So I say that is true. What do you say to heat causes water to boil? What do you say other than it is true?
Don't give modifiers, dude. That's not how you do this.
I'm gonna give him a chance to get off mute. Heat causes water to boil. That's true. What's your response?
I said it's true under a given set of conditions. The end.
It's true. The end.
No,
So
under a
don't
given set of conditions.
Tell me that what I'm saying is not true if what you're going to do is manipulate the situation. You're saying you're not doing, right?
No, you said it's necessarily true, which is completely the opposite, meaning that that it's true under all conditions. That's what necessarily true means.
No, that's not true. You just made that up.
What is no necessarily true means true in all conditions.
Give me a citation for that. You just made that up.
That's just
Not just give me a citation for it. If it's
necessarily true.
You came from university, so let's not play with the audience because they know what I mean by citation. I know you know what I mean by citation because you've had professors. So give me a citation.
Give you a citation that necessarily true means true in all conditions.
Mm-hmm. Because I know what natural laws are, and I know what things that are always true, like entropy, and I know that scientific method has nothing to do with things that
entropy is not always true.
Are we getting to a place where no one can know anything? Is that
No. What he's doing, he's modifying. No, Sam. What you're doing is you're modifying what he's saying to fit a description of something outside of what he's telling you. You're trying to say, well, heat wouldn't cause water to boil on like Jupiter. Like you can't do that. That's what you're trying to do, and I hear you. I know what you're doing. You can't change the fact that he demonstrated something that was absolutely true. This is what occurs when you apply heat to water. When you apply heat to water, water boils. Now you're saying
you want a reference?
Hold on. The critique that you're going to give is going to be like using modifiers. Can't do that.
No, here's
the statement is true. The statement is true.
Ready? Here's a reference. This is the Oxford reference. This is the paper. I can send you the link too. A necessary truth is one that could not have been otherwise. It would have been true under all circumstances. That's what I just said. That it's true in all conditions. That's the same thing.
I think that I think that you're misinterpreting that.
What are you talking to? Oh my God! Here's another source. The first link on Google. Necessary true refers to a statement or formula that is true in all possible worlds. That's the same thing.
See, I told you. I knew it. See, there it is. Right there. There it is.
I'm gonna make the statement.
He's talking about entropy.
I'm gonna make the statement again. Heat causes water to boil. Tell me.
You just said entropy is not true.
Is that necessarily true?
Tell me when it's not. Tell me when it's not true.
Okay, when heat is defined as something else. When heat is defined as...
I told you he's modifying it, dude. Like, he keeps doing it. Sam, you can't modify...
He just asked me to give me a case where it's not true, so I just...
Because you have to modify it for it not to be true.
He literally asked me... So he's asking me to modify it. You're saying, give me the answer when you don't modify it.
Listen, he's saying, impossible. Where is his statement not... When is it not true? And you're saying, when I modify it, that's when it's not true. But he's not. Then you can't modify. Don't modify it at all. Zero modifications, like none whatsoever. Is his statement true?
Manipulating my words.
Well, what is? You need to define heat, and you need to define heat.
MG, bro. Like, why do we? You're playing these semantic games. You know exactly. He could be pedantic like you are, right? We could be very specific. Yeah, I know, but you're reducing this conversation down to.
Pointless conversation. conversation. Can
No,
we
it's
talk about
not.
something-
It's very specific. It's very specific.
No,
and
this
what,
is so pointless, man. We were having a really good conversation. Now it's just
well, this is too.
like nothing.
No, this is too.
No, this is a terrible conversation.
Again, when does increasing the temperature of water to its boiling point not? When is it not true?
Did this stem from like a more like greater argument or about what science is?
A more interesting argument? Yeah, I did.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's just the base root of like his epistemology. So
again, let me ask you, when does increasing the temperature of water to its boiling point, thus water boiling, when is that not the case? Exactly. So why are we playing these?
unless it's not happening, or unless it's happening on planet Jupiter or something like that.
Yeah, well, unless you make it in a vacuum chamber, but you know that's silly. Yeah.
But if you make it in a vacuum chamber, then where are you going to get temperature?
Yeah, I know, but if you reduce the pressure in a vacuum chamber, the water boils. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's if you reduce the pressure, then it's gonna take less temperature.
Yeah, it's not a. I know. I agree. It's not a natural situation.
Yeah, I know, but that's using something outside of what he said. Outside of what Eli is saying, Eli is just basically saying heat causes water to boil. Is that statement true or false?
Or when is it not true?
Well,
it's not true. Just when Timbo said, if you already have it boiling because of lack of pressure, then heat doesn't make it boil because it's already boiling.
Pressure, it's an intrinsically linked situation. Even if there's less pressure, there's going to require less heat to boil the water.
No, you could boil it without adding any heat.
No, but when you
not in a natural situation, you can't.
When you increase the pressure, the temperature of the I guess the temperature of the boiling point is the energy that's already there is at a different because it's a different pressure.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, the guy.
You're right.
So it's still going to require heat though, because if there's no heat, there's no boiling.
It's a statement that you made that should just be true or false. Heat causes water to boil. That should just be the statement.
Unless someone's being pedantic. That's why I thought like maybe it came from an argument like about what is the scientific method and stuff like that.
But the conclusion to that is you would have to say, well, there would have to be no heat, because even in the example you gave, it doesn't matter that there was no more heat introduced. The fact remains that there's heat there.
Yeah, there's definitely ambient heat.
Now, I was just going based on like what he said. So, like, if you were to take that statement, heat causes water to boil, is that true or false? And if the person's saying, well, there's qualifiers or modifiers or whatever, then they're not taking your statement at face value. They're not addressing what you said. And then they're making it to be something else based on their epistemology that they want to actually shoehorn, because they want to make it sound like that statement is not true based on like all things that you didn't test. But you didn't say all things. You just basically made the statement, heat causes water to boil. Is that true or false? And the person either has to answer that's true or it's false. Just based on what you said. Not as saying, well, vacuum chambers cause water to boil. Like, not saying anything like that. We're only talking about your statement. That's all. True or false?
No, Sam was definitely taking it out of context. He's trying to change it like you were saying.
Did we get, it sounds like he had some.
Hey, AV, I got a question, bro. Somebody was, so how do you measure the Earth being flat? How do you tell it's flat?
Well, it's a prerequisite. I mean, because flat means level. We already take at face value that level is level. Now,
how do you measure the flatness of the Earth?
What do you mean? How do you measure the flatness?
It's called
You don't measure
linear. every linear distance, which would be an inch, a yard, a mile, a nautical mile, would be a measure of some part of the level Earth. In a
Yeah.
straight
So how can you tell what the Earth is flat? Is what I'm asking.
Ask me the same question again, and you're just going to be muted. You got to get back.
How can you tell the Earth is flat with like measurements, like with scientifically?
I don't know if you got
Science and measurements are not the same thing to do.
maybe we can't go backwards from the conversation we just had because this is a new person. But all right, I can't enter at this point. Somebody's going to have to start over. I can't. He's too far.
Science and measurements. I mean, what does that mean?
I mean, if
The answer is observably flat.
If somebody comes in here and says, "Hey, the Earth is round," you're going to be like, can you tell that? What type of measurements? How do you measure that? So I'm asking you, okay, how
sea
can
level?
you tell the Earth
Sea level is a sea level.
Wait a second. Hold on. No.
Where's this?
Round and flat are.
That's crazy that this has got you guys that mixed up. That's fucking
Not
wild.
mixed up, dude. Just relax.
That's wild, bro. I've been waiting for minutes, and I've talked before you, and I haven't got an answer.
Just settle down, dude. Just relax.
Every linear.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Every linear distance, an
I'd
inch,
Go ahead.
an inch, a yard.
Eli, you're cutting in and out, bro, and your mic is scratchy to boot. So I don't know if it's your connection or something.
Well, I think he left.
An inch, a yard, a mile, a nautical mile. All of those would be flat distance measurements.
No, that's a bad answer, Eli. That's a bad answer.
It's a true statement. You mean it's a
No,
bad
it's not, man. Because you could measure distance, and you have slope. You could have a hill that you're measuring with a yard or a mile or whatever. There's topography, so that's a bad answer.
I didn't say that though. I'm not talking about.
You said every distance measurement using these units of measurement is measuring a level Earth.
Slope though.
Bro, you literally said that. You said it's measuring a level Earth, every one of these. And I'm saying, that's a bad answer.
Yeah, you can. You could be at the salt flats doing it inch, yard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you could be anywhere else and using an inch and yard, and it's not. It's a bad answer, man.
What are you talking about?
It's all right. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, I'm rebutting what you're saying. There are very large distances, even on the terrain, that you can, in an inch, in a yard, I'm pretty sure, you can measure with no slopes. And like I said, a mile, a yard, an inch, a nautical mile, those are all linear distances regardless. Which part of anything I said is not true? Right.
Jado, I don't know if you're there, man, but you're hot micing, bro. Yeah, it was a good conversation with that guy. I mean, he did concede that he didn't have a conclusion to if the Earth is a globe or not. So we did get some concessions out of him for that. He just got upset towards the end. He wanted to be right.
Oh well.
It's just hard to get used to Big Daddy Flurf, man. I'm telling you. I love the name though. It's nice.
Roger, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. So you're still siding with the Globe?
I'm on the Globe side? I don't think so, dude. You're way off.
Is this the Roger that was an anti-flat earther?
I'm not an anti-flat earther, dude. No, sorry.
I got you pegged for somebody else. Never mind.
That's all right.
As you were.
There's more than one Roger. You can find me over on Flatzoid's panel most of the time.
Yeah, sure. I seen the name before, but I thought you were an anti-flat earther. My bad.
No.
That's my bad, dude.
I've been swinging with FED for like the last probably 6 years at least.
Oh, okay. What else we got in here? The panel's got a lot of people. I think the only one in here that I can tell is a Glober is probably Twanger and Yanginen, whatever the hell his name is. Yangin, if you're there, say what's up, man.
Yo, thank you. I am here.
What's going on?
Yo, nothing much. I would be interested to hear more answers to Mr. Junior Pinhead's question. That was pretty funny.
Hold on, I don't know how we got. Did someone mute him? Or let me unmute him.
Did you guys get enough time to get your script together?
That laugh though,
it better have layers because I'm going to be asking questions, buddy. So, okay, start from the top. How do you guys measure the Earth?
Yeah, it's funny because what you need to be concentrating on is if you know if the Earth is a globe. I haven't heard anything coming from you except laughter and, you're making light of this.
Well, that's because I'm enjoying myself, and you seem muted.
Yeah, that's fine. But so, can you describe how the Earth is a globe, Junior Pinhead?
I'm not making that claim.
Okay, so you abandon the claim that you're or even able to articulate.
You muted him again instead of answering the question he's asking.
Yeah,
I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, he's in our forum. So basically, we ask questions, and perhaps we can answer some of his, but he's not the one dictating, nor are you advocating for him.
Oh, I'm not dictating anything. I'm just pointing out the fact that
we don't
instead
care.
of answering his question,
we do not care.
you're muting him.
Yeah, we do not care.
Maybe ease up a little bit on the mute.
Not really.
No problem.
So what we're doing right now is getting control so he can actually redirect to answering if he knows if the Earth is a globe or not. That's how we start. Because he sounds very confident.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, so that seems to be an answer. He does not know. So we can work with that. You don't know if the Earth is a globe.
You're power tripping, dude.
I have no idea, bro, but you got to tell me.
Okay, so he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe. I don't need to tell him that because it's built on a belief system. So I think
the stream's going to hate this guy when I'm done with him.
The thing is, I think this is what you got to realize. I don't think it matters at this moment.
Hey, I still want to know. I don't know if it's flat, bro. Like, I don't know. I came here to learn, bro.
You're exactly. You have to treat the situation as if they didn't know. So he's asking, as if somebody who didn't know and wanted to know if the Earth was flat. He's asking how.
Yeah, but
how do I measure it, bro?
Yeah, but he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe to start with. That's what we're starting with first. The premise is,
bro, how do I measure the flatness of the Earth, bro? It's that simple.
The flatness of the Earth. Well, why are you concentrating on measuring the Earth as a globe? You don't even know anything about it. You just said that I don't know.
The name of the channel. It says 24/7.
Yeah, you don't have to tell us what the name of the channel is. We know what it is. Problem is, you don't know if the Earth is a globe. That seems to be the elephant in the room. We could talk to you about flat Earth all day. Here's the problem, though. The issue is when we do so, you guys just laugh and reject based on the fact that you don't even know, because all of your confidence thinking that you know the Earth is a globe. So you don't know if it is or not. So you come in here with a chip on your shoulder thinking you have something to say. That's why we're always going back to asking you guys how you know if the Earth is a globe. That's why we're doing that.
A chip on my shoulder is better than a dick in the ass.
Okay, see? And this is the guy you guys advocate for? Sorry, but he's gonna have to get booted. See ya. If he can't even hold a conversation because he's gonna result to doing this, then he doesn't need to be in here. And if anybody advocates for him, you'll just follow him too. It's that simple.
It's just unfortunate. I feel like a good exchange could have been had.
Man, I love the Google answer. I love the Google answers that you get when you Google is what did I Google? Hold up, real quick. Is a linear mile a linear distance parallel to the Earth? And it says yes, however, the Earth is a sphere, yada, yada, yada. Then I say, is a nautical mile? And it says no. And then it talks about its relationship to latitude. Now, funny enough, with latitude, that's derived with elevation angles. So we're talking about angles that are then, however you mathematically describe it, translated into a linear distance on the ground from an angle. And anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then with the linear mile one, they're just saying, well, yeah, linear mile is a linear mile, except because the Earth is a sphere, we take in to these considerations of the sphere and they give examples or whatever. Now, I can defeat the first one with the logistics that go into landing and taking off in an airplane. Because we're dealing with like 75 linear miles, give or take, if I remember correctly. But that's easily disputable. When someone is saying, but the Earth is a sphere, yada, yada, yada. Now, when it comes to the nautical thing, like I already mentioned, when they talk about the relationship being latitude, and we know what latitude is derived from, using the Earth as a level plane in the first place, it's very funny that even with what it's trying to do with tell the truth and give their little story in the middle, it kind of helps me. Because who's going to tell me I'm wrong? Is there something wrong that I just mentioned anywhere?
Yeah, Vaxwax is dying to talk to you about this. He's with his shtick about having, well, what is South, and he's going to go into.
What does that have to do with anything?
He's in the text thinking he has an argument, but he's just annoying.
Well, what does it have to do with anything? Because he always does that when I'm talking about other things, and I'm like, well, what does that have to do with anything? No? Any objections?
I can't think of any objections. I think linear distance is measured flat, right?
Yeah, they're flat. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I guess they have that caveat that because the Earth is curved, there's some extra things to consider. But again, when taking into account 75 miles when it comes to landing or taking off in a plane, there are none of these considerations. So you're a liar. Shut your filthy mouth. I'm not speaking to anybody in particular.
So I'm going to guess nobody's taking up. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, nobody's taking Brian's challenge up to land a plane with his coordinate systems that he put out there for people.
Probably not.
No, I didn't think so neither.
Like nobody even touches that point when I say it. Last person that did try to touch it said that there was like curvature on the runway. And that's like for like rain, like runoff and shit. So
Really? That curvature? All right. Okay.
Yep, that's where they're at. That is where they're at.
Don't forget, you refuse to touch the question of how you measure it flat.
We just talked about it.
Oh, did I miss that?
I guess you did.
Oh, whoops.
A mile is a measure of a flat distance of a portion of the Earth, which is also flat.
Oh, yeah. You were saying that before. And you were saying like any mile, any inch, any yard, all this good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, I did include the nautical mile, but that's actually different because that comes from angles, which then somehow they turn into linear distance on the ground. So,
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, so if I measured the distance around a basketball, let's say, in inches or even in centimeters, that wouldn't be flat, though, right?
Well, it wouldn't be a linear distance measurement, like say.
It wouldn't be.
Eli, you're so confused right now, man. Come on, like.
No, because you're actually putting a tape measure around something that you are knowing is round.
Right.
Eli, you're confused.
Your point
Every
was
distance measurement is a linear measurement.
Yeah, that's first of all.
Nautical mile is a linear measurement.
Okay, now.
You think linear means a line? That's not what it means. It means length.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No, linear just means between 2 points.
Well, he's gonna get muted because we're gonna go jump off from that. It is a straight line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I measure in inches,
we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here first. We're gonna go here first, so that we can refute what he just said.
Sure.
And then we're gonna deal with the point where I talked about it being parallel to the Earth. So we're talking about a straight line distance parallel to the Earth. Now, some would claim that that wouldn't be the case because the Earth is not, because the Earth is a globe. But like I said, my argument about landing and taking off with airplanes refute that quite handily. So, a linear mile is a measure of distance, and while it can be visualized as a straight line, it is not necessarily parallel to the Earth's surface. So it is a straight line that wouldn't be parallel to the Earth's surface. That's what it is. I'm not confused.
Well, yeah, no, that's the exact point we're making. We're making that you could measure a mile in many different directions, not necessarily parallel to the Earth's surface.
Yeah, okay, but except for when you're landing and taking off in planes, then the Earth's surface is considered as flat.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's fine. I can grant that for the sake of this conversation.
That's all I've been saying, but for the sake of the conversation, with that being true, you can't have 75 miles of flat, my friend, on an 8 inches per mile squared globe.
Well, either way, for the purpose of that conversation, that's what I'm saying. I could grant that, but that's not the That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about when he asked you, how do you measure a red herring?
But I did that with what I was saying. It is flat. Now, with what you're talking about,
how do you measure it flat?
I just told you.
What you said was you measure it flat with a mile. That's what you said.
Yeah, but you would have to be doing something. For example, like taking off in an airplane.
Oh, so you can only measure the Earth flat by flying in an airplane? Is that what you're saying?
Or driving in a car, but it would be more practical to prove that the Earth is flat because if you're driving on the surface, I guess you could say, well, obviously there's topology and things you have to consider. Guess what? In a takeoff and a landing, guess what?
Topology.
Whatever. Guess what?
What?
In a takeoff and a landing, there's no consideration for that.
Right. So you're saying that I'm measuring the Earth is flat anytime I'm moving in a vehicle?
I just told you, specifically in the air, most definitely.
So by flying a plane in the air is how you measure the Earth is flat.
All right, I'm going to ask you this way.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're going to understand really fast. In landing and flying a plane, basic trigonometry is involved, where you have a right triangle where the adjacent is flat. Now, in that scenario, when you're flying the plane, your level is parallel to the surface of the Earth. For 75 miles, that is a measure of flat.
In all cases?
In the case that I just laid out, do you agree or disagree?
I'm not sure.
About what?
You're saying that when you are flying a plane,
not
landing a plane? Was it landing?
Whomever, if you're in a plane, whatever. Go on.
Were you saying when you're landing a plane?
Trigonometry, basic trigonometry is involved.
Basic trigonometry is involved. How so?
What do you mean, how?
Are you able to explain to me what the trigonometry involved is?
What do you mean? You have ground control at the airport who's trying to get you to land, right? And you have the plane in its altitude maximum that it's going to reach at the end of its ascent, or the other way around.
Okay, is there like a formula I could use for that?
What do you mean? What do you know what a right triangle is?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just Google trigonometry in plane landing?
I was going to. Do you have a particular formula that I should be looking for?
No, you should just be looking up trigonometry in plane landing, because if the principle is trigonometry in landing a plane, the Earth isn't a sphere, straight up. There's nothing confusing about what I'm saying. Either it's true or it's not true.
So would that mean that any formula found within trigonometry would involve a flat plane? Is that what you're saying?
What I said is what I said.
Sure. I'm just asking for a clarification. It sounded to me like that's
what I said was what I said. It was clear enough. So it's either true or not true. So you're gonna respond to that?
I'm trying to.
Well, go ahead and do. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure you see. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and post for the audience what's so confusing to you about all of this. I'm about to screenshot for everybody what this is talking about here. So, you were saying?
I mean, sure. I'll wait for the post so I can look.
So let me read this little part right here. When I talked about principles, right? So trigonometry is fundamental in aircraft landing procedures, particularly for calculating descent paths and ensuring a smooth, safe approach.
So what you're saying then is
I didn't post yet. I'm just talking. If you don't understand, wait until you see what you're waiting for in the chat.
Hey, yeah, is it fine if I ask a quick question?
Is it related to what we're talking about with planes landing? Then wait for a second.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just trying to clarify. It sounds like what you're saying.
There's no clarification other than what I'm about to post right now. I'm not saying anything other than what I said. So if you manipulate my words in any way, by the way, this is live stream recorded, that would be, guess what? Putting words in my mouth. You know what fallacy that is?
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to steal.
You're not trying to straw man me then? There's no.
No, of course not.
Just look at what I'm posting. Why can't I post a picture? What's that about? I'm not asking you. You're not a mod. Duh. Do I not have perms to post pictures in here? Is it too big of a screenshot? Like, I don't get it. Like, what's the problem? Yeah, there it is. What's confusing about that?
Okay. Trigonometry is fundamental in aircraft landing procedures, particularly for calculating descent paths and ensuring a smooth, safe approach. Pilots use trigonometric functions like sine and cosine to determine the correct descent angle, rate, and distance given altitude, distance to the runway, and glide slope angle. This precision is vital for both safety and passenger comfort during the landing. Here's how trigonometry is applied. Pilots use trigonometry to calculate the glide slope, which is the angle at which the plane descends towards the runway. This involves using the aircraft's altitude and distance from the runway to determine the angle. Descent rate management. Knowing the glide slope angle, altitude, and distance, pilots can calculate the required descent rate to maintain a consistent approach. Okay, so is there not a formula that they use?
So there's no globe in there, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That's okay. So I'm just...
Sorry, may I just clarify something? I don't mean to interject, but I was just listening. And dude, think about it. Okay, in what you just read, okay, they specify that they use sine and cosine. Right? The sine formula, because you're asking about formula, right, uses the opposite over the hypotenuse. Right, the opposite from the perspective of the plane when it's in the air, right? It's at the top of the triangle. The opposite is the ground. The ground would have to be a straight line for them to actually accurately calculate the sine, because it's a straight line, it's a triangle, right? So embedded in that statement, they're implying that very thing that Eli is talking about, just by knowing sine.
You cut out there.
That's it. Just by knowing the sine formula, you can deduce that what Eli's saying is true, unless of course what they're not accurate. Sorry, Eli. Go ahead.
No, I said thank you, man, because I know the generalities of it all, but I'm terrible at math. I don't know what half this shit. I don't know the full details, but I follow along.
No problem. I mean, SOHCAHTOA, everyone's at least heard that once or twice, right? But the sine, in order to actually get the angle or the sine or whatever, you have to have both of those sides or the initial angle and backwards, get the inverse sine to get the angle, or whatever the fuck it is. Right? These lines have to be straight. Now the problem is, right? The one of the implications or the assertions that people will come in and say is that the straight line is not actually flush with the ground. Thereby implying that the straight line that they are using is either not accurate or not parallel with the ground.
Yeah, he's done.
But piss. So if we're not in a container, so if we are in a container, because you guys say we're not in a container, yeah, we're not in a open container. We're in a closed container.
Why would you have it? What's an open container? What's an open container?
Like a container without no lid. You understand? It's a basic, simple term. But you're saying, how can gas stick to a ball?
Why would it be open to a vacuum? It can't be open to a vacuum.
It can be open to a vacuum because vacuum is not like
all the gas will go into the vacuum.
No, that's not true. Vacuum is not a sucking force.
Yeah, it's true.
A vacuum is not a sucking force. Vacuum is just
nobody said anything about sucking forces.
Your mama did, but yeah. Oh, here we go. Hold on,
nobody said sucking forces, dude. You did.
Man, listen. If we are in a closed container, as you say, like we only can prove like a gas pressure gradient in a closed container.
Yeah, you can only have gas pressure in a container. You can't have gas pressure in an open system. Isn't that amazing?
But why does then listen? Why there isn't like then a barrier in between?
I asked you to define gas pressure before. I asked you to define gas pressure, and you did not. So you don't understand.
Man, I know what gas pressure is. Come on, don't ask me.
No, you don't. Then you don't understand why when you say gas pressure gradients. Yeah, when you say gas pressure,
gas exerts on something.
When you say gas pressure gradient, you're invoking a container.
We're not invoking nothing here, man.
Yes, you are.
No, we're talking about gas pressure. By consequence, that requires a container.
Hold on, big fella.
Don't tell me what to do, dude.
I'm talking to Professor, man.
And I'm talking to you. And I'm not
talking to you, though. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, yeah, I gotta go do something. You can talk to Jedi now.
Man, come on, you pussed it out just like your buddy did.
What the fuck? You're the one who wanted to run away from me, who got scared that somebody else had words to say to you.
From you, bro.
Don't talk through me, sunshine. You ain't gonna last long.
You said you started sweating and shit yesterday.
What are you talking about?
You said you started sweating.
When? In your fucking dreams?
Yesterday.
What are you talking about?
You said it yesterday. You're getting mad and I'm sweating.
What, dude? I'm talking to you now. I'm not interested in yesterday. You understand that gas pressure requires a container?
Yeah, right.
Excuse me. Do you understand or not that gas pressure requires a container?
No.
And you're an idiot.
Because gravity
we can't move on, dude. We can't move on. You don't understand gas pressure.
You can have gas pressure in an open system because gravity connects as a container.
No, gas goes in all directions, not gravity, this and that, dummy.
Air pressure exists at the surface of the Earth because of the gravity pull on the atmosphere.
No, gas goes in all direction. It doesn't get pulled towards the center of a ball. Somebody lied to you.
Where's gas produced? Where's gas produced? Where naturally is gas made?
On Earth.
Yeah, on and within the surface of the Earth. When it's produced, let's say a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, which direction does the gas go?
Up.
Okay. So stop telling me that gas is going down. When it's produced, it goes up. Fills an available volume.
What do you mean? You think gases don't go down?
I think gases move in all directions, dude. I'm just pointing out to you that you don't have the phenomenon of gas being pulled to the Earth. Are you aware of the kinetic theory of gases?
How can you then explain like
Are you aware of the kinetic theory of gases?
How do you then explain it? Let's finish this one. How do you explain water holding like those air bubbles in place?
Is he weird or something?
Water holding air bubbles in place. What's wrong with this guy?
I don't know.
You know how on the surface of the water, there are like those air
Surface
bubbles.
of the water, yeah. We know all about the surface of the water, yeah.
But they are not like escaping the surface. They're keeping them in place. And that's also like containment for gases in an open system.
What, in a bubble?
It's not an open system. It's containment.
Yeah, but
the
it's
bubble
above
is
it is. There's
yeah, the bubble is a container for the gas. The bubble is the container for gas. So gas is trapped inside
because the bubble would fly away. You're not getting
it. Does it pops and the gas expands into the available volume? Like seriously, dude.
Is he talking like an
How silly
overturned
are you?
boat? Because you're gonna have an overturned boat and then air trapped inside the concave portion of the boat while it's upside down on water, and then you could pull that boat underwater, and then you still have the bubble of air. Yet the boat would then be the container, and the air is constantly trying to rise to the surface. Water's pushing the air inside the hull of the boat and keeping it inside that portion. So the water and the boat are the container for the gas. And I bet you have pressure inside that system. And then when you put a hole in the boat so that the air can release through the hole and return to the surface, what's happening there? The same process that would be happening if you had an oxygen bottle, and then you open the oxygen bottle and the oxygen is rushing out and filling the air in all directions. It's the same shit. You just have a different medium. You see a different phenomena.
No, it's not. You guys don't understand. Like, you know what escape velocity of Earth at sea level is, and you know what the mean velocity of air molecules is.
It's going to start close again.
Dude, escape velocity? Escape to where?
Huh?
Escape velocity, what does that mean? Escape to where?
Of Earth. How fast the molecules need to move to escape the gravity's pull at sea level.
There is no gravity, so I guess they don't have to move that fast.
Hold on. What do you mean there's no gravity? So what do we feel?
Nothing is pulling on gas, remember? Gases go in all directions.
Jeez.
Dude, you've got to prove gravity first.
You guys
Before
don't
you can say that I can vary and manipulate it to cause gas pressure. Why is this wanker talking through me?
Why you don't believe
you have got to prove gravity first.
Why you guys don't believe in gravity? What the fuck?
Sorry, which gravity? Hold on, dummy. Which gravity are you talking about?
Which gravity?
Yeah. Are you talking about Einstein's gravity, or are you talking about Newton's gravity? Which gravity are you talking about?
Why would I talk about Newton's gravity?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Which one are you talking about?
The most established one today we got. Like,
okay, do you have a scientific experiment for the most established one today we've got?
We can observe its effect. And
no, don't need the observation. I need the experiment that shows cause. Do you have an experiment that proves the gravity that you're talking about?
Do you have an experiment that shows letters?
Hello, I'm asking you. This is your burden of requirement, you fucking idiot. Do you have an experiment that proves the gravity that you're talking about?
Yes.
Good. Can you provide the hypothesis and the experiment,
you can
please?
Do it by yourself right now. You can do it by yourself
bend and warp space-time.
You need to just jump up and you will land back down on
No,
Earth.
that's a
That proves there's
phenomena,
gravity.
asshole. That's a
That's not a
phenomena.
phenomena. That's
a
effect
phenomena.
of
What's the
gravity.
cause?
You can see it.
What is
The gravity is the cause.
cause?
Gravity.
Okay, now you've got a hypothesis where gravity, your independent variable, is the cause of the phenomena, you falling back down.
Exactly.
I need the experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity.
Where I what?
You know how science works.
Yes.
Good. You seem to be failing at the moment, though. You seem to think the phenomena is the cause.
No, it's not the phenomena.
What? Sorry. What is the phenomena?
There's no phenomena. There's a cause.
There is no phenomena. Then what the fuck are we asserting a cause for?
Cause and effect. There's cause and effect.
Yeah, the effect is the phenomena, you idiot.
No, it's not.
The effect isn't the phenomena, isn't the dependent variable?
Two different things. Phenomena and
All right,
effect.
can somebody mute this wanker? He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about.
Effect and phenomena are two different things. What are you talking about?
Effect, a phenomena, dependent variable, same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Do you require citation?
Do you require citation?
Yeah. Get it? In science, specifically natural science, the effect is the thing that you observe in the natural world that you want to assert the cause of. That effect is also known as a phenomena, something happening. Like, fuck me, how do you breathe?
Well, actually, the way the breathing process works is when you inhale, you create an expanse inside your chest, which makes a low pressure, and the air outside your chest is high pressure in comparison. So now the air rushes to fill that available space. And then when you exhale, you decrease the volume of your chest, making a high pressure inside your lungs, which is comparatively higher than the volume of air outside your lungs. So now that high pressure releases out of your lungs to fill the low pressure outside your body, and the process continues. So it's actually proof that outer space doesn't exist.
Why has this prick dropped a psychology paper?
Because he failed to present his argument that the phenomenon is not the effect in science, and it's different than the independent variable. I guess he wants to jump again to something else.
Hey, yo, Grand Rising.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello. Who? Someone is there?
What's up?
I'm Joydeep from India. Who are you?
It's Sheepdog.
Hmm?
Sheepdog. I'm at the bottom of the list.
Go down. Oh, cheap dog at the bottom of the list. But
yeah.
So where are you from?
America. America.
America. Okay. So is it what is the time there now?
It's morning and daytime.
Daytime. So you are busy now?
Yeah, I'm exercising.
You are?
Yeah, I'm exercising.
You're driving?
Yeah, sure. I'm driving.
Okay. Drive. Try one. Actually, I want to increase my pronunciation and increase my fluency. So I've joined this channel. So you do the thing. Okay.
Yeah, is the Earth flat or round? Is
Hello?
the Earth? Can you hear me?
Can't follow. Hello.
Are you listening?
I am listening.
Okay.
I am listening.
Is the Earth flat or round?
Earth is round. Earth is is like it's a football type of thing.
Okay. Can you show me how you know it's round? Give me your evidence.
Man has sent rockets and satellites in space, and from that they have sent photo, and we can see from that Earth is a sphere. And if Earth is not, and many technologies works on based on Earth is sphere. Many technologies and satellites works on the basis that the Earth is a sphere, and that works fine, and the mathematics works fine. So there is no other way to believe that Earth is not round.
Okay, what photos, what outer space? Like, you made a bunch of claims.
Outer space?
Yeah, what's outer space?
Outer space is something out our atmosphere, over our atmosphere. That is outer space. There is nothing in outer space. It is void thing. the void.
Okay. Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
I have.
Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Can't follow.
If I release a bunch of gases into a vacuum, what's going to happen to the gases?
Oh, you release some bunch of vacuum. What will happen to the gas? The gas will spread. The gas will spread in the vacuum, and the molecules inside the gas will. The distance between the molecules inside the gas will spread along, and the density of the gas will decrease. This thing will happen.
Okay, so then how can you have outer space if you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum? Because all the gases would expand into the vacuum.
No, that's not like that. As Earth is a big, big volume, big chunk of material, very big. So it's many materials and what to say, elements are here, and for that a gravity force of gravity has formed. In this universe, any matter if accumulates, then it exerts a force, that is gravity, and that gravity is pulling the atmosphere, that is the gas, around us. So as the that's why the gas is not going on.
Hey, Jedi, are you meaning the hot mic?
No, I mean, I'm not. I'm just frustrated, but carry on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, man. You can take over. I'm exercising.
That's fine. The Earth doesn't exert a force on things. Like when you drop a rock, the mass of the Earth isn't acting on the mass of the object. That very claim is a violation of special relativity. This is why they moved away from the instantaneous magic at a distance known as mass attracting mass in 1915. Gravity isn't a force in the way that you describe anymore according to current scientific understanding. So I'm at pains to start a conversation with you when you're already 110 years behind. Mass attracting mass isn't the current scientific rhetoric for gravity, right? It's the bending and warping of space-time due to the displacement of mass. I'm talking still.
Right.
Yeah, so what you described isn't that. Now you're going to try and convolute and say that you are talking about that, because that's not what you were describing. In the end of the day, what you are trying to describe is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which describes gas expansion into a vacuum and the mixing of ideal gases, the fusion, diffusion, these things, an increase in entropy. Your claim is a violation of that because you say it's not happening. So I'm at pains to start this conversation off on an even foot, my friend.
You are talking absolutely right, but the things asking Cheap Dog is asking some weird question that Earth is round or flat. So I thought that let me tell something basics, make the thing very basic, and don't go to higher theories. So I'm just telling some basic things which are very.
I know, I appreciate that. Thank you. But unfortunately, whenever you start speaking about gravity, you're going to be begging the question that the Earth is a sphere already. Now, and even if you say that if we're going to start with physics and gravity is a thing, then that makes the Earth a sphere, because in your story, mass is pulling everything towards the center. So by consequence of that, the surface would be curved. So consequently, we should be able to measure the curvature on the Earth if the story of gravity is true. We don't measure curvature on the Earth. Therefore, mass isn't pulling everything towards the center, forming a sphere Earth.
Yeah, you are talking very true. It's all truth, but this is high theory. when people ask a
High
simple
theory.
question, high theory is because when
Okay, do you mean scientific theory?
scientific theory, but the theory, the sheepdog was asking that Earth is flat or round. So I have to make it very simple. If I start talking about
That's not
curvature
simple.
and
No,
space
that's not
and time.
simple.
Hmm?
That's not simple. Sheepdog's question is about a line, in this case, a surface. Is it straight or is it curved? Now, to figure out that question, we need to measure the surface to see if the surface is straight or to see if the surface over distance is curved. We don't need to talk about other things and beg the question that maybe the Earth is a sphere because of the way that things go down. To figure out that claim, we measured the surface, my friend. So simply, I think you're going far away from the point.
Okay, I admit I should have told that if we go to ocean, the ships disappear in the horizon. That's the simple thing we have learned in physics.
Okay, but that's based on a few variables, isn't it?
That's based on
based on a few variables, like the radius of the Earth, the height of the eye of the observer, which gives a distance to the geometric horizon, which will make a prediction of how far away we should be able to see things. There's variables in this, isn't there?
Yeah. But eventually, but if you increase the your sight through binoculars or telescopes, you can see that the after sometimes the boat get disappeared. How powerful binocular you use or not, it doesn't matter. The ship will disappear in the horizon.
Well, of course, of course, the object, the ship that's moving away and reducing with angular size is going to appear to disappear because the angle is too small. That's why you got out a telescope or high-powered zoom camera, which still follows the same fundamental rules. Eventually, the object is still going to get far enough away for the technology not to be able to resolve anymore.
But without the curvature, if we increase our...
What curvature? At the moment, we're just talking about things getting smaller in the distance and then getting a telescope out to see them again and then watch them as they move away and decrease in angular size. There's no mention of curvature here, apart from you thinking the reason why boats go away is because they go over a curvature. But you've just pointed out that if we bring out technology, we see further, which is a problem on a sphere because we wouldn't, because the sphere's in the way.
Yes, sphere's in the way. At some point we can't see.
At what point is the sphere in the way? If I'm 6 foot above the surface of water, where is the curvature of the Earth in distance?
That is a question of mathematics. I don't. I have to calculate.
I do.
I don't. But
so it's 1 point based on the radius of the Earth of 3,959. 0.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's keep the numbers simple. If I'm at the beach and I put my camera on the floor and it's 1 foot above the surface of water, I find the square root of 1, which is 1, and I multiply that by 1.225, and that gives me a distance to the horizon of 1.225 miles away. Conversely, if I'm 6 foot, the horizon's just short of 3 miles away. If I'm 8 foot, it's 3.5 miles away. You understand, right? If I'm 35,000 feet, it's 220 miles away.
It's the trigonometry. You are just doing the trigonometry. I know that, but I don't remember the theories, but I have learned in my colleges.
Yeah. So based on that very simple math to do with a sphere and a tangent, we make a prediction to the horizon. Because that's the thing that you're saying is causing the boat to disappear from the bottom up, isn't it?
Boat disappear, and it has been proved that Earth is sphere. And Sheepdog was asking,
dude. Slow down. I'm just trying to point. I'm just trying to point out to you that. I mean, you seem very confident that it's been proved, but when I've gone out to do this, and when my colleagues have gone out to do this in the real world, when we get our telescopes out and our high-powered zoom cameras, we don't see a horizon at 3 miles away when I'm at 6 foot. We can see horizons away at 10, 20 miles away. If we increase the optic, increase the altitude, it's much, much, much further. So the problem is we don't see what you're claiming, my friend. That's one of the reasons why we're here. You think it's been scientifically proven. You think that this, I don't know, old wives' tale is true. But when we go out to test it, it isn't.
So you are saying that Earth is flat?
Yeah, measurably so. Water is horizontal upon the surface, yes.
Oh, very good. Very kudos to your thinking, kudos to your theories. You know everything and you question the truth and you try to disprove the truth. That's very good. That's a new approach.
I appreciate that. The claim is quite simple. The Earth is a sphere, which means we should measure curvature. We don't measure curvature. Water lays horizontal upon the surface. And being that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then the Earth is flat. It can't be a sphere.
So very good. You are very thinking good, but I don't have the ability, the humongous ability to prove this type of what to say. Logics, this type of peculiar logics to disprove your logic. So as I as I don't have the ability, so you are okay. The Earth is flat from now on. I will also believe the Earth is flat. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just leaving now. I'll join later. Very good.
Okay, my friend. Well, you're welcome back anytime. Good to have spoken to you.
And who are you speaking? I can't see here.
My name is Jedi.
Jedi. Where is Jedi? Oh, yeah, Jedi 09676. So you have proved me that Earth is flat. When we increase our technology, increase our ability to see the boat, we can see the boat. So if we see the boat increasing by the technology, then how it is proved that Earth is round? So we can increase our technology and we can see the boat. So Earth is not round, it is flat. If we increase our technology and cannot see the boat, then it would have been proved that Earth is flat, Earth is round. But technology is showing us that Earth is flat and water is stagnant. Water is there in the air. 70% of water is still lying in the surface. So this type of logic I've heard first time in my life. Thank you, Jedi.
No problem at all. Like I said, you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Hey guys. No. Hello. Hi, hi.
How do you explain gyros?
They spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean friction.
Of course you don't.
Wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. And isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
You said it supports. Hold on. You said it supports a globe. You're going to have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center.
Yeah. How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah. How did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth as a giant sphere? Like, where was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
no, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere. Okay, so how did somebody equate that formula to that it's a giant sphere? How did somebody do that? You know?
No. So you observe.
Huh? You observe something happen. Yeah, we've already covered that. How do you know it leads you to believe that you're on a giant ball?
That's the conclusion.
No, it's not. It's a presumed cause.
No. So
yeah, you think it's a giant ball. You think it's a giant ball spinning. You didn't see that in the observation of the thing actually doing what it's doing.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of the observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not observing a giant sphere at any time. So
that's
my question. You just said it does. You said it concludes that. What do you mean it doesn't conclude that? All right. So if your formula shows in some manner that it points to a globe, I want to know where does it do that? How did you come up with that? Did you just make it up? Did somebody just make it up?
You could just do it from the observed precession at different latitudes.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know the latitude, which is referencing a spherical coordinate system, is actually showing that the Earth is a globe? Did you forget that? When you say latitude, what are you referring to? Well, a spherical coordinate system, of course. But how did you get that? Everything leads to another. So you're going to have to peel the onion layer of all the claims that you're stacking down to the very root of how you know the Earth is what you think it is, so that your observation of that thing that you're doing, your precession, is what the formula says that it is of a giant sphere spinning around. So you need to go all the way back to what everything references, like latitude, the spherical coordinate system, and try to figure out how you got to a ball in the first place. So that's what we're asking. You can't just assume you see something move and then presume that it's a globe. You can't do that. You're begging the question, sir, and a lot of other logical fallacies.
If it's a circle, it has a chance to be a globe.
Yeah, we're not worried about if it's something. We're saying the observation doesn't determine whether it is the thing. Understand? This is going based upon observation and doing a test. You don't determine that the Earth is a globe based on precession, do you?
No, it provides evidence for.
No, well then no is the answer. You correctly stated no is the answer. So therefore, you're making an assumption that you think it's a big giant sphere spinning around, causing that thing that you're looking at to move the way it does.
You just turned the
best working theory. That's what a best working theory is.
Yeah, a best working theory is not what we're asking for. We're asking for the exact conclusion determination test that gives us the understanding that it is that. And you don't have that with something processing. Sorry, not working. You just provided evidence that you can't show that it's an exact giant sphere. So it's a no-go at this point. Non-point, it's moot. Got it?
Well, no, but I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you got nothing left but a jaw that's wide open right now.
I mean,
Any more?
who cares? Who really cares about like whether I'm pulling like a soy face at the moment or not?
You are,
Like,
dude. You can't even talk.
Yep.
Who?
Yeah, you're stuttering, dude. That's just evidence that you ran out of shit to say. Your little shtick doesn't work in here, bro. None of it. None of you guys that come in here claiming shit and can't prove it. None of it's gonna work.
I don't have to prove that gyroscopes.
Well, then have a seat. Then have a seat. Have a seat and let somebody else try to prove it, huh? How about that? Just have a seat. Listen to somebody else try to prove it. Meanwhile, you eat your Cheerios or whatever it is in the morning you eat.
You have no standard of proof.
Yeah, it's actually
There's no standard of acceptance.
Yeah, well, standard of acceptance. So you're telling me that all I have to do is believe that this gentleman is telling me that something's moving around, therefore I can conclude that it's a sphere?
No, you're like
Jaffaria?
totally shut off to the idea.
Yeah, hold on. No. We're not shutting ideas off. What we're shutting off is people making false conclusions like he was making. Do you think it's...
You haven't explained how it's
I'm not
false.
talking to you anymore.
Incorrect,
Put your stuff on mute, Cosmic. Put your stuff on mute. Let me talk to Jaffaria. So, Jaffaria, do you think it's correct for me to just go ahead and conclude that the Earth is a sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
No, you can just totally disregard everybody's information that they can.
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me right now that can I conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fine.
No,
You can do
answer
it.
the question, sir. Answer the question.
You're
Can I
entitled to your own
conclude?
opinion.
Well, I'm asking you. What is your opinion? Do you think I can conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on a precession? Yes or no?
If your logic can do that, you can. You could. Yes.
I'm asking you. You. Don't project things onto me.
Okay.
Yeah, you.
Ask it again.
Can
I'm
you?
sorry. You worded
Can
it weird.
can you conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession?
Based on observation for myself, but
Precession. Based on precession.
precession of the equinox takes so much time. No, that's I don't have
Okay.
evidence for that. in
Thank
my
you.
experience.
Thank you. No is the
But I
is the
do
answer
believe in the
correctly
math
answered
of
by
that.
you.
I
Thank
believe
you.
it would work
Thank you.
over time.
I don't care.
Oh, you're
I don't
welcome.
care. I
You're
don't care. I
welcome.
just
You're welcome, my friend.
you just proved my point. You
Hey,
proved
you're
my
welcome,
point,
buddy.
and so did Cosmic. So thank you.
Hey, but
There you
we
go.
can finally get the fucking conversation a little bit further than where it normally
No,
is.
it's further. It's been further. You just haven't caught up. You're the one that does the catching up. We're the ones that are already way ahead of you guys, like by light years. You guys are just
Dude, you're just
now
you're
realizing
down
that.
to Earth. I'm up in the stars.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's obvious to everybody in here. Anyways, try your best, guys, because it's not going to be good enough. I guarantee it.
Well, I get you don't like me, but why are you so belligerent to new people?
No. So this is his thing.
Your shtick isn't going to work, dude. He can take whatever he wants from the conversation, but you saying that doesn't make it true. How about that?
Everyone
It's incredibly difficult to reason somebody out of a position that they have totally reasoned themselves into.
You have no reason. Listen to this, bro. I'm gonna say it like this. There is no reason for anybody to think that the Earth is a giant sphere based on processing of a pendulum. There's no reason. You didn't give one, neither did Cosmic. So I've debunked both of you guys within the matter of what, like 5 minutes?
No, there isn't,
yeah.
because it explains the behavior. It explains the behavior of the gyroscopes.
Yeah. So what? Doesn't tell us we live on a giant ball. Huh?
That's what explanatory power literally is.
Yeah. What? Telling you how something moves? That's it. You're gonna. The pendulum moves this way and that way.
So
Good
what's
for you.
beyond the Great Ice Wall?
Yeah. What's beyond the Great Ice Wall? I'm sorry, but once again, you're not in a room full of esoteric believers. You're not in that room, bro. You can't come at us with that. We're impervious to that. You have to come at us with facts, with demonstrations, with evidence of what your claim is. Now, you need to bring forth the claim if you think the Earth is a globe. Then have one of us discuss with you about it. Go ahead and produce your claim that the Earth is a globe, Jaffaria, if you're able to.
No, I have a claim that you've reasoned yourself into the world is not a globe
whatever, dude.
badly that you are unwilling to accept any information that
It's not about that. It's not about unwilling to accept it, but it's about you
I'm right.
actually being able to produce information that we can test and
So
validate.
you're saying I'm right.
Can you do that?
You agree with me.
Information. Hey, dude, telling stories is not information. That's just telling stories.
And we've heard all the stories already. We've already digested them and we've came to this conclusion. You're just telling us the same thing we've already heard.
Just like a little kitty batting around a ball of yarn, dude. Like it's gonna get boring at some time for you guys.
It's already
Like
boring.
put something on the table that you can put your money where your mouth is, instead of just keep running your mouth about how I'm not accepting whatever you're saying, because that's bullshit. If you produce evidence,
you're unable
if you produce
based on your
evidence
own
of something
logic.
that's actually true, if you produce evidence that something's true, then I would agree with it. Let's just put it that way. But since you can't, then I won't. How about that?
I was kind of agreeing with what J.D. Vance was saying about the progression of the equinox.
Yeah.
However, my personal experience
what?
in my lifetime is so short that's very hard for an individual to measure without
I know,
further
but
information.
the problem is, so what? It's not telling us that the Earth
It's
is a
proving
globe,
subjective,
which
obviously.
is the premise of this whole discussion. Is that it's going to lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around. We don't give a shit
No,
what
it's the
people
other way
think about it
around.
processing.
You're trying to
No,
prove that it's
no.
flat, aren't you?
No, dude, if you're not following the conversation, this guy is trying to say that the only way that things can process is if we're on a giant sphere.
Barely a
You need to be paying
conversation, my
attention.
friend.
Oh, it should be. You should be listening and then absorbing what someone's saying and then be able to steel man them when they say it. But you're not doing that, which is obvious because you're confused.
Well, they just listen for keywords now. They don't. If they listen to what we're saying, then something might happen to them. So they only listen for keywords, trigger words, and then they try to come back with that.
I've not heard you explain why it's not good enough.
Because it doesn't lead us to the conclusion that the Earth is a giant sphere, for God's sakes.
What other conclusion is there?
That it's not a giant sphere?
Yeah, but what then explains the different rates of precession?
Dude, that's a question for people that are trying to investigate what's the cause for the effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, you can't assume that it's what you think it is.
No one would ever take a
As in all the people who have concluded that the Earth is a sphere.
curve. You sound retarded saying gyroscopes prove the curve of the Earth.
I don't
pretty
care
crazy,
what I
huh?
sound like. You actually need to come up with a sufficient alternative explanation.
No, we don't, because that's not.
I don't, dude. I already
it
told
doesn't-
you what happens. I already told you why they do it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come up with an alternative because it's not proving that the Earth is a sphere. What are you not getting? There's no determination that it's a sphere based on precession. I just explained that to you. So
Where's
why
the
would he need to debunk
contradiction?
that? The contradiction? There is an affirmative. There isn't an affirmative, sir. You can't say it affirms that the Earth is a sphere. So you can't continue to say, well, he's got to debunk that. He doesn't have to because it doesn't affirm it.
No. So we can say we can say, right, this argument is completely valid. You can
No,
say,
it's not.
well, prove it to the highest possible degree of certainty.
No, that's
Right,
not
and
what we're asking
I
for.
say,
We're not. We're not asking
can
for
you
that.
show me? Can you show me?
Sorry. We're not asking for that. We're asking for a conclusion, a determination, a way to understand if the Earth is doing something like in motion, or in your case, that it's a sphere. And you can't prove either one. Either one, dude. You can't show me that it's in motion or that it's a giant sphere. Either one. You didn't come up with any conclusive information. Not the highest probability. We're not going for highest probability. We're going for a deterministic factor here.
And being in motion doesn't mean it has to be a ball either. So you can't just say, well, it's in motion, so it's a ball. That's retarded.
A flat Earth in motion wouldn't make sense of the
No,
precession
Earth
rates
is
we see.
flat and stationary.
Well, not according to the gyro.
But it doesn't matter, dude. You didn't.
No, gyros are not detecting Earth motion.
Well, listen, dude. You can't tell me what the Earth is based on something that you see, like a gyroscope. You cannot tell me what the Earth is based on that. That's ridiculous.
No,
and I'm exposing your ridiculousness. No, it doesn't. No, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It has explanatory power, and it's a real
Yeah,
observation.
what is it? Yeah, what is it? Yeah, so what? You're not telling me what the Earth is based on it. You're just seeing something happen and saying, "Oh, something's happening." Good for you. Something's happening. Then what?
Yeah, that's the inference. That's how arguments work.
No, it's not. Science doesn't work that way. If you're saying that you're just inferring that the Earth is a globe based on something moving, then the science didn't determine that with a cause and effect relationship. It's just some guy waxing philosophical about what he thinks the Earth could be based on an idea. So what?
Science is always based on the best working theory. It doesn't make
Bullshit,
absolute
dude.
claims.
That's bullshit. Yes, it does. What are
does
you talking
science
about?
Okay. What does science make as an absolute claim?
Dry wood burns based on combustion and other factors that cause the fire to happen. Yep, you can determine that. Dry wood burns, sir.
Do you realize, like, anywhere in science, it's always called the best working theory?
Really?
Nothing's treated with 100% certainty. Because what if we found out something about molecular combustion tomorrow that it wasn't like we thought?
Okay, go ahead. I want you to determine that that wasn't the case. Debunk that water doesn't boil at a certain. Hold on. Determine that water doesn't boil at a certain temperature, even though we know that temperature, based on the way that we observe it, has been proven over and over and time and again. It's a method, sir. Science is a method that gives us a way to understand the physical world in such a way that we can actually test it, so we don't have to go based on inferences or assumptions.
There's no such thing as an infallible method.
Who says that we're talking about infallible methods? We're talking about being able to determine the cause of an effect. So we can determine. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're determining cause and effect relationships here. And what you're not getting is that you're not doing that with what you're talking about. You're not determining the cause for an effect. So that's where you're falling short, where I'm telling you that you need to have, when you just say, no, I don't. And when we're saying, yeah, you do. If you're making the claim that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around in the vacuum of space, you need to be able to determine that with what you're claiming is able to be determined with. And if it's not able to be determined with it, then you need to abandon that and go somewhere else that you can determine it with.
If a method is fallible, it has to be treated with a degree of uncertainty.
And we're not talking about that, though. Dude. We're only talking about people that can determine cause and effect relationships, which you have not. You're avoiding the fact that you can't do it by going through this, little sophist roadmap or whatever.
The cause is the explanation for the effect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You didn't determine that, sir.
No, because that.
Yeah, you can laugh, but you didn't determine that. Did you determine that that's the cause for the effects?
Okay. What?
Did you determine? No, don't escape me. Did you determine that was the cause for the effect? That the Earth spinning around is the cause for that pendulum to be precessing?
Yeah, because that's the conclusion.
Okay, so it's a conclusion based on an inference. It's not based on a deterministic factor that you actually know that's the case. How do you know that's the case, that the Earth is what's causing that to precess?
Because that's the best explanation.
Best explanation. Here we go again. Best explanation.
I say friction.
My explanation's better than yours.
Did you isolate that cause and determine that it was that, sir? What if it's something else?
I'd say it's the magnets they use to control it.
Yep. It could be anything else. Somebody can come up with an idea of what it could be other than what you just said and debunk your claim. So it wasn't determined that that's the cause for the effect, was it?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that idea with how that works.
But you didn't do it in your case. You're just using an inference. You didn't substantiate it. You just said that's just what it is.
No, it's easy to substantiate.
Yes. No, it isn't. How did you substantiate the fact that the Earth is spinning around, sir?
Not with the magnetic pendulum, that's for sure.
Probably what's happening. That's why.
Yeah. How did you isolate that that's the cause for the effect? I want to hear this.
Because it's consistent with all our other observations.
No. Don't keep telling me it's consistent. I want to know how you determine that that's the case.
That's how I've determined personally.
How did you determine? How did you determine?
Consistent with all our other observations.
Well, consistent from what? What other observations? What are you talking about? What other observations?
Yeah, motions in the sky,
Okay, so stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Day and night cycles are giving you the indication that the Earth is spinning on its axis, giving you the reason to believe that it could be the Earth spinning, and that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the stars are moving around in the sky, the sun and the moon, or whatever you want to look up and say that is going on. How did you determine that the sky isn't moving and the Earth is? How did you do that?
It's not the sky moving around a stationary Earth.
That's what you said. I want to know how you determined that. How did you determine that?
Yeah, because it doesn't line up with any theory that makes sense.
Whoa! It doesn't line up with theory. That's not a deterministic factor, sir. It's just your idea of what doesn't make you feel good.
Theory is by nature deterministic. It's not stochastic.
No. You saying so is not deterministic. It has to be something that's observed. So it's not an observation that you. No, it's not. You didn't determine the fact that the stars are moving around or the sun is based on something that you say is the Earth moving. You didn't determine that. You said it's the best explanation, according to you.
So you're looking at what the alternative hypothesis was.
No, we're not talking about alternative. We're not talking about alternatives. We're looking for the affirmative of how you came up with the stars and the sun and moon are moving based on the Earth's rotation. That's what we're looking at. How did you determine that? We're not looking for alternate theories.
Yeah, you can look at the relative motions of lots of bodies, and then
so we're going to something else. So first of all, we're trying to determine how the Earth's spinning. You went to stars, sun, and moon. Now you're going to determine that the stars, sun, and moon are actually the Earth spinning by going somewhere else again. We're going down a rabbit hole, sir. We're never getting to the conclusive evidence that the Earth is determined to be spinning around. You're looking at other things instead of looking at the Earth, which is what you should have been with your observation of the Earth actually determining that it is in motion by observing it doing what you think it's doing. You're not doing that right now. You're going to other things. You went from stars, sun, and moon to something else that you're trying to make a conclusive information about, and you can't even do that. You're not doing that right now. I'm just taking you round and round and showing how you're illogical. It's not even logic. At some point, you're going to run out of steam and you're going to give up. You're going to throw your hands up and say, well, you see, I can't prove it to you. Of course you can, because you can't even prove it to yourself.
You haven't given me a standard of proof.
The standard is you have to observe this in nature somewhere. And if you observe the Earth spinning in nature, then yes, you can make that claim at least from the observational standpoint. And then you can possibly test for it to validate if it's the cause or the effect or not. You haven't done that. So I'm showing the audience how you're just using an inference and your best idea and a subjective opinion. That's all you're doing. You're in no way determining that that's the Earth in motion. In no way. That's all you got to say? Have a seat, sir.
You can look at videos from orbit.
Have a seat, Cosmic.
You can't get to orbit until you tell us how you prove the Earth is a ball and spinning.
Yeah. And you can't do it with precession, obviously, because I just took you through the rigmarole of showing how you can't even do that.
Oh, well.
So now abandon ship, or else, this barrage will not stop, dude. It will continue until I pummel you into oblivion of your incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
You can make your bed if you want, but you're going to have to lie in it, sir. Yeah, playtime is over. 24/7 means serious business, man. They're going to know when we come out of the scene, on the scene, dude. They're going to step aside.
Except you've entered no serious academic scene whatsoever.
Sure, we will, though. And we'll prove it to the world.
So what do we?
That's what we aim to do.
What do we need to do now?
Couldn't you just do that already if you have all the facts right?
What do you want us to do? I'll get on it.
You got this, however many people. Literally just submit a paper with all the proof.
To who?
Put it online. It's a free. It's
the address. Post the address in here where I'm sending it.
No, online isn't there's no specific address for on the internet. I'm just saying, if you publish a paper with all your proof,
So you need what kind of proof now? Which one are you looking for?
You're proving that the Earth is flat and stationary, aren't you?
It's measured that way, yeah.
Right. So then you
NASA
just
says that. I'm just going to use NASA's documents.
right. Okay. You don't think NASA will be like, hey, this is why we put this in this paper. Here's the context.
Just
Nope, they say it's flat and stationary. That's the only way you're going to build or fly an airplane.
So NASA is going to say, "Oh, yes, you called
Cosmic, have a seat, dude. You wouldn't know what NASA says. You can't speak for NASA, not even a little, dude. Just sit down. You're an embarrassment. Have a seat, bro.
Were you talking to me or him?
Yeah, but just have a seat because you're just embarrassing
You
yourself.
don't even know that what NASA says. You think that I'm wrong, and that's funny shit. You think they don't contradict themselves.
Yeah, and he wants to speak on the behest of NASA. What a joke.
Just have a seat and try to recognize how you're processing in your chair.
Right. Okay.
Can't even get his way out of this argument.
So do you think the guys that keep coming in here and getting beat up by us, do you think that in real life they actually like that too?
Yeah, they're probably misogynistic for sure. Whipping boys for the narrative. That's all these guys are.
You have such ridiculously high opinions of yourself.
Well, it's not just that. We have evidence or receipts. Like this conversation we just had, that's evidence that we can do what we do and we're good at it. We're fucking damn good at it.
Yeah, we're really good at it. We have high opinions of ourselves. Isn't that awesome? And you have a low self-esteem.
No, I just consider like I'm a flawed human like anyone else who just tries to understand the world the best
And
they can.
nobody's talking about fallibility here. We're talking about confidence in what we're saying. And that's what we're saying is we got that on lock. So nothing to be worried about there.
We got rid of a bunch of flaws, so we're a little bit better than you now.
Bro, you should hear yourself.
Yeah, it's good. We are. We have a stream that we can record our voices and then play it back whenever we want. Although we don't need to because we lived it, but you probably need to listen back to it to see how badly you got destroyed. And be like, damn, man, they kicked my ass.
Go back and listen to Anon from this morning for the past 4 hours. You'll laugh your ass off. That might be the clip of the year.
They kicked my ass. Holy smokes. What am I doing going in there?
It's just the behavior of a narcissist, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can keep yapping. Well, we got what it takes. You don't, bro. So there's that, right?
It's self-declarations, nothing.
Yeah, I told you we have receipts. The evidence of the conversation we just had is a demonstration of what I'm saying is true. I've crushed you and that other clown that was piping in here, Jaforia clown.
Okay, I say back, I crushed you. Well, look.
Yeah, but you didn't. That's the problem.
But
yours
you
is an empty claim. Mine is a validated one.
Yours is.
You can't do what I do, bro.
Is a valid one.
You can have a dream that you can do what I do, but you fall short every time you open up your Dorito hole.
Bro, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are.
You don't have to. It's evident. I don't care what you think. The evidence is in how I shut you down, you clown. Damn right.
Do you actually think you guys would survive like 30 seconds in front of like a panel of academics who are like
their mouth would be as gaping wide open? Their mouth would be as gaping wide open as yours.
Yes,
Are
I
you
absolutely
serious?
can. Yes, I sit with them all day long.
You're gonna have nothing left, dude, when you leave this place except for your shame, and maybe a pillow you can cry into.
Yep, total shame. Gonna have to cry into my pillow.
Lay down face down into your pillow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just gonna be crying all night over this.
You're doing it now. Everybody's listening to you do it now.
This
But
and
you,
other things.
but you guys are mean, and you think you're gonna be accepted. No one's gonna accept you. Like, shut up, dude. Let us do what we do. While you listen
You've had
there,
over
eat
100 years.
popcorn and cry on your pillows.
Like, you've had over 100 years and you've done nothing. Literally. Well over 100 years and nothing.
Yeah, dude, keep cheerleading for the narrative. You like that hunchback guy that comes out on 300 that sides with the Persians. That's like you right now.
You guys still going?
What do you think 24/7 means?
You're not done anything in between.
Again, what do you think 24/7 means? What does that mean? 24/7.
Something to do with like 6, 7, or what about like 8, 5? You know, instead of like 24-hour, 7 days a week convenience store hours.
Oliver's back again.
Yeah, I'm just finishing off some work, really.
So in other words, you just reset? Okay.
Reset? What?
Yeah, you erased all your programming from what happened before, the interactions, and you're coming in here brand new. You reset.
Okay. I mean, I have a memory, so
And it's flawed because you're coming in here acting like nothing happened the last time.
what do you mean nothing happened?
You see, you're doing it now. You're erasing your own memory at real time. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm aware there was a conversation prior. Literally the first thing I referenced.
Yeah, how'd it go? You went down in flames, remember?
I mean, your interpretation is always that you destroy whoever comes on.
Well, not whoever comes on, just like you and maybe a few other tryhards.
If they try to argue against you, anything you say, you just declare as a victory.
Well, it's only a victory because you don't have any evidence to the case.
No, you just dismiss it and say no. Like, why?
Yeah, really?
Why are you even bringing it?
So what evidence did you have with the pendulum actually producing evidence that the Earth is actually spinning? What's the evidence? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You produce the same script.
Let's hear it. Oliver, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
No, because you just run your script.
Let's hear it.
What? So you can run your script?
Yeah, so we can prove that I'm right and you're wrong. How about that?
A script is not proving you're right.
Let's hear it. Are you scared, Oliver? Show the audience that you prove that the Earth is spinning on its axis with precession of a Foucault's pendulum. Go ahead.
Well, any gyro or pendulum or whatever.
Oh, any? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. It's just evidence for it. But again, you're gonna say the whole it's begging the question.
Yeah, how? How is it evidence? How is it evidence that the Earth is spinning? Or that it's even a shape?
Because to process at different rates, right? It would have to be tangential to the level of the surface you're on. So to have like maximum tilt 0 drift at the pole and then maximum drift 0 tilt the equator.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be spinning relative to a curve on an axis. You have to be spinning
Really?
at a tangent.
Okay. How did you prove that the Earth is that you're making a claim for?
That's a mathematical proof.
Mathematical. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the physical world, and where we're all standing on, you didn't prove that the Earth is an actual shape. You're just in math, only in math.
No, we see it. The physical proof is the
So,
observation.
yeah, we see what? What are we seeing? We're seeing the curve somewhere. We're seeing the Earth spin somewhere. Where are we watching the Earth spin?
That it processes at different rates. This is why I just
Where
say
do we?
you just run your
Okay,
script.
where do we see the Earth doing this? That's all I'm asking. Where are we? You're going to take us somewhere geographically? We're going to see this spin that you're saying is happening. Where are we watching that at? Where's the observation of this?
What, the observations all over the place. What do you mean?
All over the place. What are we watching? The Earth ain't doing anything when we're looking at it. It's just there.
You're observing like a gyro of some kind.
Yeah, that's not the Earth. That's not the Earth, is it, Oliver?
I'm aware that's not the Earth. That's not.
Okay, well, we're not making an observation of the Earth, which is what you need to be doing. If you're saying the Earth is moving, if you're saying the Earth is moving, and I'm telling you, well, how did you find that out? You're like, well, I looked at a pendulum. Okay, how do you know that the pendulum's giving you information because of what it's doing, it's processing according to you, and that would indicate that the Earth is doing something. So, okay, now let's go to the Earth. Well, what do we witness the Earth doing? Nothing.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Well, really, how does it work? You tell me how it works.
You spin with the Earth. So
you do? Really? So you're spinning with the Earth. How do you know this is happening, Oliver? You're making these grandiose claims. You're not backing them up.
Yeah, again, because if you're watching the pendulum process, right,
Yeah.
and it's fixed in an inertial reference frame, but you're moving with the Earth's reference frame, then
How do you know that?
because that's what it concludes.
No, it doesn't conclude that. You conclude that. You're inferring that. We don't conclude that by going to nature.
You have to show it's not sensible for me to conclude that.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's no motion of the Earth detected or observed. There you
I
go.
just explained why.
You said mathematical proof. You said that.
No. I said that in the model,
there's no motion to detect. Prove me wrong.
You'd be moving within the reference frame. So
yeah, so you say. How can you prove that?
No, you don't. You're seeing the pendulum process. So,
yeah, I know that for the millionth time. Everybody sees it move around. You can call it precession, but precession is also implying that you're saying something is in motion. Therefore, that's what's making that do that. Right? Isn't that what that's implying?
Yeah. There has to be an external reference frame that it's spinning with regards to.
Okay, so how did you prove that?
Because that is how physics works.
Yeah, that's how physics works. You really can't prove it, can you?
Ain't right.
Something is spinning, right?
I know that. It's the pendulum. Duh. But how did you prove that the Earth is, bro?
Because that's the most logical conclusion. How is it illogical?
It's illogical because we don't see the Earth in motion. We don't detect the Earth in motion. Hello.
I wonder if you could put that into a syllogism. If it's logical, can you put it into a logical syllogism for us?
What you want, like premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion? Or something?
Yeah.
You said it's logical.
Sounds like a fair ask. Go ahead, Oliver.
Yeah. So, in a fixed inertial reference frame, right, on a motionless body, the gyro should spin on one axis and shouldn't deviate in its precession, right?
I don't know. You're telling the story, right? You don't need to ask me a question in a syllogism.
Is that false? Is that a false premise?
Well, you need to go ahead and give premise 1, premise 2, and a conclusion. Let's see if it actually is logical.
Is premise 1 false?
Dude, What are we testing here? Are we talking specifically about the Earth? Because you're not saying Earth, and that's weasel about you not to do that.
Any state
No,
space.
no. What we're talking about is the Earth. So use it in a logical syllogism that you have the Earth in a reference of what you're speaking of.
On a stationary Earth.
If you there you go. Go ahead.
On a stationary Earth, a spinning pendulum, right, should remain in its fixed reference frame because the Earth is a fixed reference frame relative to the observer.
That's not true.
Okay, can you explain why?
Yeah. How can you know of any of the contending forces that are putting any thing that you can know if you don't know what those forces are outside of your known observation? What if there's something else causing that effect? Have you ruled out things that you couldn't possibly know? And the answer is no. You couldn't. It's impossible to know things that you don't know. So how do you know that the Creator has it set up to where we are living on a motionless Earth, yet something else is causing that to happen? What if it's something else? Did you account for this something else?
So the counter is that something outside of the known laws of physics could be causing it to move.
How would you know that, though? There's no way to give the affirmative.
Yeah, because it's a weak argument.
No, it's not. It's something that you can't provide evidence for because it's no way to detect that. So if we say we see something happening, yet we don't know the cause for it, like what gives things a propensity to move in the direction that they do based on the laws of physics, you wouldn't be able to tell me what the cause for the effect is. You could just tell me what the effect is and how to quantify it. But as far as like being able to tell me the underlying laws that govern that effect, you wouldn't be able to tell me what that is. Just like you can't do it now. Just like you can't do it now.
No, because it implies that there's no correlation with any
think
other
about it.
geographic fact.
Think about it. You use gravity in the same sense. It's the same thing. Gravity is used as a law, not just you're thinking of a theory in your head. But I would ask you, how do you know that cause is what's making the effect do what it does? You wouldn't be able to tell me how you know what you know. You just like, that's just a prevailing theory. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you didn't put what the cause is as a scientific validated affirmative. You weren't able to do that. Just like you can't do it here.
You're appealing, right, to saying, I don't know, therefore it could be anything. And I'm saying there is a direct...
Listen, we see things happening on this earth. And sometimes the cause for those effects aren't able to be understood by any way that we could physically achieve that kind of quantification. We're not able to quantify something that we don't know, which is what you're trying to do. You're filling in the blanks. It's like gravity of the gaps or whatever. You're trying to insert something. You're inserting something that you think could be the case, but you're not really sure. When it comes right down to it, you're just making an inference as what you think it could be.
Yeah, it's the strongest inference.
Exactly that. But it's not a conclusive evidence, so it's not true. My rebuttal to what you said was true, that it's not a conclusive, truthful information. It's not self-evident. It's not self-evident. So it can't be something that's true, because otherwise it'd be self-evident. I wouldn't need to tell you that. We'd all just know.
Yeah, the only thing you can establish as self-evident is like, I think, therefore I am.
Therefore, premise one is untrue. It's not a true premise. There you go.
So almost every conclusion is untrue by that standard.
Well, that's your standard, bro. That's your standard. Therefore, it's not true. Listen, dude. You shot yourself in the foot, because by your own words,
you
set up a standard that there's a standard that you set up that you can never prove anything to be true based on what you just said.
What's your epistemic foundation for true and false, since you're talking about this?
Objectivity. So being somebody who's an empiricist, you'd have to be able to detail by the resources that we have to attain information, such as finding things out with a scientific validation of a cause and effect relationship based on a methodology that we could perceive in ways that we've been able to detect, like validating, how dry wood burns by using a cause-effect relationship, and identifying the causal mechanism, like dry wood burning with combustion, and being able to say the affirmative that this is the case by testing and validating this specific information. and or any other subject that we could come into that we can use applied science and mathematics to validate things in the physical world, and not just use the I think it could be reasoning with the inference and calculations and such, like what you're trying to use. And so it leaves a lot to be desired in the case of people wanting to know things, such as you. You're confused about reality. You think it's just this whole thing where your mind is making everything up as you go, and it's not the case. We're all having the common human experience where we all have the same experience amongst each other. We can test and validate things amongst each other and be able to say when someone's wrong. Like you can't just say that the pendulum precessing is because the Earth's in motion, because it's not a true statement. You don't know that.
No, because then you'd be assuming that the scientific method is infallible.
Yeah, dude, here's what we're saying though. You didn't validate with any scientific methodology that that's the true case. You didn't do that, did you? Used inference according to you.
You've got a observation, a hypothesis, and a conclusion.
Is it consistent?
No,
is it
because
consistent?
You didn't make an observation of the physical world. In other words, I didn't go outside in the field and check to see what the Earth is doing and then say, aha, I see the Earth in motion. I'm going to test it now to see if it is or not. You didn't do that.
No, that's not. No, that's
yeah,
not
I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So the only thing you did was you conjured up an apparatus in which you're thereby making a conclusive ideology that it's the Earth in motion, but you didn't rule out any of the other factors that it could be because you don't know any of the other things that could be putting some kind of stress on that particular thing. So you don't know that. Right. You're just making this idea that it is.
You can apply there's examples that I bet there's an example that I can give you which contradicts what you say, and will leave you scratching your head and wondering about those unknown forces that AV's talking about. For example, the Elias effect.
Go ahead.
Right, what's the Elias effect? Do you know about it?
No, go ahead.
So it's the anomalous, inconsistent precession of a Foucault pendulum during an eclipse. Still has scientists scratching their heads.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that debunks the whole idea that you think it's just one thing causing the effect. There you go. You're debunked by proof of the Elias effect. So then that's as far as
on an eclipse.
You're like Beavis and Butthead. Dude, he just proved that your whole statement was incorrect. Not only because he used an inference, but because he debunked you because he found something that was opposite of what your claim was. So you're thoroughly debunked. What more do you want, bro?
No, it's not. It's like claiming you turn it down to vacuum pressure and try to set wood on fire.
You want us to dance a jig on your claim? What more do you want, bro? Everything's given to you that debunks what you're saying. Everything.
Yeah.
Even your own word, bro.
If I vacuum out the space and try to start a fire, right, does it neglect the fact that fire
We're not talking about fire, you half-wit. We're talking about pendulum precessing. What do you always do this?
Well,
what about sugar cookies? If I ever ate 5 sugar cookies, how would that make me feel afterwards? Like, shut up, dude. Stick to the damn premise.
You gave the analogy, you spastic.
Stick to the damn premise, which we're talking about, the precession of a pendulum being that the cause of the effect you didn't prove, like not using an inference. Come on, bro. You need to get with the times.
The times, bro. Yeah, there's almost nobody who believes
it. Shut up, bro.
What does that even mean? There's almost nobody who believes that. You're in a room full of people who not only say they believe it, they know it. It's beyond belief. The belief part, there's people who believe it, but they can't prove it. We proved the Earth is flat. Beyond all doubt. It's beyond belief. This is knowledge. You know that.
No, you haven't.
What's funny, the only thing he said he knows is that he is. I think, therefore I am. So then everything else is up to interpretation. He could be wrong.
So in his own worldview, he believes.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, because then you have to assume knowledge is infallible. So then you have to say Gettier cases don't exist. So then you have to say that you can't possibly be wrong in your assessment.
So all that gas that you're blowing at us about you saying that pendulums are precessing because of the earth in motion is shit that you don't even know because you just believe it. There you go. You, by your own admission, you just proved that you can't prove anything. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can't prove most things with 100% certainty.
Yeah.
That's what the scientific field realizes.
Including precession. Lump that shit in there.
Yeah, not with 100% certainty. That's what the scientific field is based on.
Yeah. So therefore, you're just making shit up. All right, we got you.
Yeah, you don't ask anything online. Does science assume things with 100% certainty?
I'm not going to talk to Google or anything else. I'm just talking
so you've
to
got your own proprietary definition of science then.
Right.
No, science does prove things 100%. You're either going to prove the hypothesis at 100%, or you're going to prove the null at 100%. You'll guarantee a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, at that point you have your own proprietary definition. And
Oh my God, dude, shut up.
But you do.
Does a scientific hypothesis only allow for one of two outcomes?
That's it. Either true or it's a binary.
I want to hear what I was asking him.
Go ahead.
Like Cosmic, right? Does a scientific hypothesis only allow for one of two outcomes?
What do you mean? It's one of any variety of outcomes.
Okay, the way you structure a scientific hypothesis will only allow for the outcome of one of two outcomes, right?
What? Either it's proven in some way or disproven.
Right, so A will cause B or A will not cause B.
I'd say it's a bit of a simplification, but sure. For heuristics case, fine.
Right. Wouldn't you say that's pretty objective?
Yeah, but I don't take I don't apply. I'm not a Neoplatonist on logic. I think it's a very weak position.
Yeah, and yours is strong. Your position's strong.
Well, if you're a Neoplatonist on logic, then you have to deal with the problem of universals, Gettier cases, fallibility. Like you just open a can of worms where if you're wrong about something, you performatively contradict yourself if you can be wrong about anything.
That's where repeatability comes in, because the first person that does it, right, they're going to state the environment in which it was conducted, right, all the control variables, etc., etc. Someone else comes along, does it does it the exact same way as detailed by the first person, right, and gets a different result. Then they have to start looking for whatever variable that wasn't controlled for in their setup, that wasn't realized by the first person, right? Or wasn't realized in the second person by the second person, like, etc. They have to try and figure out like what it is, why it was that they got a different result, right? Was there any variables unaccounted for, etc., right? And that's part of the investigation, right? Of figuring out, like, till they get to the point where they identify why there was a different result, and then they can perform it again and see if they get the same result or a different one. Like, they can then introduce that other variable that wasn't accounted for. Maybe the variable that gave a different result in the second attempt, right, wasn't present in the first attempt, right, etc., etc.
I'm agreeing with you. Like, my issue is, so AV talked about noise in the last conversation. You can basically never expect to get in science or anything the exact same conditions and exact same results. That's why there's always like a confidence interval. They're talking science about like 6 sigma because
Yeah, but
because they
you're
know there's variance.
hold on, man. Your rebuttal's convoluted. You're trying to lump in a lot of factors that we're not talking about in specific cases. So that's what you're doing. You're getting confused. In other words, you don't need to be
No.
confused about. Yes, you are. You don't need to be confused about specific cases. You need to be specific about them so that you can understand the difference between some ones that you're a bit ambiguous about that you couldn't find a cause for an effect, and others you can. So in certain cases, I would say that you probably could lean on that idea, being like, well, we're giving a kind of an inference on what we think is causing this effect, but it's not in the case of the physical world being something that we're saying with the Earth in motion. It's more binary. Either you find the cause for the effect or you don't. You can't say, I think it could be, and let's run with this theory. You can't do that. I mean, obviously you can, but not to the effect of knowing something or not. So you are wanting to put it in that category, and you can't. You can't shoehorn the idea that we're going to take, for example, you're saying that it's an inference that you have, and then we're going to take it to be as a cause for the effect that, maybe something we can know, because we don't know that. We can never know that.
What do you mean you can never know that?
Yeah, because you'd have to be in a position to tell us that the Earth that you're looking at on the ground is in motion from a perspective that you can't get to. So you'd have to be in more like an orthographic perspective outside of. So there's no way you can do. Have you been outside of the Earth to see it in motion?
Obviously not.
Well, then that's the problem. If you can't do that, then it's impossible to say that it's in motion because you're in this reference frame where you're on the Earth. The best you can come up with is your inference. That's it, and that's as good as it gets. It's never gonna be the cause for the effect. It's just what you think the cause is.
I always think it's as good as it gets. And by the way, if you say there's no such thing as fallibility, because as soon as you introduce fallibility, right, you're saying that it can't be binary truth or false. It has to be within a degree of accuracy.
Your hypothesis introduces fallibility, right? That's the if A then not B.
What do you mean? I'm saying
you're aiming to falsify your alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a strong inference.
No, it's either going to or it's not going to.
If you're talking about a hypothesis concerning the motion of the Earth, can you formulate that hypothesis? Because I don't think
I don't have one.
I don't think there is one. Because first thing I'm thinking about is the observation. What I will observe to just infer that hypothesis.
That's what I was trying to tell him, Necros. Exactly that. I was trying to let him know that, but he just kept avoiding that.
Because you could do this with anything. Like, for example.
Okay. Right, like a drone or a helicopter.
No. I mean, even like you cite your laser experiments. Instead of trying to give a counter explanation, I could just say it could be anything. Have you established everything possible that could be happening? So I could just throw it back at you, and we could get nowhere.
What, like impossible meteorological conditions?
Yeah, try it. I'd like to see you try. Give us one example that we use that you could actually use that with. I want to see if you can actually perform what you say you can. Put your money where your mouth is, Oliver. Let's see you do it.
What with the laser experiment?
I don't care. Whatever we've said that you said you can use this particular argument for.
Yeah, we can go with that. Yeah, how about you produce meteorological conditions sufficient to curve a laser beam around a globe?
What, suggesting that a laser couldn't refract by less than 1 degree?
Go ahead.
If you want, if that's what you're going to go with, what's wrong with that?
So So you've eliminated the possibility, right, that in such experiments, laser light could refract by less than 1 degree.
I'm not saying it can. I'm saying that you believe that it can. So show us.
What, that light can refract by less than 1 degree?
Show us the meteorological conditions that are necessary to produce what is shown with the FE core demonstration.
No.
Except with the globe.
No. So that's not what's meant by logical possibility, because what AV is talking about, referencing before, is logical possibility. So it's not me proving the counter. It's saying, does the logical possibility exist for the laser light to refract by less than 1 degree?
I think the assertion that meteorological conditions, that the idea that they could exist, is illogical to produce a laser beam that curves around a ball.
Okay, can you give an argument for that?
I just did.
Yeah, can you explain why?
Because I have looked everywhere for the meteorological conditions that could present such a case and can't find it. If you can, that'd be great, because that would really help me out.
Yeah, that's called the anecdotal fallacy.
Well, I'm looking for evidence. I'm looking for data. So if you want to do evidence and data, like all evidence and data anecdotal, then we're done here.
You haven't casted.
So we're talking about logical possibility.
Cosmic, you haven't casted any doubt as to why it could be the case. You didn't tell him like, oh, okay, well, there was an anomalous event that this weather actually turned out to be this, and then it bent the laser exactly how you might say that it's bending, but you didn't provide. Listen, dude.
Oliver, listen.
Well, if you didn't provide if you didn't provide a method by which weather actually does do what you say it does, then you can't give something to Yoder as if this could be the case. Like, this could be the case, and you give him something to think about, then he could be like, oh, well, yeah, you went back in like 1872 where it hacked, and the weather was weird, and the laser bent, or what. You didn't do that. You didn't cause any doubt. No doubt was caused.
I can give an absurd example of this very discussion with somebody else who said it was logical. He said it in here that it is logically possible that a black hole inside the Earth could be producing a gravitational field sufficient to bend the laser beam around the ball like what we see.
No, according to
that's what he said. So if you want to go with logical possibilities, he asserted that this was a logical possibility. And on what grounds is it logical or even possible?
Magic fairy dust in the atmosphere bends the light, and Oliver says that's okay because you haven't found a magical fairy dust yet, so it's still possible.
You're correct, and I realize that this is an extreme example, which is kind of to highlight the absurdity of what this is about and where this is going. In your case, that is less extreme, but nevertheless still absurd.
Yes, so we already have examples of this with quite extreme mirages, Fata Morgana inverted chips seemingly looking up in the sky.
I want to see the laser beam.
Yeah, the laser beam is what's in contention.
Yeah,
bending to the specific number that you gave out. So the laser has to bend in the specific number to give at least the doubt using mirages. Less than 1 degree using mirages. So now you're gonna have to bend the laser through the mirage in order to at least give some doubt to Yoder right now. Can you do that?
Right. It's the degree over the distance too. So I want to see the weather conditions. I want to see the physical soup, the atmospheric soup, the evidence that the atmospheric soup's composition and dynamics are such that it's producing this bending effect on the laser.
No, because you're calling it the proof. You're making the positive claim.
I'm asking for you to substantiate yours.
No. So I'm just being skeptical. I'm citing that is there a logical possibility, right? That
I don't think there is.
No.
Right. Okay.
No.
Why?
On what grounds would there be?
Yeah, logically. On what grounds logically would there be?
Logically, that the Earth would be curving.
Yeah. The meteorological conditions would allow the light to refract by less than 1 degree in the given temperature conditions on that time.
Yeah, over that distance. What is required for that? I want to see evidence that could exist in reality.
Yeah, a strong temperature gradient in a certain region over a certain height. So I'm saying, is that a logical possibility?
But there's more than that. There's more than that. You need to add the rest of it. No, you need You need to add the rest. You need to pass out the other details involved, the prerequisites that must exist in order for that to occur. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid, right? The other one is that the light leaves the device in a straight line initially.
Yeah. So we can assume the light leaves in a straight line upon exiting the laser housing.
And what about the other part?
Yeah, so it's investigating.
The Earth is a spheroid.
Investigating to prove that the Earth is flat. So the former is that it's not flat. So as you said, one of two hypotheses, like a null hypothesis as well, right? If the logical possibility exists that the laser can refract by less than 1 degree, you haven't proven anything.
And that the Earth is a sphere, right? Then the light's going to behave as if the Earth is flat.
What do you mean?
It's going to hit its target. So you're saying there's refraction because it hits its target, not because it doesn't hit its target.
No, it's not. No, you just keep saying yes. It's not behaving as if it's flat because it is going in a curve. It's refracting by less than 1 degree. It's not behaving as if it's flat.
Based on what? What evidence?
It's going in a curve is an affirmative. You just made a claim. How do you know that's true?
Because it hits its target, right? And it shouldn't.
No, if the logical possibility exists that the laser light can refract by less than 1 degree, then it concludes it should.
Okay.
That was stupid.
Yeah, you have no.
I wish
reply.
I had the deets on that
reply.
Swiss LiDAR survey of refraction because we're talking like millirads over several miles of so-called terrestrial refraction, which doesn't even stack up.
No, you're way off. You're way off. No, I'm pretty sure you're talking about collimation, not refraction. So you're getting your terms mixed up.
No, I'm talking about a LiDAR scan of the side of a mountain where they were actually trying to measure the refractive conditions of the air itself to see what the maximum minimum are during the daytime and during the nighttime. And the amount of millirads of wander of the LiDAR dots was like freaking microscopic, dude. It was insane. And then you're saying, well, we need basically almost a full degree over this distance. It's like, all right. Yeah, we're several orders of magnitude off from that in all these studies. But if you can substantiate that is even possible, then, maybe we can move forward with testing to see whether or not it truly can happen at all, I mean, I'd like to see at least a model.
Well, so, am I seeing the Flying Dutchman in these pictures on certain days?
Yeah, what's causing that? Refraction?
Yes.
What?
How much?
Obviously quite a bit. If the ship looks like it's in the fucking air.
Oh.
All right, calm down, man.
You think that's refraction?
You're gonna have to provide evidence of that right now.
Okay, you're disputing its refraction.
Yeah.
I do actually. It's total internal reflection.
There's a qualification yes. There's a qualification of what it is in a category that belongs to. Now, if you're saying that it's a type of refraction that causes a distortion such as bending over a curve, you're going to have to prove that.
That's what is inferred by refraction.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You idiot.
Yes, it is. That's how refraction works.
Oh my God, bro.
Bro, it may be claimed that the act of refraction can allow for the light to bend around the curve of the Earth. That may be in some of the literature, right? But that it doesn't mean that refraction is specific to that instance.
Let me just say something.
It's exclusive to that instance.
You know that refraction is a general term, right? Just like gravity being a cause and effect relationship when you guys bring it up. And when you say what's causing that gravity, what's the effect that you see? Gravity. It's a general term people use colloquially so they can convey an idea, but it's not specific to the case that you're speaking of, which would be very specific. The Flying Dutchman, what type of refraction is it? It's very specific. It's not what your generalized term of refraction would be insinuating. You don't know about what you're talking about, Oliver.
Thank you, Alpha. That's the thing that I wanted someone to say. Because
it's generalized.
For him, the ship appearing to fly in the air is him. The horizon appearing farther than it should be. So the surface of water appear flat and the horizon appear far. It's also refraction. For both, there is the surface of water. It's not lifted one. There is just the boat that appears flying in the air. No surface of farther than it should be.
Necros, you're breaking up, brother.
I'm sorry, I disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah. Try again, man.
Am I coming through now?
Yeah, try again. If you break up, I'll let you know.
So for him, all those effects that you see are just refraction. He can just claim that word, that simple word, refraction. The ship appearing to fly in the air is refraction. The horizon that doesn't appear farther than it should be in the first example with the ship, with the Fata Morgana. You see just the ship being appearing in the air. And the other example where he will claim again refraction, you will see the horizon farther than it should be, like in the Black Swan. So it's not the Auric that is appearing, flying in the air. No, it's just the horizon that is farther than it should be.
I thought you guys abandoned the Black Swan.
No, hold on. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how your misappropriation of using the general term of refraction is being like thrown around here, and you're not being very specific to what type of refraction you're speaking of. So now that we got that out of the way, what specifically are you talking about refraction? Because refraction is a general term. You have to agree with me on that.
Yeah, so you could have the light bending in like a concave or convex and a motion relative to.
Okay, so now that we know, now that we know it's a general term, what specifically are you talking about?
Right, the light bending in a convex motion because of some temperature gradient that generally gets the light to bend or doing it off the top away from the normal with regards to like a perpendicular normal because of the difference in like a gradient of medium because of different pressure and humidity and temperature.
Right. How did you, now this is important, right? What I'm going to ask you, how did you quantify that type of refraction to be the type that you think would apply to the bending of the laser to the specific numeric value that you've given? How do you know that specific type of refraction would be equal to the laser bending over the distance at that amount that you said it would numerically?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a logical possibility.
No. The answer to that is no. You've been told many times no.
Yeah, you have to disprove why it's a logical possibility.
No, because you didn't give the affirmative of your knowledge base on what refraction is. There's you don't know. No, you were using the general term refraction. Specifically, there's different types of refraction. You know that, right?
In that refraction can act in different ways, but no, the fundamental principle of refraction is the same. That's why it's called refraction.
Yeah, no, you're wrong there. It's very specific to certain cases. Different types of refraction. Different types of refraction are they're categorized differently, right? So when there's air distorted and it causes like this wavy look to like with sound, what type of refraction is that?
Are you talking about aberration?
Yeah, what type of refraction would that be? Is that just refraction that you're speaking of or not? Air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about?
The fundamental principle of refraction is
Air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about? Yes or no?
No, it wouldn't be the same type of refraction.
Thank you. So now you understand it's specific, Oliver.
No, but it's all refraction. It's all the same.
No, it's not. It's that you can't keep falling back into the big pile of shit that you just got out of. So you just got out of it being a general term. You need to be specific.
No, because it's
yeah, you do.
It's not like
yeah, you do.
Not like it's complying with different laws of physics.
Well, in this case, it would be because that's going to be bending the light or the laser in a specific degree that you say that it needs to be. So your knowledge base, your knowledge base is not covering the fact that what specific type of refraction you're talking about, and/or the effect that you should see with the laser beam. You're not covering those two factors. So your knowledge base is right now lacking at the moment, and you can't make an affirmative of what would happen to give somebody doubt as to that this could be the case. You're not giving anybody any doubt because you're lacking with your knowledge.
It's a funny thing about refraction claims. The more you need, the worse it gets, because the more chromatic separation should be happening and the wavelength should be dispersing. And you don't see that with the amount that you're claiming, right?
I do not know what you're referencing here.
So you shoot a laser through a prism and it separates the light into a rainbow. It's because different colors have different wavelengths, and each wavelength bends at a different angle through the same medium.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So do we have any evidence that there's a separation of colors happening through the medium?
A laser is a coherent source of light, so it's one wavelength.
Well, you're talking about Fata Morganas and stuff. Flying Dutchman is evidence of refraction. I'm asking if there's any evidence of chromatic separation in these.
That's why the light aberrates and it appears wobbled and distorted.
Well, I'm asking for the chromatic separation.
Yeah, it's not chromatic separation like a prism.
Well, why is that? Maybe it's nowhere
near as it's nowhere near like the index of refraction of like.
Is there any evidence of refraction happening then without any chromatic separation?
What? So you're questioning whether refraction is even at play in that scenario?
I said so earlier.
So but if your skepticism is at that level, then we might as well just dismiss the laser experiment entirely.
Why is that?
Because we're questioning whether even these fundamental principles are the case.
I'm bringing it to the fundamentals. If it's refraction, then the wavelength should be separating.
No, a laser light is a coherent source of light, right?
And it can separate. Right?
When you said chromatic separation,
you're going to get dispersion. You're going to get some effect.
You understand a laser is a monochromatic source?
Yes, I do.
Right. Okay. So what point do you?
So how much beam dispersion should there be? It's caused by terrestrial refraction.
Well, depends on the distance. I mean, in these FE core experiments, it looks like a fucking lighthouse in the distance. So yeah, quite a bit of separation.
Yeah. So how much of that's due to terrestrial refraction as opposed to scintillation or any other effect?
But it depends how significant the terrestrial refraction is. I'm saying that what you've not disproven is.
I mean, is it even logical to assume it exists?
Yeah. So we assume it exists because we can prove it exists.
Well, then I would love to see that proof.
Yeah, you see these events in the atmosphere.
Welcome to circular reasoning.
Yeah, that's what those events are.
You're using the claims as evidence of the proof.
That's like saying because I burn wood, I'm using the claim as the evidence of the proof.
Yeah, my proof is my claim here.
Yeah. So I say fire burns wood, and now I use my proof. That is my claim. Oh, crazy! I'm engaging in
For
circular
crystal
reasoning.
refraction to exist, we need curvature, right?
Yes, but it was built off that framework.
Oh.
If the Earth wasn't
okay.
if the Earth
So
wasn't
it's like you're
curved,
showing me a fire without the viewers being evident.
yeah, right, burning wood, right, is going to assume that there's something combustible.
Yeah, and you're saying there's curvature, and I'm saying show me the curvature is causing it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's
You're
a
like,
logical
I don't
possibility.
have to.
Yeah, and I'm saying it's a logical possibility, and you can't seem to dispute it.
Why is it logical?
Because there's nothing that says it's contradictory.
What do you mean? We've given you alternatives.
No. As in, there's no true contradiction. You can demonstrate.
Yes, there is.
What makes it a true contradiction? Oh, true now, yeah, because you say so.
Yeah, it's not true. You're just inferring that the Earth is curving and that light has to be traveling over the curve in order for us to see what we see, or what you're qualifying as, light bending over a curve. That's
Yeah,
the
so
whole
what's
premise.
the contradiction? Yeah, so what's the contradiction?
Because you didn't prove the affirmative. You can't have something that contradicts that. You're just making it up. You're like, I'm inferring this. Well, you can infer all you like. I could say it's magical pixie dust that's causing that. How do you know? I'm just making shit up, just like you are.
No, so yes, so that's what's called a trivial argument, where you have.
Yeah, it is trivial, isn't it? You can imagine it, therefore it could be true.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I could say you were doing this very thing with the gyro, where you were saying like it could be magical pixie dust for all we know.
Yeah, because you didn't make an observation of a naturally occurring phenomena. You're just inferring that within the conjuring up of the apparatus that you made up for I don't know what reason, because you thought it would be a great idea.
So it
yeah,
could be
except there's more evidence for magical pixie dust than there is for
the
globe curvature.
So the precession could be due to magical pixie dust.
It's more evidence for that than there is for globe curvature.
Right.
Cosmos.
So you're adopting the argument that you said was incredulous on the basis.
No,
of
I'm actually using yours to show how absurd it is, because of course this is not the case. There's no evidence for either.
So there's no possibility of magical pixie dust causing.
What makes it possible? Like, what makes it possible? Do you have a probability? Got p-values in your statistical hypothesis?
Yeah, I'm saying it's trivial. Not that it's
trivial,
not
as if it's so trivial it shouldn't even matter, right? So.
Yeah, but that's all. Hold on, dude. That's all subjective based on your interpretation. How do you know that there isn't actually? Hold on. Yeah. How do you know there isn't actually pixie dust?
Because he says so.
Because there's no possible way to substantiate it, so it's true.
What makes it possible?
Yeah, we're getting to it now. We're getting to it.
Yeah, quantify the possibility for me, please.
Very small.
No, quantify it, dude. Justify it with a quantification.
Yeah, shit. I'd like to see that too. A spreadsheet. I think a pie chart. Fucking think of something.
Yeah, you've got like a sample size.
What? Do you make this assessment in your head when you think about everything?
I'm not making it. I'm asking you to substantiate your assessment that something is possible here.
Yeah, if I've seen no demonstration of it whatsoever in reality, no even inference that could suggest it.
You're arguing with yourself at this point. You're arguing with yourself at this point, numbnuts.
That's pretty funny.
He's literally arguing with his damn self, man. I love it.
At least he's honest that he's actually never seen anything to substantiate this in reality. He's just like, it's all in his head.
That's why I'm saying it's trivial.
Yeah, it is trivial. So we can move on. I win, you lose.
Yeah, let's rewind and you can play the tape to your your historical self. Maybe you can argue with yourself now, and you're like, "Hey, man, I just corrected myself. Yeah, that's good. I like that."
You seem to declare a victory no matter
No,
what.
no, you declared it. You declared it, bro.
You don't follow. You don't follow any consistent
Bro,
standard of logic.
you took our side, and you shellacked yourself. You snatched your own damn wig, bro.
He did take our side.
I'm saying that by your very reasoning, right?
It's your
I'm saying that it's
reasoning.
possible.
You reasoned dude. We didn't do the reasoning. You did. Numbnuts.
No, because you said it could be. You said it could be anything with reference to the gyros.
Yeah, dude. Freak. And no, and you said there's no way to use any probabilistic way to determine that. So you're like, it's absurd. Yeah, of course. You're agreeing with us now.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah.
And now he's like, oh wait, shit, fuck. I gotta hit the reverse. Slam the brakes, hit the reverse. Shit. Beep, beep, beep. Back that shit up. Beep.
Back that shit up, dude.
Okay, a bunch of 5-year-olds.
So how do you quantify this probability, right? This possibility.
Right. So in terms of logical possibility.
No. I'm asking you for a quantification of something because that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. Quantification is just going to be a matter of it's some sort of empirical or analytical.
Right, so why is the globe logical? Go.
Yeah, because it complies with all our observations and predictions.
That's affirming the consequent. So try again.
No. So you just throw out these fallacies.
You're doing what's called backfitting. Okay, if you backfit anything in any scientific or engineering field, and you don't acknowledge it, you're going to have a bad day, and you're having a bad day with me with this right now.
We can explain this. What is affirming?
I don't care for an explanation, dude. Come on.
You threw out the fallacy. You shut out the fallacy.
I did throw the fallacy out on the table, and I'm rubbing your face in it.
Yeah, so explain your diarrhea. How is it affirming the consequent?
Okay, if Earth is a globe, then these observations should match. These observations match, therefore Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so what is key to affirming the consequent?
Because you are not allowing for other possibilities to be true. Oh shit, the shoe's on the other foot now. Fuck.
Yeah, so are you going to let me speak now? So affirming the consequence is when you tie a correlation, right, without any sequitur relationship, or why A infers B. Right?
That's wrong, actually.
You're just no. You can look this up.
That's wrong. No, there could be a causative relationship, numbnuts. Okay, and you could also have multiple causes that you're not allowing to exist either. Not just correlations here, dude. And try again.
Yeah, can you give an argument for that? Explain yourself.
Yeah. How about this one? Every time I eat a pizza, I feel full. I'm full, so I must have eaten a pizza. Guess what? I could have had a pizza.
Or a taco.
It might not be all that I could have eaten because I could have had a steak. I could have had a hamburger. I could have had waffles.
Or he could have had pizza and a hamburger, which would also make it that he's full because of the pizza and the hamburger.
The pizza's not enough to substantiate the claim, is it? And and we're dealing with causative relationships, not correlations like you asserted must be the case.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay, so try again.
No, you don't even allow a counter argument. You just declare yourself the victor.
Well, I don't allow bullshit, okay? This is like your fourth attempt at bullshit right now.
Yoda, if you shut the fuck up, you can learn something. The scenario.
I don't need you to teach me anything.
Yeah. The scenario in that case.
He couldn't do it if he tried. Anyways, Yoda.
Wait.
Right. I mean, you're making fallacious remarks left and right. Like, how am I supposed to learn off of somebody who's hawking fallacies all day?
Yoda, shut up. Right. The required antecedent, right, of eating the pizza, or the required antecedent of I feel full, would be eating the pizza, wouldn't it?
No, it could be anything else. You didn't isolate the cause.
No. In the
Every
case,
time I eat pizza, I get full.
In the case, listen for a second. Have some impulse control, right? In the case that this, in the case that the argument was true, the antecedent of feeling full would be, I have eaten a pizza. That would have to be the requirement. That would have to be the
what I didn't tell you is every time I eat a hamburger, I get full.
Yes, so it's not.
I also had a hamburger.
So, Yoda, it's not the necessary antecedent.
Right, so it's not the only thing. The point is you don't have an exclusive claim with affirming the consequent.
So what is another logical possibility to all the phenomena we see? What is the other possible antecedent?
Okay.
Oh, the Earth is flat, like we've been saying.
Yeah.
Again,
and we have
everything we see.
And we have optical distortions due to the fact that light will act differently based upon the knowledge we have of the qualification of the different types of miraging effects that occur over distance. But in no way...
And we've ruled out the pizza because we can't measure curvature, and nobody ever has.
Yeah, so it's not pizza.
We're back to hamburgers, flat Earth.
No, we have not. You just adopt a global skeptic view whenever you show.
No, we are making a positive assertion here, bro.
No, you don't. No, you say it could be anything whenever somebody shows you evidence, and then you accept the flimsiest evidence when it means.
Oh yeah, when did that happen? Just now.
Just like I demonstrated with the example of a gyro versus your shitty laser experiment.
Yeah, so it's someone who is geocentric. It will tell you that it will have the same effect if the Earth is motionless, completely motionless, but the sky is the thing that is moving. It would have the precession.
No,
and that's the thing that Einstein agrees with.
No, what the fuck are you on about? A gyro wouldn't precess if the Earth was motionless because it's sitting on the Earth, you moron.
If the Earth is motionless, and
wait, so Earth doesn't rotate?
If the Earth is motionless and everything around the Earth is moving, yeah, you would have a precession with the gyroscope, just like with the bucket and the water. If you steer the water, the bucket will just spin also. If you spin the bucket and you don't steer the water will start spinning. So it's transferred the momentum to the other thing. So that's what
Holy crap.
What does motionless mean? What does motionless mean?
The gyroscope is not attached to this Earth.
Holy crap, have we lost the plot? What are we talking about now?
Right. If the
I was just educating this Mongo here that you can affirm the consequence, still have a true statement, but you don't have exclusivity over what was the ultimate cause.
Correct.
In your very best case, in affirming the consequent can still be true, but your presumed cause may not be the only thing that's true. But in our case, we've actually measured the Earth flat, so we've ruled out the globe as a possibility for him to affirm the consequent with and make an assertion, right?
There's no
make an assertion that it's true.
There's no weight behind the
Yeah, because you're using inductive logic.
What was this? What's his fool's real name? Well, he's got a different name now. What was his name before? Oliver. Oliver, you still coping, brother?
Coping with what? I'm handling a few of them at once.
Right.
With your lack of balls.
What's up, flatties? How my flatties doing?
Hey, brother.
How about the ice wall?
Yeah, so I was just educating Oliver here on how to think clearly. He tried to say that when you affirm the consequent, you invoke a correlation, and I gave him a causative relationship as an example, blew that to pieces, which he then tried to hijack and say I was wrong about, and I blew that to pieces and pointed out to the audience what a clown he was.
No, so that's not how it works. I'm saying
that's basically what happened. Like
you require the identification.
Being too detailed for the audience's sake because this is boring as fuck.
No, because you require the identification of a necessary antecedent for the relationship to hold, right? And I'm saying, what is the alternative necessary antecedent? You're saying one that is just verifiably bullshit, and I'm saying then that is
when I measure the Earth flat, then I know your terrestrial refraction claim can't be true because yours depends on a radius.
So some other guy says he measures the Earth concave. and he says he has evidence.
Yeah, do you just accept any bullshit claim that anybody says, or do you evaluate the evidence? Obviously, the latter.
Yeah, he saw a
I don't care what he says if he doesn't have evidence.
No, he saw a ship in the sky.
You saw a ship in the sky. Great. So, how did he determine that the ship was in the sky?
Yeah, he concluded the Earth's concave.
Right. So because he saw a ship in the sky? Well, he would be affirming the consequent, wouldn't he?
No, because ships don't float.
They don't float? In the water or in the air?
Oliver doesn't.
Yeah, and
Oliver doesn't want to be held to
he
account.
saw a ship in the sky. Ships don't float, so he concluded the Earth is concave.
Right, he affirmed the consequent, right?
Did you say that's logical?
No. He's saying that it is probably the case.
You say that the concave Earth is probable.
You know what, Oliver? This is how disingenuous you are, because at the beginning of this little diatribe about the concaver, you said he measured it that way, and now you bait and switched and said, oh, he just saw a ship floating in the sky. You're a sack of shit, dude.
Yeah, he measured it.
Measurement? Okay, well, show me the measurements. Let's see it.
Yeah. Looking
see
up.
it.
Yeah, looking up, seeing it above the horizon.
Looking up is a measurement? Dude, you're ridiculous. Like, do you hear yourself? Probably not.
You're ridiculous.
Looking at in the sky is a measurement? Is that right, Oliver?
You're saying this while on a flat Earth server, and you're calling me ridiculous.
Yes, it's an ad hom, right? So it's now you're going to attack me instead of actually dealing with what we spoke about. You're saying that looking up is a measurement. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a type of measurement.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can you tell me what standard you're measuring against?
Yeah,
Did he say looking up as a measurement?
Yes, that's what he said.
That's enough to determine if Earth is concave. Like, shit, man, the double standards.
Yeah, it's the most primitive measurement, but it is a measurement.
Right. You would rather accept that somebody looking at a ship is proof of a concave Earth than you'd accept all of our flat Earth evidence.
You don't have any
thousands of times more rigorous.
You don't have any flat Earth evidence.
Can you tell us when you are?
No, we don't. The surveyors do, though.
When you are looking at something, what is the unit of measure that you are using? You are just looking at something in the sky, on the surface. It doesn't matter. Just tell me what is the unit of measure, because you are telling me that it is a measurement.
You could have any. You could have any.
Okay. What's the standard for looking up?
Tilting your head upwards.
Horizontal elevation.
Sorry, tilting is not a standard.
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead and prove that for me. Just get the citation or the standard called tilting your head upwards. Have AI do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want the wiki on what tilting is?
Yeah, tilting your head upward. Be specific.
Yeah. Let me just grab you that.
How do you know you're tilted upward?
That's another good question.
This guy's insane, man.
Yeah, this is insane. Like, for him, this constitutes better evidence than anything that we've put forth.
I mean, looking up is a measurement? Like, how far down, though?
Yeah, like, this has a higher probability of existing than a flat Earth in his view, because people, like, look up.
No, I didn't look up. No, I didn't even say that.
Okay, so where in there is the standard that we're looking for? How many tilting units?
The definition.
I didn't ask for a definition. I wanted to see if it was a standard. It doesn't say anything about measurements in here, does it?
So move or pause to move into a slope.
Move up is not a measurement. Sorry.
It is to me.
Oh, so now it's subjective.
Oh, shit.
It is. So it's you. You prefer this because you're losing this debate quite horribly. So now this is what I think. And that's where you guys usually end up. This is a bias. So now you're affirming your biases. That's fine. Go ahead.
I think we gave up with this debate like 5 minutes ago.
When you fail to quantify your claims of probability and possibilities because you admitted later that you're just imagining and conjuring ideas in your head. You pretty much bought the farm.
That's the very thing you do.
No,
do that.
Listen, you couldn't provide the quantification of a laser actually being over the surface of the Earth because you said miraging effects occur, like the Flying Dutchman, remember? So you were saying that the miraging effects affecting the laser, and you didn't have any way to quantify that.
No, it's not about quantifying it. It's saying it's logical.
Yeah, it
Absolutely is. That's how you measure shit.
You gave a specific numeric value, didn't you? Didn't you? You
By less than 1 degree.
Yeah, how did you come up with that, dumbass?
Yeah, that would be with reference to the current globe model.
Really? So
not
you didn't
reality
go outside?
then.
The Flying Dutchman is outside in reality, not in the fucking model. You
measured a degree based off a model, not reality. Good job.
Yeah, you're just gibbering.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman wasn't in a model, was it? It was out. Somebody saw it outside.
Then it was based off a model. Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, you imagined a model in your head and you took a measurement off of that. That's what really happened.
Yeah. So I'm saying, is it logically possible for the laser to have curved by less than 1 degree?
No, because we measure Earth flat.
No, because you're using your laser, right? And I'm asking you, is it a logical possibility that laser could refract by less than 1 degree over the given distance?
Because we have no evidence. We have no evidence anywhere. Therefore, no reason to even include that as a possibility. And considerations that the atmosphere is providing the conditions necessary to distort the optical path by that amount.
No, you have evidence all over the place.
Where?
Dude, he's fucking. Didn't he argue against himself just earlier about this?
He did, yeah.
You can literally see aberration by more than 1 degree.
What aberration?
How the fuck did you quantify that? How?
That something is appearing to massively.
Now you're talking about a real world observation. How the fuck did you know it's by less than 1 degree?
Yeah, I claim that this is also a matter of reflection and not refraction. The evidence for it being a reflection is the lack of chromatic aberration.
No, that's not.
Yeah. This is like rewind the clock to 30 minutes ago time.
Nope.
Right. Okay. Can we be clear here? What
we have been
reflection?
Sorry, can we be clear here? What?
It's a general term. He said, "What's refraction?" It's a general term. It's a general term that you're using to misappropriate the idea that you can actually say it's a quantifiable methodology. You're not quantifying refraction, are you?
Yeah, you're just avoiding it.
No, refraction in your mind, Cosmic, is just some glop that you can smear on holes in the wall, holes in your car, or whatever, and then paint over and hope nobody notices that there's something wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's like spackle for your busted ball.
No, you seem to hate the principle because it absolutely shits on your theory.
What's the principle?
Like your theory is just splattered with diarrhea.
I don't have a theory, number one. Number two, the principle at play has a definition that is so broad and even counterfactual that you could apply to patch any hole in your logic or reason or evidence to support whatever cosmology that you believe in. That's why we deal specifics, and that's why we demand quantification. We demand quantification so that you can't get away with using sloppy terms and definitions.
Yep.
What? You're just saying
we demand quantification so you can't get away with using sloppily defined terms, sloppily defined definitions, and so on and so forth in order to reify your imaginary model into reality, which you continuously do.
Okay, are you done gibbering? So if you're saying
not really, but I'll let you talk.
Okay, keep gibbering. Wait, I'll wait for you to stop.
I said I wasn't done, but I'll let you talk, so go ahead.
If you're not done, then I'm going to wait for when you are.
I'll go on for hours, honestly, but I'd like to hear what you have to say in response.
No, because you're just going to talk over me.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude, just go or not. shit or get off the pot. Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, Reed.
Fuck off.
Flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like, waking up one day and saying the earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human journey still exists.
Being a flat earther does not make you a good person. It just
Leans more to the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of these guys think the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean? Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole new
someone
set of
told me.
problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're smoking some straight up bags. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful.
That's like the Charlie Kirk follower mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, "Oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it." I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically, if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like,
You know how I defeated that guy's logic with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone. And so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay. And I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure. Okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that, circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
you can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force. And that will make all women's faces look the same by force. That way no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off. And then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in. And then they'll all be the same height. And vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You could keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia that people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances and you have to make moral decisions in those circumstances. right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing. And everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't. In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And
Yeah,
isn't that just a reverse thing? The salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth. The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
Yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. You know, only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something. Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list, we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now, probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? You're in the high 40s, right? Like 48 or 49 or something. Yeah, 48. And that's not to say that that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. Where, I mean, I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe, but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what I mean. What do you think about it? Because that's where that's what we're. I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But that wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? Like there's no curvature being tested. I mean, or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede. You can concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon. And so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases, too, the bottom-up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, like wherever they did observe it. So if they said, I seen a bottom-up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at like 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? Like you couldn't say that specific optical phenomenon, seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to be able to see that, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just goes to the vanishing point. So then it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. And what's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, causing that obstruction. That blows our minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that. At a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying the 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh really? Oh wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why they. But doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know if you've been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out, plot the points, and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get. You're going to get something that looks. Yeah, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just like we're demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand measurements from us now when we're making this claim. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule, and have you measured that? Like, they could say demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Like, yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe, actually, if you're doing that.
No. You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. You make it a confusing bunch of weird. Man, there's no 360, Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper. You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something. Because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, oh, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right,
So
or Eratosthenes baked-in assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, use an elevation emphasis method.
Yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything? Like they just dismissed it or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically that they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just be like, well, I could just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I could see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
It's like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is, quote unquote, 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles, or maybe a little bit elliptical, or maybe off a little bit here or there. But either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position, and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the south? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now you could argue until you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a glober already, accepts the earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the glober goes away completely unconvinced. The glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me, or can you build that out for me, and you can't do either, and your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it, then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah, so what, so like, for example, if I told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. You know, they help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars they're just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer-based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits, but there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, that
No
was
one's ever been out to the stars.
That was Yoda's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface?
Does not conform to a shape like a shadow would to a sphere. It would distort along the curves. We do not see that with the lunar eclipses. So there's no reason to believe that story when it doesn't actually conform to reality.
What about the satellite images?
They're images at the end of the day. Like clearly images.
Like, why will these space agencies lie to us? Like, they don't have a reason to lie.
That's the
NASA
idea.
don't have a reason to lie.
Like when you ask this question, you're actually like holding the door to a huge rabbit hole. I did this, by the way, like 2 years ago.
So why don't we just tell them, let's get them up to speed about all the space agencies. NASA was just renamed and reclassified as an intelligence agency, so you don't have to worry about them going to space anymore. Now they can just put out propaganda and not worry about it. So there you go. That's why would they lie? Why would NASA lie if they're a propaganda machine? Why would they lie?
Yeah, how could the government possibly lie to us about anything?
Propaganda. Exactly. They don't have a reason to lie.
We're not responsible for divining their intentions or why they did something. Majority of the people might just believe it and just be convinced of this
Wait,
idea.
that's interesting.
However,
They already
Propaganda,
believed it.
propaganda
show
of
that the
what?
idea is wrong, and so we do not need to divine their intentions. And you trying to appeal to their intentions as some kind of failsafe against, or to hold on to your globe, just because you cannot believe people could lie to you. Therefore, the Earth doesn't measure flat. No, the Earth is measured flat. You just have to get over it.
This is just conspiracy claims.
To be honest,
No, it's literally the opposite. I told you no conspiracy claims. You said they must. Why would they lie? And you don't want to believe it because you believe in conspiracies. I'm saying go check the world for itself, and then you can know what the truth is.
I'm going to tell you something, Jay, by the way. The flat earth itself, it goes beyond science. You know what I mean? My English doesn't really help me here, but once you question the shape of the earth, you will question a lot of things. A lot of things, like literally everything you've learned
Yeah, it gives you
so
Let me
far.
see it then. Let me
You
see
know
it
what I mean?
then.
See what?
He wanted to show me something.
Oh.
Show me the truth.
Like, I'm still not convinced. Gravity and physics, they just don't work in a flat earth.
Sorry, there's no such thing as gravity, and it's not physics. So, listen, bro, you got ripped off. You believe all these things. I mean, I feel for you. We were all there at one time, but none of the things that you're appealing to have anything to do with how the Earth is measured. The Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you believe they're lying to you or not. It doesn't have anything to do with gravity. The Earth is measurably flat. There's no way of getting around that.
Then explain time zones.
What do you mean explain? That still doesn't have anything to do with this flat.
It does, because if the earth is spherical, then it means it rotates around the sun.
No, it actually affirms the consequence. Someone trained you to think illogically. So you think if the Earth is a sphere, there will be multiple time zones. Oh, there's multiple time zones, therefore the Earth is a sphere. You've been trained to affirm the consequent in your thinking. That's not my problem. The Earth is measurably flat. It has nothing to do with time zones.
Okay, one last question. Like, if the earth is flat, then that means it has an edge, right?
It should have some kind of limit. The only evidence that we have for that is that we have vast oceans and gas pressure. Now, where that limitation exists, I have no idea.
I'll come back when I do a lot of research.
Yes.
Yeah, do a lot of research. But the problem is, if you're just going to go affirm your biases, then this is not going to be, profitable for you. So what I think you ought to do is just go ahead and measure the surface of the Earth, and that will solve all of your problems. There's no research to do, just measurements.
Or sit here and listen and let that be your research for now.
Yeah, you guys go easy on him. Like, he's just basically asking very basic questions.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm also trying to help him not affirm the consequence.
Listen.
Yeah, but he's just like here to learn. By the way, like, he's not like making fun or being ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm teaching him. I'm teaching him not to affirm the consequent. I don't want him to keep doing that. It's harmful to his mind.
Mm-mm. And to be honest, like, guys, we've all been there. To be honest, I've been there myself. For real, I've been dusting off the brainwash for months.
Yeah,
so,
it takes a minute.
Brain rot.
Takes time.
That's actually that's the question I wanted to ask. How did you guys start believing in the flat Earth?
Well, we noticed all of the glaring problems with every claim made by everyone believing in a ball, all the claims made about the horizon distance, whether or not they went to the frickin' moon. I mean, you name it, every claim has a problem. So we just decided to go test the claims for ourselves, which a lot of them are fairly easy to test. And, the Earth's not a ball at the end of the day. It's all, the foundation is all conceptual. It is only mathematic. It is a religious system built on numbers. That's all it is. Oh, and well constructed, sometimes well constructed propaganda. The people are obviously very bad in the way that they think, how they think, because they've been trained to have circular logic by the educational system. So everyone's operating from the wrong end.
Listen. People don't just create logic. If someone just tries to create logic, I can just test it and prove something wrong.
What do you mean create logic?
You can't create logic. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no one's creating logic. No one's creating logic. I'm just pointing out the fallacious reasoning, the lack of logic applied to your religious system.
Yeah, we don't need to create any logic. This is how logic operates and has operated forever.
Yeah, like super simple logic. Like if you have a large body of water, it needs to be in a container. And then the surface of the water is not going to curve over distance. This is like basic logic, and it's testable, repeatable by anyone, anywhere, just about any time. No matter how large the body of water, it's not going to be curving over the surface of the water. We've tested this probably thousands of times now over huge distances where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth were a globe, and it's not there. If the curvature is not there, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. Right? That's kind of like if I say I have a unicorn in my garage and there isn't a unicorn in my garage. You can't say that it's there, right? There's no unicorn in the freaking garage, right? So you can't tell me any stories, right, about the unicorn. That's kind of what the globe's like. It's like, on my unicorn, which is the globe, how does this work? Explain how this works on my unicorn. It's like you need to prove that you have the unicorn in the first place. Okay? And you need to prove that the curvature's there on the Earth. Because if it's not there, then you don't have
I wish I knew enough about this stuff so I can debate you guys, but
that's the problem. I also don't have a lot of knowledge.
Look, that's fine. Look into it. But we have people that come through here that are satellite engineers. We have physicists. All sorts of people come through here. They don't do any good in these debates because they don't have any empirical evidence. They just have stories. They're just better at memorizing and regurgitating the bullshit. That's all.
Okay, according to gravity, or you said
we all got told our whole lives,
but according to gravity,
and we can all go out and check if this unicorn is there. It doesn't matter how popular the unicorn is, how exquisite the math about the curvature of the butt of the unicorn is. It doesn't change the fact that when you go out yourself, there is no unicorn there.
What about
can I name some?
They say that the moon's gravity creates the tides in the ocean. If the earth was flat, does that mean that the moon's gravity wouldn't have any effect and therefore tides wouldn't exist?
Most people get taught a very childish explanation on how the tides work. And most people think that when the moon passes over the Earth, it pulls the water towards the moon, and that's the spot where it's going to be high tide. That's ridiculous.
That's what you believe.
No, that's what the globe earthers claim, and that's the way it's explained by the scientists to the students or by the teachers to the students, which is absolutely ridiculous because we have 2 high tides per day. Okay? 2 high tides. The moon's not going over you 2 times in one day.
Yeah, you're taught that there's a bulge towards the sun, there's a bulge towards the moon, and then as those bulges mix, they become very high tide, or in between the bulges is low tide. That's the story we get taught as children. But when you actually look into tides, there are amphidromic points, which the tides circle. The tides go in a circle around these points, and these points do not raise or lower in elevation at all, regardless of the position of the moon or the sun. So the story we were told doesn't actually match the empirical data. It's just a story to make your belief system more believable.
Okay, so can I give you guys some claims from Google and you'll just like answer quickly?
Sure.
Okay, so ships on the horizon.
Yeah, so ships, they say that ships go over the horizon, and that's a proof that the Earth's a globe. In reality, this is coming from someone like myself who lived on the east coast of Australia, growing up surfing and fishing, watching cruise ships go out, because we lived in an area where there's a hub for cruise ships. And when they go out, what happens most of the time is they just get smaller and smaller and smaller until they get below a certain size and the human eye can't resolve them anymore. And then you can still see the horizon, but the ship looks like it's gone. What we've realized is that you can actually zoom back in again and you can bring the whole ship back to view again. Unless there's waves. Okay, if you have waves, ocean swells, that's what waves are called when they're out in the ocean, ocean swells. Now, ocean swells can make it look like the ship's disappearing from the bottom up because the ship's getting smaller and smaller due to perspective, but the ocean swells are still very close to you, so it looks like the ship's disappearing bottom up if you have waves. Or sometimes, in more rare instances, we can have certain types of miraging effects, like inferior mirages, or a lesser version of an inferior mirage, which is called sinking. And it can look like something sinking behind the horizon, even though it's not actually obstructed, okay, because of the weather.
It's ray loss of the bottom
So,
rays.
like
As the rays hit the ground, of course, you're not going to be able to recover those rays.
That's
So like the gift that I sent in the side chat, is that what been tampered with? Or
let me have a look at it 1 second.
I just searched the ship on the horizon.
Oh yeah, look. Okay, look at the one directly under that. Look at the difference, okay? In the one under that, there's no waves. Okay? In the one that you posted, it looks like very rough conditions. Okay, we don't know what height the observer is. We don't know how big the waves are, and we don't know the distance to the ship. We also don't know what the...
We would also expect the ship to disappear pretty much bottom up under optical constraints and with refractive effects. That's what you would observe over a flat surface. The problem is the Globers, when they look at a boat disappearing bottom up, they go in circular reasoning. They say the Earth is a globe, and boats would disappear bottom up. Therefore, I see a boat disappearing bottom up. It must mean the Earth is curved. However, we can show the same things with optical effects. So by no means does that prove the Earth is a ball. And the worst part is they use orthographic side view for all of these observations. So they calculate an orthographic view, the height of the object and how much you should be able to see of that object. However, they compare that orthographic side view calculations to things in perspective. And you see in projective geometry, you see with perspective collapse where the ground appears to ramp up, the sky appears to go down. That compresses everything into this tiny little angular band in your eye. And so slight variations in that tiny angle can cause loss. And so all of this can easily be accounted for with optics alone and only functions if the Earth is flat, because they claim we can see beyond the globe geometry because of refraction. But when we test for refraction and when we can see too far, we have clear good days with low refraction. When we don't see as far, we have bad conditions, we have more refraction. So when we have more refraction, we don't see as far. When we have less refraction, we see further. That's the opposite of what the globe predicts and the ad hoc excuse it uses to try to maintain its life, even though we can violate its geometry easily by looking.
I forgot what I wanted to say. Fuck. Yeah. So if you're saying that this effect of the GIF instant is because of optical illusions, then how are we supposed to?
Not optical illusions. It's just the basics of how your eyes work and how light works. You can ignore the physics and claim it's Earth curve, but then you're just being a science denier.
Okay, so then how are we supposed to give evidence of curved Earth?
That's a you problem,
like I
my
told
friend.
you, it's already been falsified. You would have to show that the refraction allows you to see further. You would have to measure that greater refractive effects allow you to see further. And you could use infrared, which has less refraction on that wavelength. So you should be able to show with infrared that on the days you can see too far, when you look in the infrared, you don't see as far. However, the inverse is what happens, and all of the world record long distance photographs are all in infrared because they see further.
Okay.
Just quickly to add to that, quite often when you see these pictures like you've just posted with the ship, I would still say that the primary reason that things are going to disappear bottom up is because of the ocean swells. So the first thing that you would need to provide to assist an observation like this is the surf report. Let us know how big were the ocean swells on this particular day and what's the height of the observer. It's a huge factor. And then after that, okay, if we can negate the ocean swells being the primary cause, then we could start to look into atmospheric effects and things like that.
Yep.
And obviously perspective loss and that kind of thing. But I mean, we need to have, for a specific claim like this, like it's going over the curvature of the Earth, we need to have some information. Okay, the observer height, preferably the distance to the ship, and the ocean swell. That would be a starting point. And then we could move forward into more complex reasoning. Because if you look at the GIF that Lao Tzu posted, okay, we don't have any waves on this day. We can clearly see that the person is very low to the ground. They're standing at the beach, approximately 5 foot high, 6 foot high, and they're zooming in. Okay, when they're zoomed out, they cannot see the ship at all. It's a giant ship. When they zoom in, you can see the entire ship once again. So if you imagine if that person...
I think the GIF is problematic because it's not a video of the ship drifting forward.
Okay, so think about this. Think about this. If the person didn't have a camera, or the camera didn't have a zoom capability, and that giant ship was close to them, and then the ship sailed away, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller until it breached the human eye limit, the angular resolution limit of the human eye, and then you wouldn't be able to see it anymore. Okay, you can very easily reverse engineer this scenario without worrying about the zoom. Okay, so say this person saw the ship go out with the naked eye, they're not going to see it dip over the horizon. It's just going to get smaller and smaller. Right. Okay, and if they then had a zoom camera, which they do, then they can zoom in and see that the ship didn't go over the horizon. It's still right there. But if you added, okay, look, we're just going to add something. Just think about this though. All of a sudden, there's an ocean swells. Okay, there's waves. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to look like the ship is obstructed from the bottom. But because there's no ocean swells, We can validate that there's no ocean swells in this picture because he zooms all the way out, and we can see that there's no waves. But in the picture that you posted above it, it looks extremely rough. The conditions, the ocean swell conditions look extremely rough. We don't know the height of the observer. So it's very, very inconclusive compared to the one that I posted.
All of
that Lao Tzu
the
posted, sorry.
the Lao Tzu and the videos that Swoldog is posting right now are all taken at one point in time versus just like taking a video over time.
Okay, no problem. So you're not going to accept any photographic or video evidence. So I guess what we need to ask you is, who presented
I sent video evidence.
Okay. Okay, so what did you send? A white swan?
What I'm saying is, if you don't take a video over time from the start or from the beginning of when the ship is reaching the horizon versus when it's starting to go over the horizon, then you won't see it disappear.
That's fine.
So how big are the waves? How big are the waves in on the day that you posted this ship observation?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Wow! Do you think that if there were big waves, could it cause this effect?
No.
Well, my question is, if there were big waves, could it cause this effect? And you say no, it can't.
It couldn't. No.
Well, then you don't know.
He's just going to say no.
Because if you're
Bubbles.
If you're videoing, how do you say it? If you're videotaping over a long time, these minuscule waves wouldn't matter. You just wouldn't see them.
No worries. That's fine. So you're telling us that you think that the horizon is Earth curve then, is that right?
The horizon is what?
Earth curve. That's the thing blocking out the boat in the distance, right? The horizon is the curve of the Earth blocking out the boat?
Oh, yeah, in the GIF I sent, yeah.
Okay, great. So that should be at a very predictable geometric location every time, correct? Since it's solid Earth curve?
I don't know about that.
Well, why would you say that the horizon is Earth curve if it's the sagitta of the sphere that you think you live on at a very specific geometric location, and then say, I don't know if it's going to stay at the place that it's supposed to be because it's physical Earth curve? Why would you say, I don't know? Is the Earth all of a sudden growing and shrinking in size?
Maybe.
Holy cow. If you really want to entertain that idea, you think the Earth is growing and shrinking in size, perhaps?
I don't know if it is, but let's go over one argument at a time. First of all,
so your argument is that the horizon is Earth curve. So let's test that. Is it geometric, and is it going to be at the same place every time?
I sent a GIF of a ship going over the horizon. I don't know. I don't know what fucking distance. Whatever. This is just an argument for. Why would I? I don't need that. I don't need that.
Could something else cause
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that is the curvature always the same. I'm not arguing.
Bubbles. Can something else cause bottom-up obstruction? Is it only Earth curve, or can some other condition cause bottom-up obstruction?
Maybe there are more. There could be more. Yeah.
Okay. Was that accounted for?
I assume, yeah.
Oh, really? What was accounted for, and who accounted for it?
The person that took the video.
Really? And what did they account for?
What you said.
And what was it? What did I say?
I don't know. I couldn't understand.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. So we need the conditions of the day, observer height, and all the other factors that you believe could be the issue. Maybe it's this magical refraction. Maybe it's an angular size change with distance. What do you think it could be, and how did they go ahead and account for that? Do you have any data to support your belief that they accounted for it?
Okay, so my problem with your questions is that
I'm not
you are
interested
doing
in
the
your problem. I'm not really interested in your problem. I'm asking you for the specifics of the things that you believe.
I don't know the specifics.
Okay, so you actually don't even know if this is a ship going over a presupposed Earth curve. You just believe it is.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not here to entertain your beliefs, bro. There's other religious servers that you can go to.
Wait, do you think what?
You have a belief system. You believe that the ship is going over presupposed Earth curve. I can't help you with that. If you want to believe that, that's your prerogative. Meanwhile, those of us over here, we're dealing with empiricism and we're dealing with measurements. So do you have any measurements that you can show us, or is it just things that affirm your bias and belief?
We'll start with the basics. Where was the location of this video taken?
He already said he doesn't know. He just believes
know
that
the
it's going over the globe.
Yeah.
But look, here we go, Bubbles. Fair enough. Okay, I get your point. Okay, but let's just say the Earth is a globe, and that ship is a certain distance away. We can calculate how much should be hidden of that ship, depending on how far away it is from the observer. Do you agree?
I mean, I assume it would depend on the tide and the height of the observer and.
Yeah, so it depends on the height of the observer, right? So, like, it doesn't matter if it's low tide or if it's high tide, and the ship. Let's just say the ship's 10 miles away, for example, just to hypothetically. Okay, say the observer's just standing there at 6 foot high, like just a normal person, 6 foot high, and they're observing the ship, and the ship's 10 miles away. Okay, how far away do you think the horizon should be from the observer if the Earth were a globe? I remember them teaching me this at school, that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, the horizon would be 3 miles away. And that's what the math says according to the globe model, right? If you're 6 foot tall,
let me fact check this.
You can fact check it. Yeah. Do you know how to fact check it? I can make it faster for you.
Dr. Google.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good luck with Dr. Google.
I think that's the only thing they have. That's only thing I ever hear them using is Google. Let's use Google. They think like Google has all the answers.
Do you want me to look on DuckDuckGo? Like what?
Sure. Go ahead. It's the same thing, but go ahead.
No, like what do you use?
What are you going to type in?
High and mighty.
What are you going to type in? Like, how far away is the horizon from a 6 foot observer on a globe Earth?
From the beach. No, but I'm curious. Where should I look?
No, that's fine. You can look on Google.
No, but because you're giving criticism of Google, so where should I look?
It's just a search engine. It's just a search engine. You're probably going to get a response from Gemini, Google Gemini, or whatever it's called. The AI that comes up as the first result. But that's fine. Go ahead. It's just going to agree with what I said anyway.
Gemini is better at programming.
Yeah, 3 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 miles. Okay, so let's say instead of a boat, we have something that's in a fixed position out in the ocean, and we can determine the distance to it. Like, let's say there was a windmill. You know those windmill farms that they put out in the ocean. Let's say that there was a windmill or an oil platform or something like that, and it's 10 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the horizon should be at 3 miles away. So the bottom portion of the windmill or the oil platform or whatever, it should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon, right? What do you think the horizon is?
It's the...
Look it up on Google. Read out
No,
the
I'm
definition.
I'm trying to it's like it's the lowest point that we can see.
Well, it's the line. It's a line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition. Okay, so if you're looking out over the water, it's where you'll see the water and the sky meet. Okay, so wherever the horizon is, you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line.
Oh, it doesn't have to be water, but yeah.
Yeah, if you're looking over the water. Right?
So what were you saying about the windmills?
Yeah, so if you're looking over the water, the horizon is the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. The horizon line. That's the definition of horizon. The apparent location where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Okay.
Do you agree? Okay.
I guess.
So
yeah.
we just looked that up. It should be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer.
Yeah.
So if we have a different observer height, it would be slightly different. Okay, say we have a 5-foot observer height, it would be 2.7 miles away. If we had a 1 meter observer height, which is 3.5 foot, it would be 2.3 miles away. So we can calculate how far away the horizon should be based on the height of the observer. Okay, so we just determined, even AI, even Google, right, said that 3 miles away, that should be the distance to the horizon. So let's have a look at an observation where we know the distance to the object.
Okay, before we go on this, I'm struggling to understand this. When you say how far the horizon is, what the fuck does that mean?
Okay.
Like
all right, I have a diagram. I have a diagram ready to go. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, DJ, can I give him a simple answer? Can I give him a quick
the
simple
distance
answer?
from where I'm looking to the distance that I can see?
Well, let's see if he can work it out first. No.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying no to you, Sheepdog. You go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Bubbles, do you know what soccer is?
Soccer, yeah.
Right. So if we go to play soccer and I bring a soccer ball and you're like, is this a regulation size 5 soccer ball? And I say, yeah. You're like, no, it feels like a size 4. How would you know whether or not it's a size 4 or size 5?
The measurement that they use for the regulation, I guess.
Right. So what DJ is trying to explain to you is, you can't measure the entirety of the Earth, but based off of like the height above the surface of the Earth, you can draw a tangent line from your eyes to the edge of the sphere. And then anything that goes behind the edge of the sphere will then begin to disappear bottom up behind the geometry of the Earth. That's what DJ is trying to explain to you. I'll show you. I'll show you a math equation for it.
So, yeah. So when you say how far is the horizon from the beach, you're basically saying how far is the distance from the beach to that place where we can see the water
Horizon
separating.
line. Yeah, the horizon line. It's like if you're standing. Yeah, here's a great little diagram just to show you. If the Earth was a globe, this is what the horizon is. All right, so I'll read it out. Have a look at the diagram. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then you can see the diagram, and it's like a tangent line, and it meets with the globe, and then that would be what you're seeing in the right-hand image. Okay? And we can't see any water beyond the horizon. That's the maximum distance we can see the water.
Yeah. Okay. So now the windmills.
Yeah, so now the windmills. Okay, so we've checked on AI. Even AI says that 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer height. Okay. Here's an observation now. from a 3.5 foot observer height, so even lower than 6 foot. Okay, just uploading it. Have a look in the side chat. Okay, so this is a man named Dr. John D. He set his camera up in the United Kingdom on a very, very nice day where there's no wind and no waves. And he's looking out at some windmills. The windmills are a known distance from the observer. So we have 6 windmills in the observation. The left windmill is 8 miles away, and the right windmill is 11.2 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so based off the observer height of 3.5 foot, the horizon on a globe, which is the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water, okay, that is at 2.3 miles. But luckily, we have the windmill farm out there, okay, and we can determine that the water can be seen far beyond where the horizon limitation of where we can see the water is on a globe. Okay, so the line, the horizon line where the sky and the ground meets on a globe should be at 2.3 miles. But the closest windmill tower is 8 miles, and we can see the entire base of the windmills touching the water. Okay, so we can see the water is flat far beyond where the horizon should be. Not just a little bit further, but miles and miles and miles further. And then we can even see the water going far beyond the windmill farm. Okay, so that horizon that Google just told you should be at 3 miles from a 6 foot observer height. Now we have a 3.5 foot observer height. Do you want to check with Google how far away the horizon should be from a 3.5 foot observer height? The answer is... Yep.
What?
Yeah, how far away should horizon be? Just say yeah, it's 2.3 miles. 2.29. 2.29 is the answer.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not there. We can see the whole windmill towers. So the bottom, if we do the calculations, actually the whole bottom of the windmill towers should be hidden, obstructed behind the horizon by a 5-story building.
Well,
no, hold on with your question.
Yeah.
Wait with your question.
Okay, you talked. I heard you talk about something about 10 miles and a 6 feet someone. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, sure. Okay, if you have a 6 foot high person and they're looking out over 10 miles, the horizon should be at 3 miles. That's where the line where the sky and the ground appears to meet should appear. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water past 3 miles. And over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature, which is 22 meters of curvature, which is like a 5-story, 6-story building. If you picture how big a 6-story building is, it's pretty big. Okay, it's quite a huge amount, actually. So the observation that I showed, the observer is 3.5 foot high, and the horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles away. But we have the windmill farms. Okay, the windmill that's the furthest distance away is 11.2 miles away. It should be hidden.
This just means the height of a person matters.
Yeah, so the height of the camera is 1 meter. 3.5 foot. Yep. That means that based on that height, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. If the camera was a little bit higher, we're at like 6 foot, which is like 1.8 meters, then the horizon would be at 3 miles. Okay, and if the person was 66 foot tall, the horizon would be at 10 miles. But the horizon from 3.5 foot tall in this video is far beyond 11.2 miles. In fact, we can see a boat that's at 14 miles away. This is impossible if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. So my initial problem,
it's
like the
actually
first
true.
immediate problem I see with the video,
Bubbles.
yeah.
I think these people might be right. Okay, we don't have enough evidence to even claim the Earth is a sphere. And I've tried doing research right now. I've tried everything, but yeah, we don't have enough evidence to prove.
Okay, then I
the
guess
Earth is a sphere.
you're a flat earther, my dude.
All right, Bubbles. Bubbles thinks he has a problem with the observation. I would like to hear what Bubbles' problem is.
Yeah, so my immediate problem, like with the video DJ sent, I'll repost it just in case, of the windmills, is that my assumption is when we ask how far is the horizon from the beach, we're talking about
Jedi.
We're talking
Jedi,
you're
Jedi. Yeah, so we're talking about the distance that we can see, like that with a naked eye you can see. But in the video, we're clearly using a zoom, so we're talking about a much more farther distance. Like,
yep,
if
gotcha.
if
I
the guy didn't use a zoom,
I get what you're saying. All right,
then
let me just explain it.
Like as
Just
you
let
can
me
see, when
explain
he
it.
doesn't zoom, you can't see them.
Yeah, so all a zoom is magnification. Okay, so you're just making the things in the distance that you can't see bigger. So that's what the zoom is. It's just like using a magnifying glass, basically. So it's not going
to.
Sorry.
But
Excuse me.
then if
question.
If
sorry, my friend. Thank you. Are you saying that we can see farther with technology? You said just with our human eyes, but then we get technology out and we can see further. Is that what you're saying?
Me or are you talking to DJ?
Yeah, I'm talking to both of you, but you first.
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, DJ, are we seeing further with technology?
No, we're just magnifying what we can see in the distance.
Cool.
So, like, think about it like this. Here's a good analogy.
No, wait. But
just let me give you. It will make sense, my friend. Just let me give you an analogy, and then you'll understand. Okay, let's say you have a hallway. Okay, it's a long hallway, and it curves away in the distance, and then you have a friend that's standing with you, and then your friend walks away down the hallway, and then you watch them go off, and they go away around the corner of the hallway. And you can't see them anymore because they've gone around the corner of the hallway. If you have a zoom camera, are you going to be able to zoom in and see your friend again? Or are they gone behind the hallway and you're just going to be zooming in closer to the hallway horizon that's already there, right? Obviously, it's not horizontal. It's a vertical horizon, if that's such a thing. But you know what I mean. He's blocked by the wall that he walked around. Okay, if you turn that scenario horizontally, that's the same scenario that we're talking about with the horizon. The ship has gone around the corner of the hallway horizontally. Okay, so zooming in on the wall or zooming in on the horizon, that's not going to allow you to see beyond the physical obstruction that's blocking your friend or blocking the ship or blocking the oil platform or blocking the windmill.
So then theoretically or technically, if you had a big enough of a ship, then you should be able to see it after the horizon line with your naked eye, right?
No, on DJ's point, when something has gone around a corner or over a hill and is obstructed by that physical hill, no amount of zooming in is going to bring it back.
Wait, so is it like the space organizations that lied to us?
No, sorry. We need to conclude this point so we can then move on. We need our friend to understand that no amount of zooming back is going to bring an object back into view if it's gone over a hill or around a corner. We need to understand that point on.
Unless it's a globe.
No, if it's gone around if the object's gone over a hill and you see your friend walk over the hill and you can't see him because the hill is in the way, if you get binoculars out or a zoom camera, you're not going to zoom him in back into observation, are you?
I mean, the video that DJ sent literally shows that.
Light doesn't count physics, bro.
We're not talking about the image. I just need you to understand the scenario that if somebody's obstructed by something, in this instance, the corner of a hallway or a hill, if you get a really powerful camera out, you're not going to zoom them back into focus because they're physically obstructed by the hill.
If you're far away from it, then you would.
DJ. It's like, dude, I can't put up with stupid.
Yeah, look,
there's a disconnect.
There is a disconnect. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a disconnect. You think that the Earth horizon, the horizon that you see in the distance, is a geometric consequence. That, like, because there's a horizon, it must be Earth curve. And we're telling you that it's not Earth curve. If you want to know what it is, we can tell you that also, but you have to ask that question. But to understand the answer, you have to understand first that the surface of the Earth is not curving. It's literally just an optical effect based off of how you view things.
Well, that's what he's telling us. Actually, he agrees that the horizon is an Earth curve because apparently optics can just arbitrarily change the relationship between the object and the distance willy-nilly, right? Like, it can just exchange both of them through the optics. So he agrees that the horizon is not Earth curve. I think we've solved the problem.
Well, what is optics?
Oh boy, here we go. Are you wasting time at this point, bro? Optics, lenses, light, all that stuff. Come on, man.
Yeah, but aren't all of these principles like based on the Earth being a globe?
No.
No, none of them.
What the hell?
Okay.
He thinks that all of science is based on the Earth being a globe.
Zero things use Earth being a globe. Zero things use Earth being a globe. Nothing uses that in reality.
I have faith that he's going to get this. If we just got to work out the right way to say it to him, right? I got one more attempt here. Okay, let's say a boat. We're on a globe, and a boat sails away from you, and it goes behind the curvature of the Earth, and you can't see the boat anymore. What's blocking the boat?
The horizon.
Like the Earth, right?
Yeah, the curve.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, like the water in this case. Okay, if you zoom in on the boat, can you see the boat again?
Some of it.
No, if the whole boat's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
With your naked eye?
Yeah, say you're standing at the beach and the whole boat, it disappears from the bottom, and then eventually you can't see the boat anymore. It's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, you pull out a zoom camera and you zoom in on the boat that's completely gone. Can you see the boat?
Yeah.
You can. How?
Then it's not Earth curve.
I guess those are magic cameras. Magic cameras.
That's the video DJ sent, literally. Like, you cannot see with the naked eye the windmills, then you zoom in and you can see them.
Hold on a second. The reason that you can't see the windmills, let me explain this really quickly. The reason that you...
No, wait. That's the scenario you gave me.
No, I didn't give you that scenario.
That's the scenario you gave me.
No, it's not. Let me explain it. Okay, the reason that you can't see the windmill, the only reason that you can't see the windmills from the shoreline is because the windmills are so far away. Okay, they're 18 kilometers away. Okay, the reason you can't see them from the shoreline is because they're so small due to perspective that the human eye cannot resolve them, because the angular resolution limit of the human eye is 0.02 degrees. So once something gets below that size, the human eye cannot see it anymore. It's too small. When he zooms in, he's able to increase that size of the object in the distance, and then you can resolve them because you can see them. At no point did they disappear bottom up. They just got too small for the human eye to resolve. So when you're zooming in, you're just zooming in on something that was so small you couldn't see it. And now you've zoomed in on it, you've magnified it. Okay, just say you have like a microscope. That's what a microscope does. You can't see something because it's too small. But then you get a microscope out and then, wow, I can see it now. It's the same thing, but over a larger distance. So you can't see them because they're so small, like a bacteria, because they're so far away. And then you're zooming in with the camera, and now all of a sudden you can see them again. They weren't hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, you can't zoom in and see through through the physical Earth that's blocking something. You're just magnifying, like a magnifying glass, what's in the distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the windmill towers, the whole bottom 5 stories or 52 foot or 16 meters should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth was a globe. And the horizon line, that should be at 2.3 miles. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line. But we see the water go all the way out, past the windmill towers, past the boat that's 14 miles away in the distance. That's not possible on a globe. Hopefully you understand that. That's the best I can do.
Yeah, a camera or a telescope isn't going to allow you to see over a curve. And the reason you can see the windmills once you zoom in again, right, it's because the Earth is flat. There is no curve. There's no curve.
So then, wait, okay. So, if the Earth is flat, couldn't we build a really powerful telescope and see much more of it?
No.
Not really, no. Lots of air to look through. Right, that weather over distance, hundreds, thousands of miles you're hoping that we can look, is going to cause that light to distinguish over that amount of distance. There's a mathematical equation for it, but ultimately that air is going to get thicker and thicker and thicker. It's like asking, can we build a big enough telescope and look downwards to the bottom of the ocean where it's really, really dark? Right, we understand that it's dark down there because the sunlight, even though it's midday, for example, can't penetrate all of that water down to the bottom of the ocean. No amount of telescope's going to help that, right? Same thing with the air that we breathe. Over distances that you're hoping hundreds, maybe thousands of miles, same effect's going to be caused. So understanding this, the limitation to our view is the angular resolution of the optic, your eye, or the technology that you employ, high-powered zoom camera or telescope, and the air that we look through. That's the limitation to your vision, not the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, there is no curvature of the Earth. It's never been measured. So whatever you're experiencing out there is not due to any curvature.
So you guys think that the what do you call? What's their name? Fuck. What's their name?
I don't know them.
The people that go on to space are actors
NASA.
Or no,
Astronauts.
like
Astronauts.
Astronauts. Are they actors? What do you think?
It doesn't really matter. The point is today that the Earth is flat.
I see.
I guess if you think that they're lying, it's possible, because that's the conclusion it sounds like you came to. Since the Earth is flat, I guess the people that work for the major corporations, like the United States, I guess they're lying. Is that your conclusion?
It's a possibility.
Yeah,
it's a possibility. Yeah.
But we have no idea. We can't prove that. Proving that people are lying is pretty hard to do. But what we can do is measure the Earth and see that, demonstrably and measurably, it is flat and stationary and enclosed. We can prove all of those things.
Okay, and so what about the moon and the sun?
They're lights in the sky.
What about them?
Are they globes? Are they flat?
They're lights in the sky.
Yeah.
They look circular.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Right, I'll help you. whatever we say that they are, we're not going to be able to prove what we say that they are because we can't go to them to verify what we say that they are. Right?
Okay, so just say that you don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're pointing out. We don't know.
Okay.
You don't know either.
Is that a good enough answer?
Wow.
Yeah. It's the most sincere one.
Right. And then would you also say that you don't know as well?
I don't know for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's just you don't know, so don't tell us that we should know or don't know. It doesn't really matter, does it?
I didn't say that.
You said, yeah, we'll just say you don't know.
Yeah, because you kind of went in circles.
So you don't know, though, but you're asking us if we know. That's weird shit.
Why?
You got nothing to verify whether we're right or wrong against.
I gotta give you an example, right?
Either way.
Is Jupiter a gas planet?
A gas planet?
Yeah.
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay.
It's a giant ball of gas.
Yeah.
There's 3 classes of planet. Rocky ones, gaseous ones, and frozen ones. Jupiter and Saturn would fit into the category of big gassy ones.
I wouldn't want to be his wife if he's gassy.
Uranus, I think, is full of gas too.
Yeah. But anyway, so like you can't really like determine what things are made out of just by looking at them in the sky, right? Because really, if you want to be honest with yourself, when you look at things in the sky, it looks like 2-dimensional objects on a black backdrop, right?
Yeah.
So if I put an image in the side chat of a picture of some circular objects with a black drop, would you be able to determine whether or not any of them are spherical or flat?
Probably not.
So why would you think that anything up there in the sky would be spherical then?
Because it's not the example that you gave. It's
what do you mean?
They have effects. They move. They do stuff. It's not just a static. It's not just a static image of circles that don't do anything. They move around. They have like what is it called when the sun or the moon hides the sun or whatever.
Eclipses.
All these types of eclipses. All of these things like thousands of years ago meant things.
Can you show me anything in the sky? You can give me a video of things going around other things.
Things going around?
Yeah, like orbiting and eclipsing other things.
I don't.
Here's a problem though. When you go and find these videos, I'm going to let you know ahead of time. And maybe you look at it with a little bit more of a mischievous eye, right? Like I want you to kind of like scrutinize it a little bit. The videos that NASA will produce are really just artists' renditions and animations of the effects of what they say is going on in the sky. They don't have actual video footage. They're just artist renditions.
Oh, and what about the dome? Is that
what about it?
Do you believe
what about it?
What dome?
Like I've seen what do you call them?
What's it made out of?
No.
Thunderdome?
I've seen what do you call it? Like models of the flat Earth, and
we don't have models.
The Earth is. I've seen them.
Why is there a
we
dome
don't have
on it?
models.
Why is there a dome on these conceptions that you've seen on YouTube?
Yeah, so like I've seen models of like a circle flat Earth,
Yeah.
With a dome, you know.
Why is there a dome on there?
Boulder probably made that. That's why you saw that.
Why is there a dome there?
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Because we have gas pressure, and some people say that if there's a vacuum up there, then we must be contained by a dome-like structure or a container to cause that pressure and stop the gas expanding into that available volume. Now, I'm not making a claim of what is up in the sky, vacuum or not, right? I'm not saying that, but many people and even ancient theologists, for example, within the Bible, it points out to the firmament, the rakia, right? The beaten out molten structure in the sky. Okay, that's what a book points out. Maybe they understood that to have gas pressure, you need a physical barrier to press against, right? To stop the gas dispersing into whatever available space there is. So there's possibly a dome in some conceptions of the flat Earth because we have gas pressure. This is the thing that nullifies all claims of the vacuum of space, right? Because if there was a vacuum, all the gas that we're breathing would increase in entropy and disperse into that available volume. To stop that from happening, you need a barrier.
Not to mention it's supposed to be moving at millions of miles an hour.
I see.
Can you mathematically express gas pressure?
I can.
Can you define what gas pressure is? Either one of those two would be helpful.
So honestly, you guys are just like, how are you guys even ready for all the questions? Like, all the questions I've asked, sir, they have all answered them. Like, how is that even supposed to be possible?
Oh, well, this is our second day, so.
Did you say can you express?
We started this yesterday. We learned everything yesterday, and now it's today.
Mathematically express gas pressure. Gas pressure is solved by pressure equals force over area. The force is a gas that's moving around because it's got kinetic energy, so that's moving, and the force is created when it presses on that area, that fixed volume. So that's how we mathematically solve for gas pressure. It's force, so its pressure is equal to the force over area. So describing it mathematically shows that to have gas pressure, you need a physical barrier to press against. As also expressed in PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula. The P, the V, that's how we get the pressure, the volume, the physical barrier. That's what I was asking the last gentleman. He said about the dome. I said, well, we're going to need it because gas pressure, because that's solved by pressure is equal to force over area. Yep. That's why it's there. In some people's idea.
Hell yeah. So, has any flat earther try to build what is it called? A rocket?
Space is fake. What do we need a rocket for?
Space is fake?
Balloons. We've made loads of balloons and like high altitude observations of the horizon. We've gone as far as balloons allow us to go. Rockets, like my friend's pointing out, why do we need those? Where are they going?
To see the shape of the Earth.
The greatest flat earther of all time made rockets for NASA when NASA first started out. Wernher von Braun.
Who?
Wernher von Braun. He was a Nazi scientist that the American government brought over after World War II to create rockets for NASA to go to space. But when he died, he put Psalm 19:1 on his tombstone. What is it like? I've seen the glory of God in the firmament showeth his handiwork. I'm paraphrasing. Let me go find Psalm 19. The heavens declare. Go ahead. Oh, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. The guy who created NASA knew that there was a firmament. So now what?
I can't really find anything about flat Earth on his Wikipedia page.
It doesn't matter if it has flat Earth on his Wikipedia page.
He left it until after he was dead, right, to have it inscribed on his tombstone, that verse from the Bible. He's not going to probably find anything in Wikipedia where he was secretly a flat earther. He left it on his tombstone, dude.
His gravestone cites, I don't know how to read this, 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
The firmament. Remember, you said, "What's the firmament?"
What's the dome?
About the dome.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you guys brought religion into it, but anyway, you would need a dome to have gas pressure if your vacuum of space is real.
That's interesting because when they're talking about handiwork, they're talking about hands-on, like building, construction, right?
Followed on to that story, he beats it out like a molten looking glass. But anyway, back to the necessity for a container to cause gas pressure.
I mean, I don't know. I think it kind of smashed it out, right? Like you asked, why don't we build a rocket? Why would we build it when the creator of NASA built one for us and then went up and said, "Hey, I've seen the firmament for myself."
From what I checked, the firmament is just like what do you call it? Fuck. Let me search the word.
I do love
something that separates, like something that holds between something that is separated between the water from above and the waters from below, right?
Yeah, I just posted it for you in the chat. Nothing to do. Your vacuum of space around the globe. You see how around the globe you got to have air around it. In a vacuum, you wouldn't have that, and that's what we're talking about. You would need to have a dome over flat Earth if flat Earth was in space. Space is fake, so I'm not sure why we have to have a dome yet.
So I got a question for the flat earthers here. So how do you explain when planes fly, right?
I don't.
The distance, the calculations that are done to know like the distance between, let's say, Europe to Asia and stuff like that, or like a city in Europe or a city in Asia. So in those formulas, they usually they account for the curvature of Earth.
No, they don't.
And hold on, let me just finish. And when they do not do that, or if you don't do that, usually you have like a margin of error. There's big. I mean, the margin of error. The margin of error doesn't become so big when it's like a short distance.
Stop making up stuff.
If you fly from Detroit to I don't know some other city,
stop making up stuff.
Listen.
Can you show stop making up stuff?
How do you explain that?
I explain it by you making up stuff.
I'm
First,
not.
what we're going to need.
Look for the calculations of distance.
My friend. Thank you. First thing that we're going to need is you to verify that claim that the curvature is actually taken into account with long-haul flights. Then we'll have something to explain. But show me that first.
I'd have to Google it out for you guys, but the formulas are online. If you look it up.
Hold on. So you've seen the formulas before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them before, but
you've seen them before.
Yeah, on paper, of course. But if you want more detail, like just look it up. How
Right,
do
so
people
I
calculate?
don't like bad faith arguments, dude. If you're saying that this evidence, you need to explain this evidence. Don't go and ask me to go and get the evidence for you that backs up your claim.
I mean,
Right, I'll give
this
you
is
whatever
industry
time you need,
homeland.
dude.
This
Hold
is
on,
a
I'll give you I'll give you whatever time you need. I just want the evidence that you suggest we need to explain.
okay. The evidence is an industry standard in aviation.
Just post it.
What?
Post the evidence that you have.
I don't know. Just look online. I don't have access to like. I'm only on my phone right now.
You post it.
Yeah, your phone has access to the internet. That's why you're talking to us. Go get the evidence.
What the heck?
I'm only on my phone right now. Like hands are busy.
Dude, all right, you're about to get muted because obviously you don't have any evidence for your claim.
Well, but that's my question.
Not only that, but you interrupted somebody else's conversation.
Anyway, you can just mute him because he doesn't have anything. So we can go back.
Guys,
no reason to argue with him about it. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
Go get your evidence and then come back.
Yeah. You have access to the text chat. You can text your evidence in the text. So anyway, we're talking to Bubbles, and who was talking to Bubbles?
Bubbles is gone.
That's what happens when you out.
He needed an out, and that was his out.
That was his out. Isn't it funny how they run interference for each other like that?
If the Earth is flat, then how does the sun not light up the entire Earth at the same time?
Because the Earth is really big, and the light source is really small.
How big is the sun?
What is the sun?
Get a light bulb and get a football pitch. Then put the light bulb just above the surface. You'll notice that you only illuminate a small portion of that football pitch. Keep raising it in altitude, you're still only going to illuminate a small portion of that football pitch. The point that I'm pointing out to you is it's a relationship between the size of the Earth, the size of the sun, and the distance to it. The sun is only obviously able to illuminate a small portion of the Earth.
We know that the sun is very far from the Earth, and we know that it's very big as well.
Okay, so you're
knowledge
making
claims. Let's
my
go.
friend, you're making claims to knowledge, right? So I'm going to need you to back up that knowledge with the evidence that supports your knowledge claim. So how do you know the distance to the sun?
This is why I think that the sun's very big and that it's quite far away, because if you look at
Sorry, you made a knowledge claim, but we're not asking you for your opinion. You said we know, so we need to see how you know this, not what you think.
Okay. So, if you look at something on your roof that's close to you, and then you move away.
Can you talk about the actual knowledge claim? I don't care about your roof. Tell me about how you know the distance to the sun.
Yeah, I'm explaining that now using...
No, just give me the data that gives you the measurement. This is a measurement. You made a knowledge claim. What is the measurement to the sun, please? Yeah, you don't have one. You could just say I don't have one because I'm making stuff up on the spot, and I just want to BS my way through the conversation like I've already done 1,000 times before. Great, then give us the data and the measurement to the sun, please.
Can I at least say what I don't know the exact measurement. Can I say what I was thinking?
You said you have knowledge. We need to just get us the knowledge claim evidence. Not talking about roofs, for crying out loud.
You said we know the distance. That's we. So how do we know? Not you. How do we know?
I don't know the exact distance, but...
Yeah, whatever the exact distance is, how did we obtain that exact distance that you can't quite remember at the moment? That's fine, but how did we obtain that exact distance?
Look, I don't think we can obtain the exact distance, but I think we can...
So now we can't obtain the exact distance to the sun, but we're talking about the distance to the sun.
I didn't say we know the exact distance. I don't know the exact distance.
We don't know then.
We know it's very far, and I can explain how we know it's very far.
No, we don't.
If you
We
just
don't know
let
where
me,
it is.
You just let me speak.
What's very far? What's very far?
Yeah, what's very far,
What's the range?
It's very far,
Like
100 miles.
Well, it's the same as Earth is very big. Remember, Jedi, you said Earth is big, and that's why the sun doesn't light the whole thing up. Now he said it's very far. So it's the same thing.
And at least like 10 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers.
Prove it at least that. So I want to see that it's at least that. So prove that much at least. And then I'll believe you, and I'll be a Glober with you. Just prove that much.
Just listen. If you, no matter where on Earth you are, when you look at the sun, the size appears to be completely identical.
Not really. Not really.
It is, no matter where you are.
No, it's not. And that's going to depend on the meteorological conditions, where you are, your altitude, whether you're in a dry or humid climate.
Look, its size looks the same if there are no clouds.
What I'm pointing out to you, my friend, is this is a false misconception that you have. Your altitude, for example, the terrain, the landscape, if it's dry like a desert, if the atmosphere is humid, for example, or dry, if there's a temperature variation in the atmosphere, right, these will cause a different magnification effect to light. We can observe, I can point out many observations of the sun shrinking, apparently in angular size and disappearing before it even touches the horizon, based on the meteorological conditions, dude. So that's a misconception that you have. I'm just pointing out that you have an assumption that's incorrect.
Okay. Well, when I look at the sun in Europe compared to Australia, it looks pretty much the exact same to my naked eye.
Pretty much the exact same, but pretty much the exact same shape, size as the moon, for example.
It looks exactly the same.
So pretty much the same size as the moon. I need clarification for this. Pretty much the same size as...
It looks exactly the same to me.
Okay, so the moon and the sun look exactly the same size in the sky. Okay.
No matter where on Earth you are.
I guess it must be the same. I guess there must be only one sun and one moon then, if they look exactly the same. Thank you for getting us that data. We were wondering who was going to get us that data.
The size looks the same, not appearance.
So now we know the moon's 20 million kilometers away at least.
Well, you know it's far away. If it was close, if you were on the other end of
this is fucking arbitrary, dude. What do you mean far away and close? What, close so I can touch it? What do you mean?
No. When an object is close to you and you move away from it, you can see its size change. But when an object is very far away from you, and then you move away from it, you don't realize it getting bigger or smaller because of how far away it is from you. If that makes sense.
I'll agree with you. Right, the sun and the moon appear to be far away. Okay, and
now the sun is like shooting out light towards the Earth, and if it were very far away and also very big, then how does it not
big, very far away, and
well, we can make the assumption that it's far away based on what I said.
No, I said no before. Sorry. You can't just keep doing that.
What we can do is make the assumption for ease of conversation that a sun appears to be very far away, but doesn't appear to illuminate the entire Earth. That's what we can logically concede.
But it just seems weird that it doesn't illuminate the entire
Earth. Does it really seem weird that when you turn your light on in your living room, it doesn't illuminate the entire neighborhood?
Well, of course not, because it's so close to the ground.
So close to a very... So you understand there's going to be a relationship between distances and sizes of objects. So far, it appears that the sun is far enough away to illuminate a certain portion of the Earth, but not all of it.
Right, yeah.
Cool. So my question is, and?
Well, it's just if it's so far away and so big, then how could it not light up the entire Earth?
Because I'll give you another variable. We're breathing a lot of air. We understand that air acts as an attenuating medium. That means that when light passes through it over distance, that light disperses. right? That's why we can look at the sun on the horizon, but not at lunchtime. Because when we stare at the sun at lunchtime, it's not really passing through the thickest medium of the air, right? We understand that air distinguishes with distance. So when we look at the sun at midday, it fucking burns our eyes out. But when we look at it on the horizon, it appears to be red or orange. We understand that that change in the light is because of the medium that it's passing through. We can look at the sun, right?
Yeah.
So that's also gonna.
I think he's looking at the chat where we've been posting and posting and posting.
I have not been, sorry. I can open the chat.
Are you playing video games?
No, I was on my phone. Oh, well, I'm on my phone, so I didn't have it open. But
Just
that
doing
makes
something
sense
else.
what you said. So you're saying that depending on where the sun is, like on the horizon, it has to pass through more air, or the light.
It's why the colour of the sun has changed. Yeah, it's why the colour of the sun's changed. Not actually, but apparently to our eyes through that medium. We can observe the sun, we can look at it for quite a period of time, romantically with your girlfriend, right? Let's watch the sunset. But we don't do it at midday because it's fucking bright and it'll burn our eyes out. We understand that this phenomena is caused by the bloody air that the light is travelling through. So as the sun passes over the earth, it's far enough away and the earth is so big that it only illuminates a certain portion of the earth. Doesn't illuminate the entire portion of the earth because there's variables. One, like I've just pointed out, relationship, the ratio, and two, the air that light's passing through. We understand, for example, that we can see the sun's light before we see the sun.
Right, yeah. That makes sense. I don't know. It just.
But the weird thing is like we don't need to have we don't need to have an explanation for everything. Like all we have to do is go out and measure the surface of the earth, specifically water, since water is fluid and it takes the shape of its container, and if the earth is a sphere, then it needs to be curving on the surface of water. Once we prove that the surface of water measures flat, then whatever is going on in the sky is only happening over a flat earth because the surface measures.
Right.
There could be unicorns in the sky. How do you explain unicorns in the sky and fairies and pixie dust? I don't know, but it's only happening on a flat earth.
So I was just looking at what Toby Dog posted in the side chat. So how's everyone doing? Does anyone have any questions about the room name? Don't be scared, don't bite. Yeah, this is true. What Professor Triangle PhD said in the side chat.
I think it's funny. Sleepy Puma has all the time in the world now to text by chat, but can't go get the flight data that shows that we're flying around a curved Earth. Says who?
They said unmute. I want to participate.
No.
Sleepy Puma. If this is a weak spot for you, right? If this is a point that you don't know how to argue, you can always move to a different point. But you just need to like understand, like the evidence is right here. You're in cognitive dissonance, which is, I mean, I haven't even been here, right? And I can already tell from your, your discourse in the side chat. It seems like, reductive. And I don't
Where's
know.
the article? I don't want an article though. I want the flight mirror. SNI, he posted like a PDF on flying forces and flight dynamics. Professor Triangle posted a screenshot from that course.
Yep.
right? So like we're posting you actual data. We're not posting you like articles with people's opinions on it.
It's not just from the course, it's page 1 of the course. The first thing they teach you is you are not on a globe when you're flying a plane or you're going to die. How's that? You're on a flat stationary Earth, and that's how you're going to fly your plane.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like it's what we've been proving and measuring, right? They are now teaching this to pilots and saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter for simplification of measurements and stuff like that, so we can make our calculations easier. Like, that's just not how it works. If we were on a spinning globe, right, if, big if, right, if everything that they were saying is true, right, there would be calculations based on the rotation of the Earth. There would be calculations for curvature, right, so you don't hit things, obviously, right? But there isn't, right, and they tell us we need to assume that there's a flat Earth and there's a non-rotating Earth. That's
guys, I'm explaining this based on actually my work. So one time I had to develop software that is supposed to calculate distance between points in order to know how much fuel a plane will use. Yeah, because I mean, this is a software that does flight planning for
we already have that. They already have that figured out in charts already.
Private jets, but yeah. So the thing happened that when I did the calculations without accounting for the curvature of Earth, my data was wrong. My output was wrong.
Just show us.
How do you know?
Just go ahead and show us.
Because it was not.
This is bro. You've got the data. If you wrote this software, you've got the stuff on hand. So just post it for us. Let's have a look.
I mean, there's a lot of math. That's
We're math experts. You can post anything you want.
But hold on. Why don't you what's your point for saying that this is wrong?
We don't believe you because you haven't posted anything. You're just some rando on the internet making baseless claims. We didn't have any data.
And you said you probably don't work there anymore. You probably got fired because you did it wrong. Remember?
No, I didn't got fired. I mean, let's not attack each other in the personal
All right, we're not attacking each other. Just post it so I can read it and tell you if you did it right or not.
Yeah, Sleepy Puma, this is a good idea. You should post your claim.
I mean, I
suggest you do.
This is not my
looks good
own. I mean, this is my work's data. It's not my own. I can't just put it online.
Without accounting for curvature, how do you account for a flat Earth distance from from Detroit to New York?
Well, so basically, usually the output will be wrong as like the farther the points are.
How do you account for no curvature?
It's a normal distance formulas that you can find online. It's like the normal, but like.
Can you tell us what formulas you're talking about, please?
So what would be the distance from Detroit to New York on a flat Earth? If the Earth is not curving, what would be the distance from New York to Detroit on a flat Earth?
I don't know that.
You're telling me if I had a straight line that was 10 miles long and then I bent it around a ball down 66 feet on one end, it wouldn't be 10 miles long anymore? What the hell's going on with your math? That's why your program didn't work, dude.
But I mean, the whole.
I'm telling you why, and you laughed at me.
The whole industry uses that formula. How can you tell?
No, they don't. Nobody. No. Have her sign now.
What formula?
Okay, hold on. Let me grab the formula.
Please tell us the formula. Drop a citation. What are you doing?
I gave you a PDF. You guys don't want to look at it.
Send a citation of whatever you're talking about right now. Right? You're making baseless claims. It's so pointless having this conversation with you.
Proceed.
You could tell us you saw a unicorn, but you don't want to. Sleepy Puma. You could tell us you saw a unicorn on a rainbow, right?
Okay, I got your point.
You tell us to prove
you guys can go ahead. I'll look for the formula and put it on the chat. But you guys can go ahead on the conversation.
I mean, until we see your source, bro, there's nothing to talk about, right? You're not like proving anything, Sleepy Puma. You need to present.
Yeah, this is why you were put on mute in the first place. We need the actual data. We need the actual formula. And then we'll go from there. You could have solved this problem a long time ago if you would have just got what we were looking for.
Hey, Sleepy Puma, I gotta ask you a question, man. If the Earth is a sphere and you fly 14 hours in a direction east or west, or north or south, do you agree that if you have a gyroscope, that the gyroscope should flip upside down? Unmute you for that question. That's the only thing we're going to talk about.
I'm not gonna answer for this right now. I'm gonna look for the formula first and put it on the chat. But you guys can proceed.
Do you know what a gyroscope is?
Yeah, I do. I do know what it is. I do.
Okay, what's the purpose of a gyroscope?
Like I said, let me look for the formula. Proceed with the conversation, but I'll come back with the formula, and then we can come back to all these things.
There is no conversation. The Earth is flat.
That's why I asked you to watch the. That's why I posted that lady. I'll post it again. She goes over asking the question, why doesn't her gyroscope flip upside down when she flies 14 hours from one location to another? And because she asked this question, she lost her commercial pilot.
It's almost like that question is too close to something that should be spoken about a lot more, but it's suppressed. Suppression. Good. So, Sleepy Puma, citation, please.
He's looking for S&I. We don't need to pound him like that. A little bit more.
I don't know. I mean, if this is information that he's, like researched before, it shouldn't be hard to find again. If it exists.
I know, but if I was on his side and you were bantering me like that, I would just leave. You know what I mean?
Oh, I understand. Have her seen.
That's what I said. I said it like 5 minutes ago to him, and he just ignored me, I think.
Yeah, I know, but we had to see him go through the process. So how does the Habersign formula used to calculate distance over a globe?
We don't use spherical triangles for anything. There's no such thing as a spherical triangle. They're just magic words for you guys to pretend that you use.
Those are the formulas, but again, it will not make sense if you do not think the Earth is
right. Exactly. Do you know what a triangle is? Let's just find out first.
I do, but before we go into those things, I just want to know, why do you think if Earth is flat, why do you think the whole education system, everything else tries to say
if Earth is flat, why do you think it's a globe? If Earth is flat, why do you think it's a globe?
I mean, you answered my question with the question. I want to understand your point of view. Like, why do you think it's?
It's measured flat.
It's a silly question, man. Yeah,
it's measured flat.
Question.
And we already put a document in there showing you how flight dynamics. You ignored that. Page one, like halfway down the page, flat and stationary Earth.
So why do you think people?
They're teaching you in flight school. Yeah, they teach you in flight school Earth is flat. How come they teach you that in flight school, but not in just volleyball school?
How do you derive latitude and longitude? Sleepy Puma.
Deriving latitude, what do you mean? How do I know there is latitude and longitude?
Well, when you're trying to locate yourself on the Earth, how do you derive that? What's the first thing you're going to do?
So what is the first thing I do to know my latitude or longitude?
Yeah.
I mean, old school ways, people would be looking at like the sun, the positioning.
The celestial sphere.
I mean, this is like old school ways, but I mean nowadays.
No, it's the way you do it. It's not the old school way.
Yeah, but nowadays, I mean, most people are not going to look at the stars and be like, "Oh, this is
Even satellites use transform coordinates based off of where the location of the stars.
Whoa, you're going all over the weed patch.
Yeah.
Dude, I want you to find out because you started bringing up Haberstein formulas and spherical triangles and all this shit you wrote software for. And I asked you if you knew what a triangle was. You said, I can't answer that yet because you have to answer my question. I answered it. Do you know what a triangle is?
I do, but what
is it? Define a triangle.
You can define it in mathematical ways, but I don't want to do that.
No, I just want to define what a triangle is.
It's in mathematical terms?
Yes, please.
Just give us the definition of a triangle.
I mean, I don't know the mathematical definition at the top of my head.
I'll tell you what, I'll put the definition in the side chat for you. I'm going to hit question mark.
What's the point?
DEF triangle, and I'm going to prompt English Hub to give you a definition of a triangle. There you go. There's a definition of a triangle.
This guy still hasn't gotten us a formula for figuring out distances across the Earth.
Formula.
Yeah, he gave it to us.
No, he didn't. Swoledog, check your DMs, please. This is inapplicable to Earth. Earth is not a perfect sphere. This works on a perfect sphere. Earth is not a perfect sphere.
That's why his software didn't work.
Guys. Beside my question, I really want to understand.
Could you please?
He isn't going to answer what a triangle is. That's fine.
Beside my question, I do want to ask you guys, like, if this information that you guys say here or you stand for about the Earth being flat is real, why do you think the otherwise has been taught to everybody?
Sleepy Puma.
For fun.
It's okay. You're jumping ahead, okay? You're asking why when you don't know what. Okay.
I'm asking you because
let's focus on
because you want to be lied to. Hold on, that's right. Sleepy Puma, because you want to be lied to. That's why.
Wait, that makes no sense.
You like parlor tricks. You don't care if you're being lied to. You like giving up your autonomy to governing authorities.
No, that makes no sense. I'm asking you why
do you think check your DMs. Swoledog, please check your DMs and post what
I'm responding. Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay, excellent.
Because, like, if you guys are right, why is all the education system around the world teaching the other way around? Like,
for fun.
Because you want to be lied to.
I mean, I don't want to, but I'm asking you.
They don't teach the globe anywhere. They don't teach the globe anywhere. You really just think that they do that. They don't teach globe anywhere. It's not a book about a globe. It's not a book with all the numbers in it. None of that actually exists.
Shit, but I mean,
how big is the globe?
Hold on. Go back. In my school, they mentioned that, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my mind. I'm not a specialist.
They didn't teach you the numbers.
I think
numbers. No, they. Okay, my education system in my home country, they tell us that the Earth is like a sphere-ish geoid thing. That's what we get. Yeah, but that's it.
At this point, I think it's tradition. You just listen to people that's told you this, and they listen to someone who told them at this point. That's all it is. It's tradition. It's been carried down for a few generations, and now everybody think they're living on a ball. That's all it is. I think there's people lying. There's only a few of them still. Who knows?
So how'd you get to this knowledge then? What made you sit with this and go I've been lied to?
When somebody whispered in my ear and said we see too far, I'm like, yeah, but that's because the Earth is really big. And they're like, no, the Earth is a certain size. And that if you're 6 feet tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. I'm like, that's not right. I've seen things 20 miles away. I need to go check for myself. So when I went out, I said, yep, there it is. I can see something 20 miles away. And what do you know? The horizon is behind that. So now the Earth is not a sphere anymore.
Okay. How do you explain all this pictures of Earth from space, from like all that stuff?
I don't.
There's only one claimed photograph of the Earth from space, so I don't know what you're talking about. The one photograph?
Wait, I heard him say I don't, and then you chuckled as if that were ridiculous. And let's be honest, I'm not having a go. Is that not your honest reaction? Did I hear that right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can react how I feel like reacting. I mean, is there a rule?
No, that's why I said what I said, so that you understand.
Because I mean,
that,
some people laugh. I mean,
you want to know why? You want to know
it
why?
could
I'm
be nervous laugh, could be sarcastic laugh.
Yeah, that's the problem. Do you want to know why I picked up on that?
I particularly don't, but you can go ahead if you want to. You're free.
I will, because everyone else is talking and listening as well. So, when he said that he doesn't explain that stuff, and you gave a chuckle, that's the normie's reaction to think, well, okay, so you're not going to explain all of these things that all of these people with all of this these resources and that whatever livelihood that they put into their work, like you're saying you don't have to explain it, they have explained it, why should I listen to you? Well, in my mind, if that was said in a vacuum, that would make sense. But right before that, man's literally told you that there's no curvature, that the horizon's supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it's never there. So when you take that and follow it up with, therefore, I'm not concerned about stories, it's a little different. So it's funny. I personally don't understand someone who would laugh after that, because it's like, what does asking for photos that they claim they have, that's not going to change a normal person being able to go to the beach and go, oh, they did say the horizon was 3 miles away based on my height, and it's not. It's never going to change that. And that's the thing that we're concerned with, not pictures from a place we've never been. I just find it funny that someone would laugh that off after hearing that there's no curvature found.
It's ad populum. That's what it is.
Anyways,
like you're adhering to, like.
It's fine. I mean, I can react how I feel like reacting, but I will not get into this argument about my reaction. Let's just go back to the subject. Like, how do you guys then understand, like, the other planets? Like, for you guys, it's not, they don't exist?
Stay focused on the flat Earth.
No, I'm asking you, like, if the Earth is flat, like, what about other planets?
If the Earth is flat, how come the galaxy is flat?
I mean, I'm asking. I'm not the flat earther.
I'm asking too. If Earth is flat, why is the universe flat according to NASA? If the Earth is flat, why is the universe flat according to NASA?
I mean, if you're gonna keep asking me questions, as I ask you a question,
it's the same question. I want to know why the universe is flat. You want to know why other stuff?
I'm trying to ask you guys. What is your
what is a planet? What is a planet?
As a flat earther.
Hold on. I'm going to explain to you what a planet is. A planet is a celestial body, right?
I'm not asking what is a planet. I'm asking you what do you think about
the other planets? You said the other planets.
Yes.
Right. So that's assuming that Earth is a planet. But when we define the word planet, a planet just means a wandering star or a wandering body in the sky. So now we have things in the sky that move in the sky. But when I look up, I don't see the Earth in the sky. So how is the Earth a planet like those other planets?
Okay. What do you guys call the other things that we see when you look up then? Like the moon,
Twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. That's what I call them, twinkling lights.
Mars is a planet. Jupiter is a planet.
We call them the same thing that you call them. It's just a narrative that goes along with what Mars is and what Jupiter is and what those lights that are far away are. That narrative we don't trust and we don't believe. If you're asking us what we think they are, then really we don't know, right? And there's lots of speculations, right? They might be like what NASA says, but maybe not exactly. They might be something completely different, right? That distances, they might not actually be spheres. There's lots of conceptual ideas, but ultimately we do not know because we can't test and verify any speculation that we have. So we look at these things, these lights in the sky, and describe them as such. We can't add any more to that, and we definitely don't believe the story that we're told that they are other planets, like the Earth is a planet.
Okay.
Do you look when you look up in the sky? Do you see the Earth?
I mean, I don't see the Earth. I see only like some stars, and sometimes I see the moon.
I see a lot of stars, and I see the moon, and I see the moon go through phases, and I see the sun.
In the flat earther point of view,
see the
moon is flat also, and
why would I say that?
Flat?
Why would I make a claim about the moon?
No,
I'm asking in the point of view of a flat earther.
I do apologise. I just told you that we don't know. And you've asked us if we think the moon's flat. We don't know, right? Not saying that it is, right? But we're just saying that we give you it looks spherical, but we don't know until we go there. The sun, right, looks spherical, don't know until we go there. Other things look like they could be spherical, don't know till we get there. Well, I've told you.
10 to 1, he said. 10 to 1, he asks you about. 10 to 1, he asks you about the sun next.
I mean,
our evaluation of the geometry of the one sec. Our evaluation of the one sec, bro. Our evaluation of the surface geometry of the Earth is independent of anything in the sky. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Woo! Nice.
Let me ask you this reasoning, this line of logic, Sleepy Puma. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then what is it doing?
Yeah, you can phrase it.
I mean, if it's not curving, then it's flat.
Okay. All right. Now I got one more. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, because you've established that it's not curving, if the surface of the Earth measures flat, do you agree that whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth since the surface of the Earth measured flat?
That
if he answers it, then he admits the Earth is flat. So that's why he's not answering, folks. I'm just telling people on the live stream. I'm just telling people on the live stream, dude.
So okay, because I still have other questions. Like, how do you explain
No. I don't have to explain nothing, bro.
Like the sun rays, like
anything in the sky.
How the sun
I don't have to explain.
Like as the time goes by, how does it hit different?
I don't have to explain
positions.
I don't have to explain it. We need to look at the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So
because we can go down to all these other explanations, you're not gonna wrap your mind around the idea that first we have to determine whether or not the Earth is actually curving.
It's a big idea. I mean, I'm not gonna like sit with it and agree in one conversation. You know, it's like there's a lot of parts to it.
Right. If the Earth is not curving, do you agree that the entire belief system that you have is completely wrong?
That's why I am very cautious to understand and answer that, because it's not an individual thing.
Yeah, because you know if you admit the Earth is flat, you will never, ever believe it's a globe again. So you're trying not to say that as much as possible. You realize that, right? Because we do this, we're professionals. We've been doing this every day for at least 8 years. I've been flat smacking for really since 2013, but I'll say 2015.
So okay. So in a flat earther mindset or logic or worldview, how does the constellations move? Like the Earth also goes around the sun?
No.
So the Earth goes around the sun.
Everything in the sky moves. Everything in the sky moves.
Told you before, didn't we? Or we didn't tell you? I don't know. Who am I talking to?
It runs together.
Oh yeah.
No,
anyway,
when I look up, I see the sun move. I see the moon move. I see the stars move. I see the planets move. I don't have any evidence of the Earth moving except during an earthquake.
Okay, so in the flat earther's worldview, the sun is moving. I mean, the Earth
that's
is
in your world. It's in your worldview, not our worldview. Everyone say this. In everyone's worldview, we see the sun moving. Say that part.
Angry.
Say that part at least. Say that part at least. In everybody's worldview, we all see the sun moving. Say at least that part.
May I interject? Sleepy Puma, it seems like you're deviating from the truth, bro. Like, you experience the world to be one way. Why are you saying it like we view it a different way? It's the exact same thing, bro. You and I see the exact same thing when we go outside. And when we go to the beach.
Admit that, Sleepy Puma. When you look up in the sky, do you see the sun moving?
Sleepy
Puma.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I said I don't see the sun moving.
You don't see sunrise?
You don't see the sun moving.
Okay, sorry. I see the sun moving, and I thought you implied that the Earth is moving.
Why?
No. Again,
why?
Wait, why, Sleepy Puma? When have you ever seen the Earth move?
Because in this point, it's like perception, right? I have the perception.
No.
Perception. You perceive the sun moving, bro. You don't perceive the Earth moving.
No. I'm saying the
Earth movement.
I have the perception that the Earth is moving.
No, you don't.
Sun.
Why?
He's being honest. Hold on a second. He's being honest. He's telling us that he has been so brainwashed that when he objectively sees the sun move, to him, that is the Earth moving. That's how brainwashed he is.
Yeah, but no, there's no way he goes out, looks at the sun, and says, "Man, am I feeling it? I'm falling back behind so fast." Like that, they actually think about that. He knows that. He looks up at the sun. It's not noon anymore because it's over there. Yeah, the sun moved. I guarantee that's how he thinks, like everybody else. But now because he's in here, he's like, I look at the sun and I feel like I'm falling backwards all the time, and it's just weird how they do this.
I have a friend that says when he watches the sunrise, it's like he's doing the most epic face plant ever.
Well, he's proposing two options. Something's covering distance. Either it's the ground underneath him, or it's the sun, or possibly they both could be, moving. So how are you going to tell?
So, in flat Earth's worldview, the sun's moving, not the Earth. Right?
That's what we observe.
In your view, in your worldview. Everybody sees the sun moving.
This is the thing. You guys are saying that my worldview is wrong, and it's okay if you say that. But
no, it's not. That's the thing.
If you say that my worldview is wrong,
Radwin no, stop. It's not wrong. Your worldview, hey, listen, your worldview is the same as everybody else's. We all share the same worldview. The sun moves from one end of the sky to the other daily. That's the observation.
Okay, but this is your. I mean, it's your.
No, it's not my worldview. That's everybody's worldview.
I have to put the kibosh on this really quick. Here's the thing, bro. I don't want you to ask any more questions about worldviews. You're not here asking flat Earth about or strawmanning us with the things that we think are happening. Everybody experiences the movement of the celestials. Everybody. Don't ask us about our worldview. That's everybody's observation. Now, if you want to believe that you're seeing something different, that's your prerogative. But objectively, you agreed to this, by the way. You do see the sun move from horizon to horizon every day. That is everyone's base observation, period.
Yeah, I dare you to run down the street and where there's a bunch of people and looking at the sun saying, hey, do you guys feel the earth spinning? You see how the sun moves away during sunset? That's because we're falling backwards. See if you get put in a mental hospital.
So tell us what the evidence is that the sun is the thing that's moving. Did I lose audio?
No. Just went quiet, dude.
Wow. Must have been a mic drop. So our friend's got no further questions or responses.
I'll never understand, man. They come in here, they say, if the earth is flat, and then they forget that the next logical reasoning behind that logical sequence would be, then the earth is flat.
This is such a funny rage bait.
Well, I mean, it's logic. If P, then P.
Did somebody ask if this was rage bait?
Oh no, this wasn't a question. This was just a observation.
Oh, it is rage bait.
He said this is such funny rage bait.
Yeah, this channel.
Detail what is funny rage bait. Are you enraged? How are you enraged?
You kind of sound raged.
Yeah, but give details though. Like, what detail are we giving that is rage baited?
Yeah. Good to see you alive, by the way. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Just the word flat earth is rage baiting people.
Do you think flat Earth?
Could it be yours trying to rage bait? Because while everyone's trying to help you out of your situation, all I want to know is what item did we put on the table that is enraging others? That's all I want to know.
The thought of a flat Earth is rage baiting.
How?
It doesn't make sense. It's
what detail we put forth that doesn't make sense? I'm still asking the
I
same
didn't
question.
listen to the conversation. I was just joining the channel.
Oh, okay. It's your
2 minutes ago.
feeling. I got you. Like women, when you ask them, well, what specifically? It's your feelings. You just don't like
Wow, that's
the
pretty
word.
misogynistic. That's kind of fucked up from you.
So you don't know me. I don't really care. Meanwhile, you
Okay,
have
that's-
no
that's
idea why.
kind of fucked up. The stuff you just said.
You have no idea why you're enraged because you can't give me a single detail that we've given that is rage worthy.
Oh no, I wasn't enraged until you just said the shit stuff about women. What the fuck are you thinking?
You weren't. That's why I asked the question. We got to the point. This is why Elijah's asking you. You were enraged before then, right? You said just a name coming in this room.
I think it's funny, but I think it makes
funny,
many others rage baited. That's that's why they have the feeling they have to discuss it.
We're asking you specifically, though, not others. You.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get to the point of. It's you who appears to be enraged.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not enraged now. Other people, you're concerned that other people might be enraged by this.
Well, I heard Jedi that he was very enraged a second ago. He said I wasn't enraged until blah blah blah. So that means he was
I was enraged. I was really
super enraged. So that means he comes into rage bait rooms to get enraged by the room. So it worked. It worked for us. Yay! You owe us money, dude.
It does work. That's what I said. I said it's a good rage bait.
Why?
Because it's a thing most people don't believe in, and they feel really good about debating it.
What about you?
I also feel like that. I think I could.
Do you? That's good.
I think I could pretty easily.
Oh, I want to see. Please do that, because if you can prove it's a globe, I'll split the 3 Bitcoin with you.
All right.
So you want to
he said
debate
he
the
could do it
subject, do you?
easily.
Hold tight. You want to debate the
Yeah, I
subject?
mean, we
okay.
have empirical proof. It's
Oh! Sorry. Everybody calm down.
we also have physical proof.
Okay, my friend also
like
you.
Independent circumnavigation. I mean,
Okay.
humans have sailed, flown, and continuously traveled east or west. And
okay,
they've always returned to the starting point without
you understand how
reversal or
debate works?
teleportation.
You understand how debate works, right? At the moment, you're just stacking claims after claims. Right? Are we going to go to the first thing that you said, the second thing, or the point that you ended on? Which one of these things are we going to start on, dude? Come on.
Let's go for the independent circumnavigation.
Independent going round in circles, okay?
Yeah, because my point is this is only possible on a closed surface. So flat models are...
Hold on. What is the path of the object? If we're talking about a ship, I would presume it's navigating, so using like directions, north, south, east, and west, for example. So the boat went in which direction?
It doesn't matter, east or west.
Okay. It does matter, east or west. It definitely does.
Okay, let's say west.
Okay. East or west are circles around poles. Are they not?
Wait, can you ask the question again?
East and west are circles around poles. North or south?
Just waiting for an agreement.
Sorry, my English is not my first language.
I'm defining.
You said poles.
Sorry to apologise. A pole, like north, an actual place. I can go to north. I can't go to east or go to west. East and west are not absolute directions. North would be. I can stick a pole in the ground and call this the North Pole. Right? So east and west are circles around a pole. Please tell me how a circle cannot be achieved on a flat surface. You said circumnavigation. That's east or west, travelling in a circle. I'm asking you how a circle is impossible on a flat surface.
I mean, it can be achieved if it's like a two-faced flat surface.
Yeah.
Like if you have an up and down side.
Yeah, the surface would be the Earth that we're navigating on, right? The sea is the surface, isn't it?
Yeah.
We live on the surface, so we're navigating the surface. You're saying that traveling on a surface you're saying that traveling on a flat surface in a circle is impossible. Is it? No, Jedi, obviously, it's like I'm having to fill the gaps for you. No, Jedi, it's obviously not. A circle is described as a closed two-dimensional shape, equidistant from a radius. You or they in their boats that are navigating, travelling east or west, are just travelling in a circle around a pole. You said that this is only possible on a globe surface. I've pointed out that it's a circle.
Yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't circumnavigate a large lake.
I'm just pointing out that your point that it's impossible isn't really true.
You wouldn't continuously travel west if you go in a circle.
Continuously travelling west, that's keeping north at 260 degrees from my what? When I look left.
I posted it for you, Jedi.
Thanks.
The flat globe.
So east and west, right, will be defined as where the sun rises and sets 90 degrees from north to your right, where the sun rises on the equinox is east, 260 degrees to your left when is west, where the sun sets on the equinox. Right?
Exactly. Is north a point or a length?
Your empirical proof was navigation, circumnavigation, proving that the Earth could only be a sphere. It appears to be that this argument is lacking in logical reasoning. Obviously, you can travel in circles around a central radial point. At the centre of the circle, we can call north. We can call the travelling of direction around that circle east or west. Okay, that can happen on a flat surface. So your first one, I think we can move on for, unless you have any objections. You said you wanted to debate.
Do I get those 3 Bitcoin?
So do we move on to the next one? And we say, okay, that wasn't good proof. Next one then?
I'm still fact-checking whether it's possible. Wait a second.
Okay, so you have an objection. What's your objection?
No, not yet. I'm not understanding it right. I have to check whether the example you gave makes any sense.
Do you know what a compass is?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. So you understand that that circular device has got north, east, south, and west in it, right?
Yes.
You understand that north and east are separated by 90 degrees, right?
Yep, you stumped them. That's crazy. It's like people lose all sense of reality when they come in this room.
Yes, mad.
It's weird because
Merry
someone
Christmas.
can't conceive of a circle over or on a plane. That's stupid. Like, surely you can conceive of a circle being drawn on a flat plane. Surely.
So, my next question was, you know what a compass is, right? The one that you draw circles with. It's like, what are we going to do here?
Sounds like he's conceiving of west, east, and west being like a straight line across a map from one side to the other.
I walked out of the room for a second. Where'd the guy go?
Oh, was he left?
We got some repeat customers in here, though, I see, which is amazing. Not really amazing.
Hume was asking for an unmute. I don't know if he was that unbearable before that we couldn't continue a conversation with him. Was he? Or was he? I don't know.
I'm gonna mute them now. They were probably just talking or something.
All right. Thank you, guys. I hope you please don't mute me again. I hope you can be cordial with me.
Oh, you're on your way to getting muted already.
Well, it is Christmas. Maybe your wish will come true.
All right, guys. So the thing that came to mind by listening to you explain about the circumnavigation was
okay. Wait. The
weird how they
picture
both
that you
talk at the same
sent in
time.
is kind of flawed.
They feel like they've got support. I've got a buddy. Now let's get him.
You cannot represent the spherical surface on a flat without distortion.
You'd have to show that surface is spherical.
Yeah, go ahead and prove that, what you just said.
Not that you can't represent a curved surface on a flat surface without differences. Well, yeah. And? What was the point of this? Where was it going?
Was it saying you can't draw a circle on a flat?
You can draw a
map?
circle, but you cannot represent a spherical surface on a flat.
Okay, but that's a concession that we can definitely draw circles and travel in circles on flat surfaces, right?
Yes.
And actually, a sphere is a 2D term that's used for flat paper.
all right. May I intervene?
Please.
So I was thinking, why don't we experience a total blackout sort of time throughout the day? Because if the Earth is flat, the sun is moving around Earth, right? when it goes to the bottom portion, everything on the top would not see any light, right? It'd be dark, completely dark everywhere.
Right.
You're acting as though light will travel forever through a medium, and it won't. It's called light attenuation. So there's a limited distance that the sun's light will push through the medium of the atmos that we live in. It's kind of like dropping a flashlight into a lake and expecting to see it forever. In reality, it would only travel maybe 100 feet or so. And the atmosphere that we live in is also a fluid, just like water. So there's a limit to how far you can see and how far light will push through to your eye. That's why.
Is that what he's asking, though? Or is he said bottom portion? What do you mean bottom portion?
Yeah, that's what I wanted
It sounded like he was saying that the sun was dipping into the earth.
No, I'm saying this like in the flat Earth model, like if
there is no flat Earth model, excuse me, we already addressed this with you earlier. There is no flat Earth model. If you're claiming that we think that we live on an azimuthal equidistant projection, you are mistaken. Please do not use that straw man against us. It sounds like you're being disingenuous and basically an asshole. Don't do that.
You're speaking to a non-native speaker of English.
I don't care. I don't care. You cannot straw man us with an equidistant projection of a globe and say that we think we live on that.
How should I say that? How can I say that then?
You said flat Earth model. We don't have a flat Earth model. So what are you asking about? If you're talking about a bottom portion of a flat model or projection, that doesn't even make any sense.
Okay, so my understanding from listening to you guys is that when the sun moves around, right? Let's say.
No, it doesn't move around. As far as we observe, it moves overhead. Cannot tell you the actual path of the sun.
Overhead, so it never goes to the bottom of under the earth.
No, nobody here said that. I don't know why you're asking that question.
What do you mean by under the earth?
So, because in my mind, what I'm thinking is when the sun moves, then we have the surface of the earth where all the continents are. What about the other part of the earth? Like Earth is flat. The other part of the earth, the bottom portion, does the sun also circulate back there?
Okay, let me try and decipher this. Do you think that we say the earth is like a coin? You know what a coin is, right? Money?
Yeah, coin, like a flat.
So the earth is like a coin, and the continents, like Africa, South and North America, they're on the top of the coin. Do you think that? Yeah, we don't say that.
How do you see the continents then? Like, where are they exactly?
On the surface of the earth, dude. There isn't a coin earth where there's another portion of the earth underneath where the sun would travel to.
Think of the hands of a
No, don't confuse him.
No. But we gave you no shape claim or ultimate total construction of the earth. We are telling you that the surface of the earth, whatever it is flat, measurably. That's our claim.
So, and how does the sun move around or move in the constellation? Like, does it go over? You say over and what?
Obviously, it goes over our heads. That's everybody's experience.
What just went over his head? What you said previously, Cecil.
Let me try.
I guarantee.
Let me try. I'll try. I'll try, my friend. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, please.
Go ahead.
It might be easier for you to understand our claim if I point it out like this. We measure the surface of the Earth flat underneath the sun, moon, and stars. So the sun is always above the Earth. You understand?
So it never go on the bottom portion then?
No, the sun is always above the Earth.
Okay, so it's moving. You don't know the trajectory, and it's always above the Earth.
We know the trajectory. It's defined east to west.
East or west?
East to west. East being defined as where the sun rises on the equinox. West being defined as where the sun sets on the equinox.
So in this concept, it goes around the disk or the flat?
No, there's no disc.
Or
Right?
the flat
We
surface?
can't tell you the shape of the Earth, right? So let's say, just for sake of argument, it's really big, like infinite, right? The sun is only illuminating a small portion of this really massive surface. Okay? Don't know how big the Earth is. Only the parts that we know.
Because, okay, if it goes east to west,
Mm-hmm.
some point in this flat structure, wouldn't we all experience a blackout moment, the moment where there's no light?
Yeah, that's called nighttime.
But on all the flat surface, not just one
Sometimes
portion of the
in the winter. We observe this in the winter, depending on your location. If it's winter for you, say for example now, for me in the north, it's winter. It's Christmas time. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas.
In the Arctic Circle, it's perpetual darkness. You can't see the sun for months. There's flat earthers. I think Drace is maybe in here. I'm not looking, but one of our flat earthers lives in Iceland, which is inside the Arctic Circle. Right, no sunlight for months. In the summer, though, remember it's summer somewhere else, at south of the equator. People like in Australia, like our flat earth friends, Timbo, T-Dub, Matrix, they're experiencing a lot of sunshine at the moment. The sun is above their heads for a long time during the summer months. And inside the Antarctic Circle about now, you can observe a 24-hour sun. That's the land of the midnight sun, where the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours, up to maybe about 3 months. So you can see this here, but over there, it's really dark. Now, that's because the sun's moved.
Okay. It's I mean, that is a very different concept than what I know.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're a priest to point it out to you.
I've been to places
Sorry,
like
I'll finish this because it's a good point. We know that's what you think because that's what everybody gets told on YouTube and social media. What we say, we don't say that idea that the Earth is a disk. We don't say that Antarctica is the continent surrounding the Earth, keeping the waters in. We don't say those things. We say the Earth, the surface of the water, is measured to be horizontal. Therefore, the surface of the Earth can't be curving, which would be needed if the Earth was a sphere. So we don't measure a sphere, we measure a horizontal Earth. That's the end of our claim. We can't tell you the size of the Earth. We can't tell you how deep it is. We can't tell you how far away the things in the sky are. We can only tell you the claim that we can verify, that the surface of the Earth is measured horizontal.
Okay. How come we never went all the way to the edge of this flat structure?
Where do you think we should find it? Where do you think it would be?
I mean, I don't know because I never explored.
Okay, me either.
But I'm saying, like, if we've had multiple people navigating the Earth, doing all those things. I mean, I would assume that at some point someone would have been.
That's a poor assumption on your part. You shouldn't be assuming things. Where would we find the edge of the Earth if there is one?
I'll give you a hint, right? Because we were talking about navigation earlier. We're not going to find it east. We're not going to find it west. It's not going to be at north, and it's not going to be at south. It's not going to be in any of those cardinal points or directions, right? It's not going to be there. Now, the flat earthers will understand definitely what I'm talking about, but we're not going to use these to find the edge of the Earth.
Interesting. I guess so.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the edge might be or whatever. The Earth is still measured flat.
So what blows my mind, honestly, within the things you guys said, and I still find it hard to wrap around, is the concept of, like, the movement of the sun, and we not experiencing like total black
Bingo.
Night day everywhere in the world at the same time. That's kind of
we didn't. Excuse me. We didn't give you a height to the sun, or a distance to it, or anything, and how much it would actually broadcast across the surface of the Earth. So you having a hard time understanding that idea doesn't surprise me. Here's something that I think is bizarre. It's a concept I can't even imagine. How is it that a ball of gas is burning inside a vacuum and hovering in the middle of that vacuum? That sounds like total horseshit. Could you explain it to me?
I mean, most normal people wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, but that's what you believe, isn't it? That the sun is a giant burning ball of gas hovering inside a vacuum?
I mean, as of now, yeah.
Yeah. Why do you believe that if no one can demonstrate that at any point?
Well, those are all speculations and people trying to. Because no one really understands the sun in depth. There's only like some portion of understanding, but not like in depth.
Well, then why are they claiming that they do understand it, and that's exactly what's happening? You seem to be disagreeing with the people putting this idea forth.
I mean, where they say that they understand it fully. Also, aren't you making that claim?
Well, it's in textbooks. So if they're putting things in textbooks and teaching it to children that they don't understand fully, would you agree that that's pretty messed up and irresponsible?
I mean, I don't see it that way. I see that's just like up until we understand the sun, because science evolves.
No, it doesn't. Science is a method. It doesn't evolve.
Well, our understanding evolves, and therefore science evolves.
No one's understanding has evolved. They don't have one shred of evidence for that claim. Not one shred of evidence for that claim.
For example,
as far as I'm concerned, that is like a fairy tale. It's as good as the sun might be a zillion little ponies that are on fire flying around in a big spherical circle. There's exactly as much evidence for my claim as for your claim. So I don't want to hear anything about, do you think science is we should just make shit up and until it's proven wrong, that's the truth? Is that what science should be?
At some point, we didn't know about atoms, and then we learned about atoms, and science evolved.
False equivalence. No, it doesn't. This is a false equivalence. We still don't know a whole heck of a lot about atoms, by the way.
Okay, but the bunch that we know, that's what we teach. And if at some point we teach something new, they'll be taught too.
Yeah, so we don't know anything about the sun. We shouldn't be teaching people things that we don't know about. There is no knowledge about the sun.
They're not teaching it because they know it. You got that all backwards, dude. They don't know anything about it. They're pretending to know it, and they pass on pretend stories. And you think it's a gas ball in a vacuum on fire, and that's impossible.
See, you were ripped off. You got stolen from. You got scammed when you went to elementary school, and they taught you about the Earth in science class, and they didn't even bother to show you the scientific method or how they got to the conclusions that they got to about the Earth in science class. They just told you, and you believe them, and now you're undermining science and the scientific method, saying, well, science is just the shit that we make up, and we publish it in textbooks until we find out something different.
Okay, so you guys are asking for all this proof. Like, are they proofs for your claims?
Yes.
Yeah, it's measured flat. I already told you this multiple times, but you weren't paying attention. No, why would you measure something scientifically? No. Measurements are geometry. Science is a method that we adjudicate cause and effect with. So scientifically, no. Measurements, bro. But I'll tell you what we'll do. So it seems sciencey because I think you are more into science fiction. We'll go ahead and use lasers, and then that'll make your eyes get all big, and you'll be really excited because lasers are involved. We've measured the surface of the Earth with lasers. Does that help?
I know. That does it help?
Sorry, measuring the surface description of the Earth, i.e. surveying, isn't going to help when trying to figure out the surface of the Earth description. It's the very first thing that we would do after observing the Earth, we'd measure it.
Okay.
You understand that the Earth being a sphere is a geometric claim, right? Sphere is a geometric shape.
Okay.
Cool. So when we figure out what identity the geometric shape is, we look at it, measure it.
So
don't we?
I've got one.
Sorry,
yeah,
don't we? Yes, good. We don't employ the scientific method, do we?
Are you asking me, or is it a rhetorical question?
Yes, I'm asking you. We haven't employed the scientific method, have we?
I'm assuming no.
No, exactly, right? So science, we're going to be used to figure out the shape of the Earth. You asked if we had any scientific evidence to back up our claim, demonstrating to me that you don't know what science is because you wouldn't ask that question. Geometry, that's observation and mathematics, right? The identity of a shape, you look at it and you measure it to see if it fits in the category of whichever shape you've measured. Now, the surface of the Earth that apparently is curved, that's a rate of change of slope from horizontal. We should measure a rate of change of slope over distance using surveying tools. One of those surveying tools is a laser. You can use lasers with direct line of sight to targets at distance to measure that altitude, for example. We could also, if there was one, measure a rate of change of slope over distance by using multiple laser measurements over distances. We don't measure any rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth. What we measure is the surface of water to be horizontal over any and all distances, demonstrating that the Earth is measured to be flat because 70% of the Earth is water, so we're told. So if water is horizontal on the surface, then so is the Earth.
Okay. Well, I hear your point. I will not argue with you on that. I'll listen and I'll do my own investigation because I mean it's a lot of information, to sit and just be like, oh yeah, that's true. But
not really.
But I mean it is to me because I mean it's a whole different concept from what I know personally or being educated on. But I appreciate you explaining that with much more clarity. That's.
Hey, did you watch that 4-minute video I linked to you, Puma?
Yeah. So one more
What's your
question
thoughts
before
on
I
it?
go.
Well, what's your thoughts on the video?
Hold on. I just want to say one thing. You guys think? So you think that the Earth has haven't been fully explored then at this moment in time?
We don't know.
Exploration of the dimensions and let's say.
I'll throw you a bone. Maybe. All right.
Because
maybe governments or organize. I'll try and help you. Maybe governments or organizations have got more understanding about the Earth than we have. I.e., there's more of it than what we're told, but they're not turning around and telling us on the 10 o'clock news at night time. Right? From all intents and purposes, we are led to believe that the Earth is a sphere. Anything antithetical to that, they're not going to be telling us about, are they? So I don't know if more or whatever of the Earth has been discovered, my friend. I personally couldn't tell you because I'm not the one that has done this. I'd only be basing some kind of belief on second-hand anecdotal stories.
Okay, because common knowledge is that Earth has been mostly explored. There's maybe a small percentage that maybe not, but the most portion is just underneath, the oceans and all that stuff. But with this concept, then it opens questions of have we explored everything? Because honestly, I would like to think we should be able to get to the edge at least, but that's a big thing, if ever happens. Because then it will help, really enforce that the Earth is flat. I guess because that way no one will ever be able to argue about this.
I understand what you're saying. It's really common for people when they first come along this information. I was right, same questions, same type of ideas.
Theoretically, then yeah, if we lived within a finite system that wasn't curved, so we didn't always end up back where we started again, then eventually we would reach a limitation to our reality. Point is, I'm not doing this. You're not doing this. Ultimately, we're relying on other people who've got more control over this earthly environment than we do. And potentially these are the people who want us to believe a certain thing. So anything against that, they would hide. We can look at many different situations around information and historical knowledge, for example, other scientific knowledge. There's always some kind of personal or governmental or national bias with any kind of story that's told. But I'm not doing it. I don't know what the edge of the earth is. Theoretically, yeah, I guess. But it's just theoretical and hypothetical. You couldn't prove this, and it wouldn't. And this was the last thing you said. Ultimately, it's not going to prove whether the Earth is flat or not, reaching the limitation to a system. What will prove if the Earth is flat is measurements of the surface. Reaching the limitation of the system would only prove that there's a limitation to the system.
Okay. Do you guys believe there's a bigger conspiracy or a reason why things are being hidden away? If they're being hidden away, anyways.
Are you asking why is this lie being told?
Yeah. I'm asking if you guys think there is a conspiracy behind why hiding. Because there's this whole history of people can go to North Pole or something like that, or there's all this thing online that
two things have really kind of come to light over the last 200, 300, 400 years. The scientific understanding of our place with the cosmos and how we evolved over time to be sitting here asking these questions, right? Kind of run hand in hand. I think the advantage to saying that the Earth is a ball is because they get to give us a completely, a creation idea, a creation narrative, right? They get to tell us how me and you and everything came into existence. The Earth and the universe and the sun and the galaxies were exploded into existence, right? The Big Bang. And then we came into existence because of evolution over time. So I think that they get to tell us how we came into existence. The point is, the Earth isn't a ball that was not obviously exploded from some kind of explosion with the rest of the other balls, right? That creation narrative potentially, most definitely, isn't true. So maybe the reason why they lie is because they get to give us a completely new creation mythology, devoid potentially of information and God. So maybe they are trying to take us away from God. I don't know. That's my personal speculation. Other flat earthers will have their own.
Oh, I see. Makes sense. So it's not like a common understanding. This is more your personal understanding, not every flat earther, sort of like general, like common knowledge.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint exactly why they would lie. First of all, I'd have to understand who they are. They are not my school or university teachers. They're not my friend or colleague at work. They're not even necessarily people in government, the people in charge of health and the people in charge of the education system. They probably don't know. They're just repeating a story that they got told. So I don't even know who they are to define what their motives are. But there's a lot of control to be gained when you've, lied to people, especially if you're trying to hide something. Information and knowledge is power. If you know the truth and other people don't, then you're in control. So it can easily boil down to that.
Okay. Well, to answer what the person's asked about the video, I'd say that's mind-blowing information. I think my brain will need to expand a little bit more in order to fully sit with this understanding. It's
It's your first time really coming across.
To understand, let's say.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching it, Puma. I appreciate that. It's a really good video.
Yeah, thank you guys. I didn't change how I see it, but definitely I have
wouldn't really expect you to.
It's nice to question, right? And compare the information and knowledge.
We actually encourage that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't expect you to take on any like ideas that we have the first time you come across the information. The only thing that we really want to do is open your eyes a little bit. Don't think that all foregone conclusions are as such. Can question and should question everything that you are told. So hopefully we've opened your eyes to at least critical thought.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe next time I'll come back and be able to debunk you guys. But for now, that's it.
Yeah, no worries. I've been doing this for 10 years and most new people come in and say that maybe I'll come back and debunk you. But I'm still waiting, dude. So until next time, you have a good Christmas.
Thanks.
Well, Father Christmas is 4.5 hours away from my location. It's fantastic news. Right, I'll tell you what, let's do something that I haven't done for a while. Let's have a little rundown. I see Adam was flashing there. What's up, Adam? Did you want to say something?
I still don't get how you can like have a circumnavigation.
Okay.
On a flat Earth.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't always be facing east. And if you go in a circle, you don't.
Okay.
Like you change the direction.
When navigating using a compass, what is east?
It's perpendicular to north.
90 degrees. Awesome stuff. So no matter where I stand around north, east will always be 90 degrees.
Yes, but you wouldn't end up in the point you started on flat plane.
You're correct. If I carried on going in that straight line, then I would not be traveling in circular east. Because every time I moved, north would have changed, east would have changed, but I'd have to keep the straight path. Then you would no longer be going east, would you? That's the point. You're talking about circumnavigation, which is used in cardinal directions. East is defined as perpendicular to north. That means if I always want to keep east perpendicular to north as I travel, I'm consequently drawing a circle. I'm taking a circular path. Now you're asking how a circle is impossible on a flat surface.
No, it's possible, but it's not physically possible in the world. You cannot go in a straight line, always going east.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm with you. But that straight line, you wouldn't be able to navigate truly unless you were deciding that you weren't traveling east. Because every time you moved, east would change to a new 90-degree perpendicular to north. Your straight path would not be east. So you're talking about navigation, that's east to west around poles. You're not traveling in those straight lines.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
North is defined by the Earth's rotation.
It's going to be perpendicular. So it has to be perpendicular to north. And equidistant if you're going to go back to where you started, right? You're imagining that east and west are somehow straight lines on a globe? Think about it, bro.
It's in the name. If you say circumnavigation, that by definition is not a straight line.
Yes,
that means navigate in a circle.
We can just go a straight line and end up where we started.
No,
always going east.
No, you're saying circle. Bro, you're saying circle. Are circles straight line? Because look at number one, first of all, no one has ever claimed to have traveled in a straight line and ended up where they started. That's number one.
Yes, people
Number two, your claim is that, okay, well then get me the information. Don't just say it. I want you to show me where someone did a circle and said they went straight. I want to see it.
There's only one direction you can travel in a straight line. And that's north to south navigation, following one line of longitude the entire way. So as you went north, you go through south and you end up north again.
I think if you're on a globe and you follow the equator, east or west, you will end up right back where you started. Now, if you smash that globe down flat, you will also end up back where you started if you follow the equator, east or west.
Yeah.
It works on both models.
Yep, so the other line is, as you pointed out, on the equator.
And neither one of those are straight. Neither one.
Oh, not straight. Not if you're traveling around a curved surface, no.
Nope.
So yeah, every time you say it's traveling a straight line, there's a little bit of nuance to the language that's being used. There's no straight lines on a curved surface. We must understand that, first of all. Second of all, if we've got the globe Earth concept in our eyes, then
of course you can draw a straight line on a sphere.
No, dude, no, a straight
Yes,
line.
you can.
No, straight line doesn't have a rate of change of slope. A straight line on a curved surface, I understand, right? If you draw a straight line through poles, right, on a curved surface, but definitionally, those straight lines have a rate of change of slope because they're on a curved surface, so they're not straight lines. I mean, that's kind of basic geometry, right? We have to concede it's not an actual straight line. Don't understand why there's so much silence though either. Have you got to think about this?
Yes, I do have to think about it. English is not my
You have
first
to think
language.
about if a straight line is the same as a curved line.
Wait, what is the definition of straight?
Straight, the shortest path between 2 points. Conversely,
No, so straight is extending or moving uniformly in one direction only, without a curve or a bend.
Yeah, we understand that in geometry. Do you know what a tangent is?
Tangent.
A tangent.
I think so, yes.
Of course, so that's a straight horizontal line meeting the curve at one point. Yes? It's like, for example, you've got a football and you've got a ruler, and you put the ruler on top of the basketball or football. That ruler represents a straight line. It's a tangent meeting a curved line, the sphere, at one point. You understand the straight line isn't the same as the curved line.
Yes.
Right? Good.
Yes.
So that's what was pointed out. There's no straight lines on a curved surface, a sphere. Now, we can just quickly move away from that point, right? It's not going to prove either way whether the Earth is flat or a sphere. Right? No harm's done. So what are we talking about circumnavigation for? As I pointed out, really, on a sphere, there's only really one straight piece of words, path, where you don't have to deviate from left to right, as you would do travelling east to west. That's north through south and back to north again. That's following one line of longitude. You know what a line of longitude is, right?
What again?
Do you know what latitude and longitude are?
Not per definition. I mean, yes, I get it's like the y and x axis, right?
On a sphere, right? From north to south are lines of longitude. They're the ones that go up and down. East and west, that's the equator, and above and below the equator, those circles around the poles. That's latitude. Longitude
How are
is
you
from north
doing,
to south.
guys?
Shh. It's hard enough trying to get this gentleman to understand, mate.
Mr. JJ, how are you doing?
Right. I'm talking to somebody else, dude. So at the moment, because you're interrupting, not too well.
It's really hard to understand those concepts in a language that I'm not fluent
I know. You were speaking about navigation, right?
Yes.
These terms are within navigation. North, east, south and west, and lines of longitude and latitude. Longitude, paths from north to south. Latitude, circles like the equator.
Hmm.
Cool. So there's only really one, maybe two true paths that you can take in a straight line around a sphere. Not that it's straight, but a path where you don't deviate from left to right. Like I said, from north to south, following a line of longitude, and then from south back to north, completing one circumnavigation where you haven't had to change your path to east or west. Or, like our friend pointed out, along the equator. East and west are circles around poles and can be easily achieved on flat surfaces. They're
Kind of
circles.
redefining east, no?
No, east. Like redefining it. East is where the sun rises on the equinox.
Yeah, but you
It's
cannot
also
always
defined
travel
perpendicular.
east.
Hold on, I agree. This is why I got upset. Also, as you described, and I agreed, perpendicular to north. That's 90 degrees. So I'm not redefining it. I'm not redefining it. I'm defining it at my time expenditure so you understand it. What the fuck?
You think we're reading from our flat earth textbooks, bro?
Like, you don't get it. It's a circular definition that you have. East changes continuously as you walk on a flat surface. East becomes path dependent, not a fixed direction.
Yeah, that's what I pointed out to you 5 minutes ago. So you won't be going east when you go in a straight line. That was the concession that you should have agreed on then. And repeat it back to me like you were the one telling me, informing me. I told you.
But can we agree that going east works on a sphere?
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't work
it's a circle,
on a
though.
surface, but it does work on a sphere.
Yeah,
but you're talking about maintaining east?
It's still a circular path on a sphere, though. That's the point.
Yeah,
if you maintain an easterly or westerly heading, you will go in a circle on your globe.
You fucking do it on a cube, dude. I don't give a shit. You understand we draw these things out on charts and stuff, right? With things like compasses that draw circles and like set squares and rulers to draw straight lines and perpendicular angles, right? We use protractors to measure angles, right? We draw all of these things on charts, navigational charts. The charts are flat, by the way. You'll notice that when I defined east to you was, and you did correctly as well, was perpendicular to north. That's 90 degrees. That's two straight lines. Going back to what who said earlier, you're not going to get straight lines on a curved surface. To talk about angles of azimuth, north, south, east, and west, your bearing line of a travel of navigation along those lines, that's going to require a horizontal surface to navigate. You want to talk about other aspects of navigation, that's measuring altitude angles of the stars. That's an angle measurement. You're going to require a horizontal Earth to measure that angle measurement from. So to navigate the Earth, you're going to require it to be flat. Was there anything else, Adam, or shall I continue speaking to other people, see if they want to jump in?
Yeah, I think I'm way too stupid to debate in English, actually.
It's not a problem, my friend. I appreciate you trying to in not your native language. So a lot of respect to you for doing that, mate. I couldn't do it. So well done. You won on that point. The Earth being a globe, though, you didn't win there. Anyway, moving on. Who have we got? We got Disgrace for Eraser. What's up, my friend? Good to see you. Dong is in the house. What's up, Dong? Drace is in the house. I was speaking about you earlier, mate. Talking about you being in Iceland and what you do and don't see of the sun in the winter months and blah, blah, blah. Effie, Alaskan Malamute is in the house. What's up, brother? Effie, Batman. Hope you're doing well, man, out on the road. I won't speak to the bot. That's stupid. Hell's Angles is in the house. What's up? Hunter. Don't recognise your name, my friend. It's good to see you. Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Who else we got? Jesus Christ is God. We've got Lats in the house. Good to see you, brother. Nice to see you well. I won't speak to the music bot. Plain and Truth. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Professor Triangle's in the house. The nicest flat earther on this horizontal stationary plane. Rayleigh Criterion.
That's
Really
right.
no, that is right. Absolutely, 100%. Says who's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Who else we got? We've got Soam. Welcome to the chat. We've got Stark is in the house as well. Swole Dog, what's up, brother? Good to see you. T-Dub, my friend, what's up? The M4 on. The M4 on. That sounds like some kind of, I don't know, sketchy villain in the cartoon. But what's up, brother? Good to see you. Toby Dog's in the house. Merry Christmas to you, my friend. And Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. So we've given Adam some time to think. If anybody else has got any questions, comments, or concerns pertaining to the Earth being flat or it being a globe, if you understand the Earth is flat, then welcome to the party. Happy New Year. If you still think of the Earth as a globe, well, come on, guys, it's almost 2026. Get with the new hot thinking, guys. The Earth is obviously flat. Just go outside. But like I said, Happy Christmas, Merry New Year.
And cheers
Right
and Merry
on.
Christmas to you too, Jedi.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Merry Christmas, bro.
And yourself, man.
Just one quick thing to Adam. I tagged you in the side chat in a 2-minute, 20-second video that you might enjoy. So I just check it out. I think it'll clear up some things for you. That's it.
Good afternoon. Anyone here?
Yes, there's about 20 of us here. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. It's
Did you
very
bring some
quiet
glow
here.
proof as a present from Santa?
I don't get it. Can you repeat, please?
Did you bring any globe proof for us?
I think I get it, and unfortunately not.
That's what usually happens. It's okay, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Where are you talking to us from? Where are you located?
Oh, I'm from Brazil, but my English may yeah. Wait. My English is not very good, but I can understand some uh, some context.
I understand that Brazil has millions of flat earthers.
Yeah, I don't like the subject, but yeah, we have many flat earthers.
Those are
I
those people are very, very smart. You should strive to be like them.
well, I don't think that is really.
How do you what is your native language?
I get it. My native language. I don't know if I speaking correctly, but my native English is Brazilian Portuguese.
Portuguese, okay. How do you say
Yeah.
Merry Christmas? How do you say Merry Christmas in Portuguese?
Well, Merry Christmas in Portuguese is Feliz Natal.
Feliz Navidad.
Like this, but this is in Spanish. In Brazilian Portuguese is Feliz Natal. I like it.
Feliz Natal.
Oh, you in a healthy way.
Feliz Natal.
Yeah, that is very good. Well,
Altera e plana.
hello.
Altera, come on. Altera e plana.
The speak is correct, but I I don't see agree, but I respect. I try to train my English this year. Well, what to do you what wait what you do now?
Joao, look in the side chat. Look what I wrote.
As
Look at my message.
speaking wait, you you sent a message for me.
Yeah, I'll repost it.
Why?
I do gotta give a quick shout out to Jay. I don't see him in here anymore, but he had a realization moment earlier where he's like, "Hey, I think they're right. We don't have the knowledge." That was a very critical moment.
Yeah, I heard him say that. That was interesting.
Hello. Ibrahim इधर है?
Hello.
What's up?
Hello, what's up, guys? Hey, who was talking to me?
The sun is what's up above our flat Earth.
Area. Area.
Merry Christmas, Hanukkah, Ramadan. So, Jedi, who initiated the placement of ornaments on Christmas trees? in England.
Do you say my name?
Yeah, it was a question it was a quiz question on a game I was playing yesterday.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it was who initiated the tradition of placing ornaments on Christmas trees in England.
In England?
There was two options. Yeah, there was two options. It was like King Edward or something, or King something or other, and Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was something to do with the royal family. I think it might have been Queen Victoria because she was married to a German. But I don't know which.
That was the answer. Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
guessed. I didn't know. I just guessed it and got it right.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well done. You got it right. Good shit.
Just a fun fact. I didn't know. I just came across it yesterday.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is she the same one that had a pyramid built?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, Denji? You have something to say?
What? I don't have anything to say.
Well, you seem to be answering all of the questions. Did Queen Victoria had a pyramid built?
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Oh yeah. What country is it in? Oh yeah. Okay, got your tongue? Like old mate goes around the streets in England asking trivia questions, general knowledge. Some of it's claimed to be knowledge, it's not, but yeah. And he'll ask British citizens how many countries are in the United Kingdom. And they get it wrong so often. Country. It is a country.
Yeah, there are stupid people everywhere, man, for sure. There's 4 countries in the United Kingdom, just to be clear.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. There are only 3 countries in Great Britain. That's because Great Britain's the name of the island that England, Scotland, and Wales are on. The Republic of Ireland's on the island of Ireland. Also attached to the Republic of Ireland, which is weird. But yeah, Great Britain's not the same thing as the United Kingdom. I like pub quizzes. I should go to one.
Should go to what, sorry?
A pub quiz. Kind of the thing we have here in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
Every Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night, there'll be a quiz at a pub somewhere.
Nice. I hope you actually run into that guy on the street, like, and he starts quizzing you, because you'll probably get them all right. Yeah. And because he asks the occasional like astronomy question, right? Or he asks, like, this is one of his common questions. What's what's the majority of gas in the Earth's atmosphere? Right? What makes up most of the Earth's atmosphere? Which gas? And nobody gets it right. I don't think I've heard one, or maybe one person's answered that correctly. Most of them say CO2.
Really?
Right? And then they go, yeah. And then a lot of them say, oh, wait, no, it's not CO2. Wait, what is it? Carbon dioxide. As if CO2 and carbon dioxide is something different. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, I like pub quizzes because you play on a team, so I wouldn't get everything right. I just know really niche things which are handy in pub quizzes because it's all random crap. But yeah, nitrogen.
Are you saying it's not methane that makes up the greatest volume of gas in the atmosphere?
Yeah, man.
Then why do people fart so much?
Why? Because of what they had for dinner.
And the cows too. They fart too much as well.
I reckon a vegan's going to appear any moment.
Ooh, I had meatballs today with my spaghetti sauce that I'm making. It's good. Yum, yum, yum.
Oh, I had a delicious egg and bacon burger. Cheese.
That sounds good too. Those are always a good time.
We're having a big fat chicken for a meal today or tonight. Big fat stuffed roast chicken, roast veggies. I might even give it a shot and make some traditional homemade gravy. Yeah, I saw some beef tallow in tubs at the butcher's the other day. I was like, "What's this?" This is your beef fat, right? And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "I heard they make great fries," and he's like, "Oh yeah, the best. Yeah, they're perfect for fries. It's perfect for." Yes, it's like your suet, It's like goes into your Christmas pudding. And I was like, "What?" It's like, "Yeah, it's in your Christmas pudding." And I was like, "Ah, I didn't realize there was meat product in there."
When I was a wee lad, I used to work in a fast food restaurant, and we used beef tallow for the fries and chicken.
Depends what your Christmas pudding's made out of. Find a lot of beef tallow in the old traditional mince pies that we used to make with actual beef mince in it. Now we use the kind of fruit concoction instead of the actual mince itself. Some puddings are also made with that kind of idea traditionally 2 centuries ago, 1800s and before.
All right, guys, I'm back. Anyone wants to talk?
What'd you find out?
I've been looking at these things, man. And it's not looking great. It's not looking great. So
Not great for who? Us or you?
Yeah,
It's not looking good for us. That's for sure. It's not looking good for the globe. I know that because Earth is just measured flat. So I'm just curious what you mean by not looking good.
So, okay, I'll give you one thing. It's like the great thing you guys doing is you're making me research more and educate myself more. That's actually like really good. Like it's because of this Discord VC that I'm like questioning more about just all these concepts. Oh, thanks, guys.
no problem. High fives all round.
But going back to the subject is okay. In our globe concept, we have satellites that they move around the globe, and we have our GPS systems and every other telecommunication systems that work, and we have proof they work. So how would those things work on a flat Earth? Satellite.
What do your satellites do that's proof that they work? What on a satellite proves that it's flying around a ball?
Because in the globe concept, the satellites is orbiting the Earth. It's going around, and yeah, I mean, all our telecommunication systems work. Right?
Hey, Puma, I just put 19 technologies in the side chat. I tagged your name in them. They could all do the same job as one of these so-called satellites. And there's no reason why you can't have objects floating in the air doing circuits above us on a flat Earth.
It still would be cheaper to hang them from a balloon anyway. I would bet that there's no such thing as a metal box flying around a ball in a vacuum. I would say that's probably made up.
So flat Earth thinks that there's no really satellites moving around the globe.
What's a satellite?
I mean, you guys don't know what a satellite is?
Yeah, a satellite can be termed as many things, dude.
Okay,
right, let me point it out to you. Doesn't necessarily mean a thing in orbit around a sphere in a vacuum of space. Things can go in circular paths around other things. This would be termed as an orbit.
I'm talking about the ones used in telecommunication. The general knowledge.
Okay, so telecommunications, things like that, have predominantly been hung on the bottom of balloons.
So, are we being lied about, when they launch satellites on those? Mm-hmm.
No. So, we're not being lied to. Sometimes people just have a brief idea of what's going on because of something that they kind of caught hold of whilst watching TV or at school. I think that the only way that a satellite can work is if it's falling around a ball because of gravity. And these are not the only ways that things can remain in the air. Just Google NASA and they'll tell you all of the vast technologies that they've got that keep things in the air that don't require any type of falling around a sphere. Some of these things are known as electrodynamic tethering. It's because they use the Earth's electromagnetic environment high up in the sky for use of propulsion and energy. They basically just hang a great big aluminium tether out the back of an object, maybe a quarter of a mile, half a mile or a kilometre long, and it will act like some kind of conductor. You can Google this and you can find it on NASA. This is not something that I'm making up. NASA will tell you. This is the point to why I'm saying this. Some people have a brief kind of understanding of what satellites are, but if you go and look, there are many things that keep things up in the sky.
you're basically saying that flat Earth satellites are not moving around. They're like in the same spot, or like
no, they're moving in circular paths above the Earth. There are many methods to make them go in paths so they move. It's quite easy to have a geostationary object above a flat stationary Earth because it's not moving. But yeah, we have things in the sky. The point to this, my friend, the point is you said orbit. You'd have to prove that.
Yeah, but hold on. The whole orbit thing is that, let's say, if the satellite is not moving and just in one spot, how then can we get pictures of like multiple areas of Earth and different places on Earth?
Oh, hold on. I told you the object, the satellite moves. I also particular type of propulsion that makes it move.
Because in the global, okay,
I posted it for you, Jedi. I posted them for you.
Okay, hold on. Let me look it up then.
You want to do something interesting, do a Google search for satellites in space and then look at the images, and they're going to be all artistic illustrations and CGI and AI and such. You won't find any real ones.
That picture there is the balloons you guys are talking about, that basically satellites are just like there in those balloons and they're not orbiting anything.
Yeah, they're high altitude payloads attached to balloons. Yeah. If you go to NASA, they'll tell you all about it. You've heard of weather balloons before, right? Military also use balloons for communication because they're really easy to put up in the sky.
So you're saying when we are taking shots of all these other parts of Earth, different continents and all these things, we are moving the balloons where we want? It's not because
yes, they can be moved. They can be moved, or they can sit stationary.
They also, if they're balloons, will follow paths of wind, like trade winds, for example, or the Gulf Stream, known paths which can change. They can follow these, they can predict these, they know where the balloons are going to be. But there are also, like I keep pointing out, other technologies that can move the path of the object, whatever it is. Doesn't have to be a balloon. But the point is, you said orbit. That's a rotation of an object 360 degrees around a sphere. So to prove orbit, you need to show us that the satellite rotates 360 degrees around a sphere.
And that's what they claim.
Like I just posted.
Yeah.
Like I just posted.
Yeah, that's what they claim. We need proof of that claim, right?
Like, you guys have no proof of them just being, stationary or anything like that. I mean, those are pictures, and basically we're falling into like a conspiracy type thing.
No, it's not conspiracy. Like I've tried to point out to you several times. You can go to nasa.gov and they'll tell you about the technologies that they use to put things in the sky. Balloons just being one of them. They've been doing it since the 1940s. Sorry, 1950s. That's when NASA turned into NASA instead of something else. It's the easiest and cheapest way to put things up in the sky.
I know it's not looking good. It's not looking good. But I hear your point. And
what do you mean it's not looking good?
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for the globe, dude. Everything you've said so far, it's like it's completely on fire at this point. You got no globe left. You're right.
You even conceded that the satellite being in orbit, rotating 360 is the claim. We'd need proof of that claim to show that that claim was true, right? Because you seem to think that satellites are orbiting the Earth because orbit around a sphere. We're just pointing out that there's multiple technologies to keep things up in the sky above a horizontal plane, a plane, for example, or even a balloon, drone, solar powered or not, unlike the other extra technologies that I've pointed out because of the dynamics of the electromagnetic environment higher up in the sky. That you can go to NASA and they will tell you all about it.
Because I mean, I will not disqualify or discredit that there are balloons like the ones you mentioned, but what makes you the are satellites moving in orbit? Like, why do you qualify that? Why can't they have all those different versions of?
Yeah, because orbits specifically reference to, let's say, a satellite that has a camera constantly facing the surface of the Earth. For one, circumnavigation of that satellite, it would, in three-dimensional space, have to rotate itself to be constantly facing the surface of the Earth as it went on its path around the sphere. This, for one circumnavigation, is 360 degrees.
Okay,
so you have to... Go on.
Go ahead, please. Go on.
No, I'm just saying that
to use balloons, you need a flat Earth to use those balloons. So because you see them, because if you're using those on a globe, they're just going to fly out into the universe, and you'll just have balloons floating all around by the galaxies and shit, won't you?
Wait, I didn't get your question. What happened? They're gonna fall?
Yeah, how come balloons, the ones that we're launching right now, don't fly into outer space if the Earth is a globe?
Don't know the answer, but I can only imagine they're not built to go outer space, so they just pop some altitude.
You would think they would build them to go to outer space.
Balloons wouldn't work in vacuums anyway.
Rockets don't work in vacuums either.
Like,
vacuums don't exist, really.
Basically, in the public information that we all have available, I mean, it's claimed that we have more than, I guess, 9,000 satellites. And there are different kinds. There are the ones that orbit Earth, like SpaceX, the Starlink constellation.
Starlink seems very popular with these guys. They see a string of lights go across the sky. Look, there's the internet, everybody, and then the internet flies away. How long does it take before the internet comes back? You know, when you see the internet fly over, you're like, look, there's the internet in a big long string. Look, everybody, that's the internet going by. And then it goes by, and then you got to wait for, like, whenever that comes back to send your message to, like, I was right. Send, and then it's gone. And then you got to wait again for the next message to come through saying, oh, yeah, you're right. And then we got to wait for it to come back around again.
I mean, I won't lie that I'm saying that I'm a specialist in telecommunications. I'm not. But so my understanding is that the signals are being passed down. Let's say the satellite goes by, passing signals, and those signals go down into some base station, Earth, that then distributes that into other antennas.
Let's just eliminate the thing in the sky and send everybody's signal right there. Why do we have to shoot it in the sky if it has to come to get down to go into an antenna? That's weird, dude.
I mean, I guess it sounds weird, but
you're kind of right. I mean, I'll give you, you're kind of right, but the majority of telecommunication and information transfer is primarily by surface objects. Like the undersea cables that connect continents, for example, and the towers and masts and the senders and receivers that are ground-based, right, on the floor. The extra technologies, the stuff in the sky, that only takes up about 1% of the actual apparatus that's on the surface of the Earth to pass information, dude.
Yeah, that's just like an extra level of infrastructure for not, the places that are not accessible.
Hold tight, still talking.
Like an extra layer.
So we understand how the Earth can be flat and stationary, and things can pass above the Earth being flat and stationary, and on that flat, you can have towers cables and receivers to pass information that can be caught or sent to things that are passing overhead. It's quite simple, right? The Earth is flat and stationary underneath the technology that we put up in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, there's no problem here apart from the extra claim that the object, the satellite, like an aeroplane, is rotating around the sphere as it navigates over it or across it. That wouldn't mean the object, the satellite or the aeroplane would have to rotate to constantly have the camera on the bottom of the satellite or the belly of the aeroplane orientated to the surface of the Earth. That claim would need to be proven because as we understand aerodynamics with regard to the aeroplane takes a horizontal path parallel to the surface below and doesn't have a change in orientation. So we require proof that it does rotate around the sphere. The satellite in this particular instance. We understand it doesn't because the Earth measures flat, that being the empirical evidence of the surface description. But the claim that the satellite's in orbit, to prove that, you're going to need to prove that it rotates.
Okay. So then, how are those systems even going as far as distributing connectivity, let's say, to places like in Africa where you have like no, I mean, some remote places in like, you know, in a different part. I'll see the globe because it's how I'm seeing it.
Those tribes think it's flat though, so don't call it a globe because they're going to be like, "What are you?" They're going to chase you through the forest with spears because you're trying to tell them they live on a flying ball in a vacuum when they know everything's flat and stationary because they go by water and they look at it and go, "Look, there's no wind today. Everything's still."
So again, in this system, the satellite is moving and passing, you know, connectivity, whatever.
For what? How long do they get it for? Are you paying for like 18 seconds of? I mean, I don't know how long it takes to go over your house. But does it store like in a box, like an internet box of like all the websites? So when you do your search, you're really in Discord. So you're really talking to like phantoms, and then when it comes back over, it sends. That's why we get these people in here that are delayed when they're talking to us because their stuff is being stored by Starlink, and when it comes over, it transmits back up and goes, "Oh, here's the. I'm finishing my sentence now." Does that make sense?
No.
Does that make sense that satellites fly over and give people internet?
I'm not a specialist again, so
okay. No, I am. Let's pretend I am. Let's pretend I am, and I'll explain to you how that doesn't work. Satellite goes over, you can't pick it up anymore.
No, but
you can just take a ham radio and listen to beep 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 from satellite over, and then they go away.
Around the world, there's some nodes that.
So I got networks all over the place. It's beaming down to. Why can't I just beam over to the tower that's across the street and let that beam down the street to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one?
The different mesh. Like I can have a node that goes from here to
they all run basically on the same thing.
What?
They all basically run on the same thing. That's why they don't have one tower for each different company. That's why they have one tower for all the companies.
The satellite is there to support the connectivity.
No.
Without that, you don't
all internet data is sent through wired data lines. All across the ocean, everything is done through.
Yes.
Across the ocean is done through cables. Not satellite.
Some places are inaccessible. That's why you have satellites.
Who? You tell me what tribe that's running around naked in the woods got laptops and they're looking up sports scores.
Hold on. Think about what in war times. Sometimes war happens in a remote part of land. There's no cables there. They use satellites.
Well, they bring their own. The U.S. would bring their own internet anyway.
Yeah.
Even if you assume that the signal's coming from the satellites or satelloons as they actually are, and they're not orbiting, there's sky above Africa, right? So things can still float around in the sky. It doesn't matter where you are on the Earth. they float around in the sky nonetheless. Doesn't have to orbit a sphere.
Okay. It's a hard one to get to. You guys are thinking this way.
It's because you have a really strong belief in a globe. It is hard for people who believe.
How do you guys then explain the images of, like, you know, astronauts on some base station in space, and they see the Earth, and they see, you know, it's spinning, doing its thing. Like,
okay.
Are those fake?
Okay, so how do we answer
Space
people?
stations.
How do we answer?
You know.
Yeah, space stations where we have cameras that look up to the surface of the Earth, and it's a ball that's moving.
Astronauts
How do we verify? Yeah. Well, in that case, because they show us the Earth being a sphere that moves, we should measure that. We should measure the rate of change of slope, curvature over the surface of the Earth, because that's what the pictures show. So we should measure that. We don't. We measure the Earth to be horizontal. So those images, I don't know how, can't be true, because when we try to verify it, we can't.
So, you know, our arguments that you don't know the authenticity of those images.
No. What I said was the images of the surface of the Earth that appear to be curved, we don't measure. So when I go out to the Earth, let's say a large body of water like a lake or a sea, and make an observation or measurement across it, I don't observe or measure any curvature like the pictures from space show.
And nobody measures that, and nobody ever has. That's the problem.
Okay, but you guys think astronauts actually exist? They are actually somewhere out.
There's two types.
Space.
There's two types of astronaut, right? Those in the International Space Station, low Earth orbit, and those 20 or so that have been outside of low Earth orbit to the moon. Those people in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, right? There's two different types of astronaut. The one that you're pointing out, the ones that are in the International Space Station, hey, I don't know what's going on there, but they show the Earth to be a sphere. We don't measure that. The ones that have gone to the moon and have turned around and taken a picture of a sphere, well, we don't measure that. So I also don't know what to say about those few people. But low Earth orbit and going to the moon are different things.
Dude, I wrote a program here just using an API from some coordinates that does that same thing. So what does that mean? Because I got numbers coming from someplace. Does that mean that the numbers are the numbers being beamed down to that machine? Or is there something on the ground that tracks it, like just follows it along like an arm pointing at it, and then it tracks it that way? What's tracking it?
It's okay, because here actually there are a few issues. There's issues of understanding the technology being used, and then there's
That's imagination, dude. Oh, I'm looking at your screen right now. That's a computer program.
Oh,
it's for your imagination.
Okay, I'm going off that this is real data, but I mean, you are free to question this data is true or not.
What
this
real data?
website here.
The website. What website?
Oh, it's in the chat. The one that says
Satellite tracker
tracking.
Are you serious?
What's up with the Tracking Santa app from NORAD?
Oh, can somebody find that link and post it, please, so we can talk about Santa tonight? I forgot.
I did. It's there.
Oh, actually, it's about 3 hours away from me. That's awesome.
Yeah, Jedi, I wouldn't get my hopes up for him stopping over your house tonight.
Well, I'm staying up. I'm going to catch him this time.
I don't know.
Okay, so I mean, I'll give you that. It is fair to question the validity of this data. Of course, it is fair. You can question, like, is this real data? Is who's giving you this? And yeah, that's a fair stance.
Cool.
He's sleepy. Who took the picture? I went to NORAD and where Santa's at, and they got a picture of Santa. I guess they took it from a satellite. Do you know what? Oh, look, he's turning. Now he's turning. You know what satellite took that picture?
I know.
Well, he just made like a 60-degree turn. Crazy. You would think he would fly in straight lines and make the shortest distance around the ball.
Well, okay, let's assume this is real data. This is like, and that's how we know the positioning of satellites.
Or any object, like an aeroplane.
Or Santa.
But we could now say that the Earth is flat.
In relation to what? We can say that Father Christmas and his reindeer, all of the satellite, all of the aircraft are in a position in relation to what?
Yeah.
Just, no, yeah. In relation to what?
I guess
You got a map that would be in relation to the surface of the Earth. You literally see Santa and his reindeer on a map, and it will depict his ground position on that map. So if you're on that ground position, you can look up and see Father Christmas directly above your head, like the aircraft or the International Space Station or any satellite. It'd all be referenced to a map.
So basically, we're being lied to.
No, I'm just trying to point out to you that it's been.
The ones that move around.
Just trying to point out to you, it's been referenced to a map. That map will probably have a coordinate reference system. That coordinate reference system that we use for the Earth is primarily longitude and latitude. Those longitude and latitude coordinates of where Father Christmas or Santa Claus is with his reindeer at the moment, of the satellite. That's where they say the object is in relation to the Earth because of the coordinate reference system that they use. You can turn this coordinate reference system to any shape on a flat surface or around any three-dimensional object. It only depends on the coordinate reference system that you choose.
I got an error in my satellite data. I have one satellite showing me 3.915 billion packages delivered. And then my other one shows 4.635 billion packages delivered. And they're both rolling counts at the same time. So there must be probably like some kind of weird delay around the ball, the globe ball or something, I'm guessing. Maybe some kind of mirroring, reflective refraction around the globe. And this one says arriving in Nigeria in 49 seconds, and this other one says he's in Norway in 36 seconds. So how does he get to each one of those that quickly?
It's the multi-Santa verse.
So it's 6 seconds from Norway to where was that other stop? But so he's delivering. Yeah, so one of these apps is in behind, I think. I think the one with the
I
more.
didn't know. I was muted this whole time. I'm so sorry. I was talking, but I was muted.
Oh.
I was saying. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was
That's
saying
okay.
that I don't think we're gonna have a conclusion here right now.
About what?
I can come to conclusions
I have
already.
another point. I know you do.
I mean, you said it
I
wasn't
have
looking
another
good.
point here.
Okay.
It's
Go on.
not looking good. It's not looking good.
Yeah, but so far.
The other point is.
But hold on. But so far after your first point, I really ain't changed it, has it? It's not looking either way. We haven't changed anything
It's
so
only
far.
one of me. It's only one of me. I'm being ganged up by all of
You're
you.
not ganging up on you, dude.
Well, let's see.
Getting it up. It's Christmas. This is like a Christmas present if I'm sitting here talking to you.
So we are so capable of predicting eclipse, all this like events, and we're very accurate.
On a flat Earth, they do that.
We do all this within this like idea of a globe.
Wrong.
How are we capable?
Hold on. Sorry.
They don't use globes for that.
Stop. I was with you when we can predict eclipses and other events in the sky very accurately, and we have done for thousands of years. There's no need for a globe geometry to make the predictions more accurate when we've already made accurate predictions before the globe was invented. You know that we've understood the moon phases and the eclipses and solar eclipses for thousands of years, right? You know what the Saros cycle is. Do you know who the Sumerians and the Babylonians are?
Mm-hmm. Not
Okay, so the
personally,
Sumerians and the Babylonians and many ancient cultures, because they didn't have TVs, had nothing to do at night, but spent their time looking up at the sky and observing it and measuring it and making post-dictions about what would happen next based on what had already happened before. These are the cycles of the things in the sky. They're repeating cycles. So they're going to do what they did before. This is known as a post-diction, right? It's not a prediction based on things that have never happened before. Like, I'm going to read your tea leaves and predict what's going to happen to you tomorrow. These are post-dictions. These cycles repeat themselves. There's no need for globe geometry in this. In actual fact, NASA, and I'll point you back there again, nasa.gov, they'll tell you how they predict eclipses. They use the Saros cycle developed by the ancient Babylonians and Sumerians. So it's not looking good so far for you, because the last 2 points that you brought up haven't really reached any conclusion way apart from you don't need a globe for any of these things.
I mean, the satellites, you do need a globe.
No, you don't need a globe.
How are you orbiting? How do you have orbiting satellites then?
Whoa. We've already pointed out how the technology can stay aloft in the sky, right?
But I mean, I'm saying there are multiple technologies, and then there's the orbiting one. How do we have the orbiting one?
And we also reached a conclusion that was the claim that the object in three-dimensional space was rotating its orientation to the surface of the Earth. That claim would need to be proven by you when you say orbit. Being as we've moved on to something else, you didn't prove that claim. So not looking good for you because you can't prove what you said. Everything else
But you
can
guys
happen
also can
above a
prove what you're
horizontal
saying.
plane.
You can also prove what you're saying. You gave me this technologies, but you cannot prove me that there's no orbiting technology.
Who did I reference the technology from?
I mean, Okay, the existence of one or two different
there was
technologies does not
seriously, dude. I get
disqualify.
really upset when people don't ask direct questions because you're making me out to be something. Right? I'm not. At this moment, I'm having to defend my honor. So, who did I reference the exotic technology from?
Well, you sent in a chat. There's like a
I
bunch
sent
of
fuck all.
technologies.
Hold on. I personally have sent
Isn't that you?
nothing
Hold
in the
on.
side chat.
Oh,
I
hold
told
on.
you
That's
to
not you then.
reference a certain authority. Can you
What's
at
something
least
else
show
then?
me that you've listened and understood? Reference.
Hold on.
Who was that authority?
There was somebody else sent. Who was that? Oh, Travis. Travis sent a link of.
Now he's walking down memory fucking lane with himself. Now you're becoming rude. Is this you trying to jockey position and play for time? Because I've caught you with your fucking pants down.
No. Hold on.
No. Okay, good. Then answer my question that I've, painfully retorted to you.
Hold on. I thought you sent me this, but this
No,
is
I
not
didn't.
you.
I pointed that out straight away.
Travis sent.
No,
hold on.
that's not Travis. Travis hasn't spoken. I'm Jedi. I've spoken to you. We spoke about this earlier.
Yeah, I thought you wrote that down, but it wasn't
No, I
you.
didn't. I'm Jedi. That was Travis. Obviously not.
That's what I'm saying. So you didn't say that, but I was saying, even though you have all these technologies, does that disqualify having a orbiting one?
Hold on. Doesn't disqualify. You have to orbit. And I've specifically laid out the claim that you would have to prove, i.e., to keep it short, the rotation of the object.
How can you disprove the orbiting one?
Hold on. How do I disprove? No, you orbit. So you would have to prove orbit. I'm asking you to prove that claim.
You're asking to prove orbit while you're disproving orbit to yourself.
You've asked how these things operate a flat and stationary Earth. We have pointed out there are many technologies admitted by NASA that keep these things up in the sky. Two examples. One, balloon. Two, electrodynamic tethering. Both you can find on nasa.gov where they talk about the balloons and electrodynamic tethering. You're talking about
that's one type of technology.
That's a specific claim. That's a rotation of 360 degrees around the sphere. The object in three-dimensional space must change its pitch to rotate at distance to keep orientation to that surface. That claim must be proven by you. You've asked us
But
how
they
things
also
work on the flat
have
Earth.
the satellites that are orbiting ones, and they are also in their website.
Yes, so that claim that's on the website would have to be proven, wouldn't it? Can we prove balloons?
Saying that they are lying.
Can we
They're
prove
lying.
balloons? Can we prove balloons?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So we can verify that claim. Can we prove electrodynamic tethering?
Okay, I see your point. You're gonna ask me, can we prove orbiting satellites, right? So I'll say yes, because they have it. They exist.
Okay, they have what?
The technology is there.
Okay, so
and all the systems of telecommunication work based
you
on that.
understand, I
No,
don't want you to
you
be
are talking
confused.
so much and not letting me talk.
That's because I don't want you to be confused.
Come on. Okay, go ahead.
Because specifically, you're talking about a satellite. All right. So the proof of that claim that the satellite is in rotation around the sphere would be the information withheld within the satellite, right?
Okay.
Cool. So that's the information that you would need to prove that claim, right?
Go on.
Same thing with an aircraft, an aeroplane. If it was to say travel from one airport to the same airport around a sphere, consequently, it too would have to rotate itself in three-dimensional space to have its belly orientated to the floor. The information that would show that would be in the aircraft, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but they have this data.
I'm just pointing out that the information that we would have would be in the instrument itself, right?
Wait, information of what?
what it's doing. Like
Yeah,
the
it's in the
aircraft,
instrument.
right? I'll give you a simple example. An airplane, it knows its orientation. It's flying horizontally. It will tell the pilot when it's pitch up, pitch down, it's yawing, it's turning left, it's turning right. It knows its orientation in three-dimensional space because of the mechanisms within inside the aircraft, i.e. the gyroscope. Right?
Okay, what's your point then?
The point is that the information that would prove the claim would be in the aircraft or in the satellite, wouldn't it?
Well, but they are providing you with the data, so you don't trust the
care about
institution.
they. I'm just trying to help you reach the end of the logical road.
And can we agree on one thing? Do you trust the institution of NASA to be true?
No, not anymore. Because about 2 months ago, President Trump declared it as a spy and disinformation surveillance organization. So no.
Okay, so then I think at this point,
fuck me, dude.
Can't really have an argument because
all my data verifying the claims.
Hey, because all my data to give you is what they say.
Yeah. So how do we verify what they say?
So
how do we verify
it's like
what they
you
say?
are going against like a big institution that has a lot of scientists.
So we're going against a spy company like the CIA. NASA's a intelligence agency now. As of a couple months ago, Trump renamed it, reassigned it as a intelligence agency, not a space agency. So that's your proof. That's your proof is propaganda from an intelligence agency. Why would they lie about that?
You're mixing politics into this, and I think this is not the space.
That's not mixing politics into it. That's what just happened. Google it. You love Google.
I'm not denying this happened.
What Jedi is getting to, he didn't say this part yet, but I'm pretty sure he's looking for the data. You're saying you have data. We're looking for a specific data, the pitch data, how it's turning and facing the Earth. Where's that data?
I mean, based on what they have, I can't tell you because I don't have access to it. I can only show you what they made available about it. And you guys have pictures, but that's not data. It's just like a picture.
What picture alongside the claim that we can use balloons to put payloads underneath that can have cameras on or other instruments like to measure temperature or pressure? You can find that on NASA.gov.
Is satellites to take pictures, and they can only take certain pictures certain times of the day because they're orbiting the Earth. And that's when they take those pictures, and that's it. You know, like today they're in Africa, tomorrow they're in Asia.
Yeah, it moved.
But like you're saying,
it
moved.
Today it's in London Heathrow. Tomorrow it's in Tokyo, Japan. That's because the airplane
you're
moved.
saying it's moving not in orbit, and I'm telling you it's going in orbit.
Okay.
So you're like,
right, now I'm going to get annoyed. Because if you're telling me, because I already know the story, I'm 50 years old, dude. I know the claim of what satellite's doing. But if you're telling me, I'm hoping that's because you know. That means that you've got access to the satellite information that's measured by the devices in the satellite then, being as you know.
I'm
telling me. Maybe this is a language thing.
No, I asked you about do you trust the institution, and you told me you don't, and I understand why you would not agree. But in my side, I do trust that institution. That's why I'm saying this is the correct data.
But we trust the propaganda agency, so we can't win with you. Yeah, you trust trust the CIA and all those guys and the KGB as your friends.
Because again, that's what I say. If you don't trust the institution, then it gives you points.
Trust.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right.
No, it's trust.
Maybe the other way around.
You said it 50 times. You trust them. right?
Yeah,
Now that appears to me. That appears to me just based on ambiguous claims that they make, but not with the substantial information. The substantial information would be the proof of the claim, which would be the orientation of the satellite 360 degrees, which would be withheld within the satellite. That would be the proof of the claim that I would trust, because it would be proof. You just trust them because they're NASA. And they say.
Makes sense, because they built a good reputation throughout time.
Awesome stuff. Lots of
they can make mistakes
companies
too.
build shit. Some work, some doesn't. Toshiba were really shit at making toasters, but make really good
It's like a
TVs.
plane, like like you don't know how a plane works 100%, but you trust it works.
Yeah, because it shows itself to work over time. Because people's lives are going to depend on it, and people's money are going to be valued or devalued by it. My toaster works doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm talking about the trusting the institutions.
Okay, so NASA in particular, why should I trust them?
They've done a lot research. They provide data.
They've done research. They've done things. Okay, what particular thing have they done that you verified to be true?
Okay, you want verification. Can I give
That's
you
always
that?
helpful, yeah.
But they have explained things that we all didn't know well, and now we know, or we
I'm going
decided
to point out
those
a
are the
huge
standards.
contradiction with NASA. Where'd the NASA go? Where'd the NASA go? Where'd they go?
Where did they go?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by where they go?
All right, NASA. All right, let me break the story down. NASA build a rocket, and it goes where?
Oh, something about going to the moon. Is that it?
Yeah. NASA goes to space, don't they?
What is your point?
My point is space, a vacuum, uncontained from our gas pressure, is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Natural law will dictate that the vacuum of space can't be true in the way that NASA tell us. Because NASA sent rockets from our atmosphere into a vacuum, not passing through any physical container.
Then hold on. That's one space. Then the Russians went to space too.
I don't care. No, the Russians didn't go to space. They went to low Earth orbit. They didn't go to the moon. Remember, NASA,
I didn't say
America
moon.
won that space race.
I didn't say moon, but like currently they go to space. They go to this. They call the
currently space is defined as the Kármán line.
Space station.
At space station, that's still low Earth orbit. I told you earlier that low Earth orbit and the space bit beyond are two different claims. The vacuum of space can't be real. You understand what gas pressure is, right?
Why?
Why? Because we're breathing it. Without breathing it, we'd be dead.
Do you have proof of that?
What? That we breathe oxygen, nitrogen, and a mix of other gases? Yeah, we're breathing. It's how our biological bodies work.
No, you mentioned about the space not having something, I guess.
No, I asked you what gas pressure was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What is gas pressure?
I mean, you're the one saying it. I never mentioned that, so I'm asking you.
Exactly. I'm bringing it up, right? Because in the vacuum of space, there's no gas pressure, which is antithetical to the gas pressure that we're breathing, i.e., where NASA are with their rockets to begin with and where they're going to end up later. So at the moment, we're talking about the gas pressure that NASA and me and you are having a conversation before we go to Narnia. So what's the definition of gas pressure, the thing we're breathing? How do you achieve gas pressure?
I don't know.
gas pressure is the consequence of containment, right? Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like a tyre or a football or a balloon or a container surrounding gas. By consequence of there being a container, the gas that has free multiple motions can't expand anymore. So that gas that's got energy is pressing, having collisions with the walls of its container. So it's the cause of gas pressure. Do you understand the problem?
Honestly, I don't. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
So when NASA left our gas pressure and went into the vacuum, where was the container causing our gas pressure? Because gas expands to fill volumes, right? That being three-dimensional areas of space, that area around the sun, moon, and stars, that available volume for gas to fill, entropy exists, right? You agree entropy exists?
I'm not. I know it does, but I'm not gonna like agree or disagree with you because I'm not a specialist on this. So honestly,
okay.
I don't have the full
really,
knowledge
I'm just pointing
of all
out
these
the
details.
law of nature.
Mhm.
It's just the law of nature. This always happens.
So basically, you don't trust that institution, and you have your points that makes you disagree with them.
Yes. In this moment, NASA claim that they're going to space. Me using natural law to claim that they can't be going there because that place couldn't exist.
So basically, then all these things about space exploration, Mars, none of that exists.
Fake.
Knew you were going to jump in with that. Yep, space is fake, dude.
So
like we
space
pointed
is
out,
fake.
NASA's a surveillance and disinformation spy organisation. They probably have been since their inception, right? Let's be fair. And you believe this story about this place that they go to that can't exist. It defies laws of nature.
What are we doing then? Building rockets and stuff like that. Like, why?
Rockets are like TV sets, dude. They're just like, you understand that magicians don't actually have magical powers. They're usually just illusions. These things can act out on TV, like with David Copperfield making things like the Statue of Liberty disappear. People, and I hate to point this out to you, are actually really stupid.
But hold on,
right?
but what would be the point of faking all of this? Like,
To make you
why
believe that the Earth's a sphere.
Do you think?
Right? NASA, they go to space. When they go to the moon, they can turn around and see that the Earth is a sphere, making you believe what they tell you because they've been to the moon and turned around and seen the Earth to be a sphere. Right? It adds tangibility to their claim. You can't prove any of this. You just believe the story that you're told when you turn on the TV. There's two problems with NASA. One, the vacuum of space can't be real according to laws of nature. Two, no matter the story, they claim and show the Earth to be a sphere. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure that. We measure it to be horizontal across any and all distances of water. So when we verify it, we can't.
Hold on. So, like, I want to go back to the satellite thing. Why do we observe satellites moving in different times of the day then? Because let's say, SpaceX, the little satellites that they have, sometimes, we see them in different parts of the world at different times. And, if you're in the flat
slap
surface,
yourself in the face when I point out to you that they've moved.
If you're in a flat surface, then if I'm in Portugal, someone's somewhere else, we look at the sky, we should be able to see the same sky, the same satellites.
No, it depends how high the sky is above you. You understand, right, that when you look down your corridor or in your room, when you look to the further end of the room or the corridor, the ceiling looks closer to the floor. They appear to converge, like the walls converge to each other. Same with the lights that are on that ceiling, they appear to go downwards. So eventually you're going to get so far away from an object in the sky that it's going to converge with the horizon. Right? That's why you can't see everything that's in the sky from one location. You've got a limited field of view.
No, I mean, I'm saying because I honestly can't
understand.
I don't know.
You can't understand.
Yeah, maybe I can't understand that concept.
You can't understand the concept of standing on a corridor and noticing with distance the ceiling appears to get closer to the floor.
Whoa. How would you know if something was far away or not then? Dude, are you sure you're all right?
I mean, that is a strange concept.
It's not a concept. I'm pointing out how an observer observes. Sorry,
it's your life. You use it every day, all day long. You use that for your safety. That's weird that you think that's a weird concept.
Because the natural way I would think about that would be if we're in a flat surface, look up, I'll be able to see the same constellations, everything.
Prove it.
Not because why do we have different skies? Someone in one part of the world and on a hemisphere look up and see.
Because you're like the definition of gish galloping, dude. You're all over the place.
Yeah, because the sky moves, dude. For the 900th time today, probably we've said the sky moves. In fact, I'm wearing out that motion with my mouth, saying that all the time. The sky moves. The sky moves. Eventually, I'm not going to be able to say it anymore. I think you only get about 75 million times to say those words.
Because I mean, again, I'm being honest with you guys. On my understanding, if things are flat, I'll look up. I'll have to be able to see the same stars in both.
The sky is really big and you're really small. Why would you expect to see every inch of the sky from just one location?
We have an optical limit to what we can see. No matter what, our eyes can only see so far. Whatever instruments you use, you can only resolve it so far.
Even with telescopes, big telescopes, we can only see one part of the sky. We don't see the same sky. Like, I have a telescope.
Why are you making up stories about what you should and should not see?
Wait, what?
Why are you making up stories about what you should and should not see? Why don't you draw your flat Earth for us?
So, because when it comes down to the globe, I can only see things, on one hemisphere and the other hemisphere. On a flat Earth, if I am on a flat surface, even with big telescopes, that are used in research, I'll be able to see the sky on one hemisphere and the other hemisphere, and they'll be the same. But they're
It's
not.
going to sound irrelevant, dude, but please follow me. Why does that tree or mountain that's far away look smaller?
Really small?
Yeah, why?
They're far away, maybe?
Yeah, why does it look small?
Far?
Yeah, because it's far. That means it's decreased in angular size. The top of the object, the mountain, looks closer to the bottom of the object with distance. The angle's gotten smaller, right? So when you're standing next to the mountain and you look up, you see the top of the mountain. But that mountain over there, let's say it's the same size, looks really small to you. The top of the mountain looks closer to the bottom of the mountain. It's the same with the night sky, right? You can stand underneath one star and it'd be directly above you. But that star close to the horizon is still the same height above the horizon, right? Above the surface of the Earth. But because it's further away, the angle's reduced. We could start talking about things known as the Rayleigh criterion, as the convergence of 2 points as they get close together, then you can't resolve one from the other. So with distance, let's say you've got a star above your head, let's call it a North Star. As you move away from it, looking over your shoulder back at it, you'll notice that with distance, it will start descending downwards towards the horizon. It's got nothing to do with the curved surface you think you're standing on. It's just based on the human eye, the optic, your eyes, right? So as you move away from the thing that was above your head, with distance, it will get closer and closer to the horizon until eventually it will merge with that horizon, and you keep going, and you can't tell the difference. The angle is too small for you to resolve. That star may as well be invisible to you. But that's just based on the human eye perspective. That's why I brought out the corridor example. The convergence of the height of an object, the bottom of it and the top of it with distance, it gets smaller. The height of from the surface of the Earth to the apparent location of the star gets closer and closer as you move away from being underneath it.
Okay, I mean,
if you want to turn around and keep going away from north and wondering why those stars are coming up from the horizon that you couldn't see before, and then eventually you get to the other stars that you couldn't see before and ask the question, well, why can I see other stars? It's because you've changed location of the sky.
There are a lot of questions here with this statement.
Okay. You've walked in rooms before, right?
Rooms?
Rooms, like a living room, a warehouse.
Yeah.
Cool. So you understand the relationship between the floor and the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. It's the same kind of thing as the surface of the earth and the sky above. You are observing this and pointing out how you observe this, as in the reduction of angle with distance, why things look smaller, why things appear to converge with the horizon. It's just based on the human eye.
I mean, again, you're talking about human eye, but when we're using telescopes,
well, we're making observations, aren't we?
Well, yeah, but when we're using actual telescopes, like the ones used in research and all those things, that goes beyond the human eye.
Yeah, that's because I pointed this out earlier. Dude, I pointed this out earlier, right? There's an awful lot of atmosphere, and that light is going to have to be exceptionally bright, like the sun, for us to perceive it. We can perceive the sun, we can't always perceive the night sky. We can perceive the sun for a certain amount until the light is lost through the atmosphere. And at night time, when we get our telescopes out, that atmosphere still exists. And looking horizontally through the densest part of the medium is going to cause the starlight to attenuate. Also, the angle's too small. You think that, okay, over a short distance, the telescope would magnify, so it would increase the angle and separate the surface from the star. But we put that down to refraction when we're making those observations anyway. We have to, because the light's passing through the medium. It's not in its true location according to star maps and so on.
The Earth is round. Breathe air.
I am breathing air. That air is...
Yo, Jedi, what's up? Yo, Jedi, what's up? What's up? What are your thoughts about Anakin? So we got like... Oh.
I mean, you are mentioning
We're just
about
being polite and not interrupting your stupidity.
You're mentioning about optics and all that stuff. It's I feel like I need more education on myself in order to actually counterpoint what you're saying. Yeah.
Why did you use my DP?
Anyway, so you made a point, but right now I don't have enough understanding to like come up with anything on optics. So I'm just gonna respect your point of view. I'll study it, but I don't. Yeah, I don't have any other counterpoint to it right now.
That's fine.
Hey, Puma, when you first entered the conversation, you said it wasn't looking good. Do you still feel that way? Are you talking about for Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why?
I was.
Why isn't it looking good for Flat Earth?
It's only one of me. It's multiple of you. You have more brains thinking.
No, I mean, dude. Right?
Dude, I'm writing software right now. Yeah.
Right? Everyone
I'm writing
gets
software.
taught this. We're just pointing out to you that you can't prove it.
Okay, it's looking good for you guys now, but it may come back one day.
No, that's fine. I'll come back soon.
Yeah, that's great. Do study up and come back. Thanks for coming.
Absolutely. Bring some globe evidence with you, too. That'd be awesome.
It's not looking too good for this globe thing, is it? My mic working? Hello, mic check.
We hear you, Dave.
Thank you, says who. Merry Christmas to you and everybody else listening.
Merry Christmas, sir.
Not looking good for the globe. Sure is not. That last guy was hilarious.
Come on, the guesser. Professor Triangle put something in the side chat for you to answer real quick.
He's probably using AI, probably imaging it. Ask it what are triangles and all that other shit. See, he can't
If
answer.
I'm looking at the right
They
side
can never
channel,
answer.
somebody got Rick rolled. Sorry,
They
Professor
can
Frank.
never answer that question ever.
Somebody got Rick rolled in the side chat. It looks like that's funny. So the guesser can't talk on here. Is he having globe proof, or have we talked to him?
Yeah, he's supposed to be answering my question right now, but he gave up. He doesn't know what triangles are.
Damn, that sucks. It's amazing how many people have no clue what a triangle is. It's crazy, ain't it?
I thought he'd at least guess.
They usually quit at this point. I'm going to start putting a time limit on this because it's an IQ test question.
I think I've heard you say before you got that question from an actual NASA test or something, right?
Yeah, NASA IQ test, one of their test questions. We lifted it from it.
And 99% of the Globers get it wrong. It's hilarious.
No, 99%. Yeah, they all get it wrong. 100% get it wrong because there's more to it than just that. But 99% are afraid to even take a guess at it. They're like afraid to answer that question because they know they're going to get it wrong.
He answered it. He got it wrong.
Hold on. He was trying to make a stupid smiley face. He didn't get anything wrong yet. He still needs to clarify what the hell he's talking about.
No, he said D. He said the answer is D.
Then what's the semicolon for before the D, the capital D? So that's your answer, the guesser D. D is not a triangle. Denji, you can answer it. Which ones are triangles? Which answer the question. Which of the figures below are not triangles? You guys get together, go DM each other and try to come up with the correct answer. See if you can do it.
Good idea. Maybe they can brainstorm it. Go for it, guys.
Well, maybe they don't know what a triangle even is. I'll help you guys out and give you the definition, okay? So a triangle is a three-sided polygon where the internal angles of that polygon add up to 180 degrees. So maybe that will help you figure it out.
I doubt it.
So it looks like the guesser could possibly be right. Let's see. All right, it looks like the typing has stopped. Let's see. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. D is not closed. You got it right, dude. Now let's see if you can finish it.
Ding, 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 ding. We got a winner.
The hard part now. You ready? Here. Here's how you look at the sky. Is this correct? You look at the sky and do all this shit? Those are all your vertical, horizontal, zenith, azimuth, all that. Does that look correct? How that's drawn out? He's very slow at this. Did he answer me?
Now he's going to get really upset that his homeboy here is text muted. They usually get really sidetracked once one of their friends, their boyfriends, or whatever's going on there. If they get muted, they just almost can't cope.
Oh, look at unmute Denji.
Yeah, they can't cope. They can't handle it. Denji didn't want to talk about the topic. He wanted to talk about me. So back to the topic. So you know what a triangle is now. Can you tell me, can you have a triangle on a curved surface?
I'm going to say no since they're not going to answer for you. Here, I'll put an example of why you cannot right there. So guess what that means? That means you can't do this on a ball to get elevation angles on a ball. You can't do that on a ball. You can only do that on a flat surface, not on a ball.
Professor Triangle, let me give the stock globe answer. What they do spherical geometry. Don't you know what that is, man? Come on, man.
No, I don't know. No, you got to prove all that. But the guesser's still in here, and he's going to give us the proper answers.
Oh, he's going to give us both azimuth and altitude angles on a flat plane. So he's telling us that the Earth is flat. Good job, the guesser.
Yeah, if you're going to use that, that's why I posted the punchline first. Now I decided, like, this is how you see the world. This is it. That was, the punchline to the whole story there, and that's what he's using.
Awesome. Well done, the guesser. Demonstrated that the Earth is utilised as a horizontal plane game as a muffle measurements. Good lad.
So that's like the 10th,
welcome to Flat Earth,
15th Glober. 15th Glober we turned into Flat Earthers today.
This clown doesn't have a mic, I presume. He's telling me to shut the fuck up earlier from the text chat.
I'm sure they have a mic. Yeah, I'm sure they have a mic.
Yeah.
We're still getting over the fact that they lost celestial navigation by answering the question correctly, and now they're pissed off. It's always a win for us every time.
I'll take that as an early Christmas present.
Yep, another good one. I posted
All
another
these people here, nobody on here is currently a globe believer. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. Do they argue for
I clicked on that link, the guesser, and it has trying to get anywhere inside of it requires an $18 payment to get through a paywall.
Wow. So he must pay for that. That's weird.
I don't even know what he's trying to make a point about with that link.
What's he paying for? $18 a month? What's he buying?
grounding broken? Okay, I need my 8 hours. Not by choice. Wow.
That's where the globe evidence has been the whole time behind paywalls. We didn't realize it, man. Come on.
Should I say minor?
All right, the guesser and Denji, you guys can use your mics now so we can hear you and you can explain yourselves. That'll be fun.
Come on, guys. Let's have a civil discussion about this subject. Whenever you just speak up, go ahead. Guess the cat's got their tongue, says who? I don't know.
Well, I would hate to accuse them of being afraid, although it is sort of what it looks like. If they can only chat skank, but they can't speak in voice, probably just sheer terror of the topic, I guess.
They're afraid to articulate the points that they know the globe exists because they don't really know. But anyway. Back to you.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe they'll talk to the Cyclone. He just joined us. Good to see him.
What's up, boys? No, they don't want to talk to me either. They never want to talk to me. I tried them earlier. Hope you're all doing well. Ready for Christmas on a flat Earth?
I've just stuffed my face with chocolate, dude. Sorry I couldn't get to my mic soon. Merry Christmas to you, mate.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, bro. Hope you're all doing well, having a good time with the families. But really just trying to flat smack on Discord, know how it is.
Lucky enough, I'm not with the family today. That's to come. But this evening, for the last few hours, really some interesting people talking bloody shit from the globe side.
But I'm just sitting here enjoying my Christmas Eve, man. It's good shit.
Nice, nice.
Currently, Cyclone, we have 2 people that wanted text chat. They don't want to talk, so I was hoping they would talk to you.
Well, they got broken mics or something?
Yeah, it's 2025, but they don't have microphones.
Hard times. Well, you know what to ask Santa for Christmas, don't you, Globy?
I was just about to say, they should have asked Santa for a new mic.
Dear Santa, I need to beat the flat earthers on Discord, so please bring me a very loud microphone. Thank you.
That was hilarious. That didn't sound like you at all.
That's my Globy.
It's like the meme with the kid sitting on Santa's lap. He goes, "What do you want for Christmas, son?" And he's like, "I want a rainbow unicorn." And he goes, how about something a bit more realistic?" And he says, "All right, I want evidence that the Earth is a globe." And Santa says, "About that unicorn."
Yeah, that's a good one. What color did you want that unicorn?
Yeah.
Oh, do we have the NORAD tracking in place? Maybe we can lure some Globers in with the NORAD Santa tracker.
Oh, yeah, Santa should be like halfway done with his trip, depending on where you're at, I guess, right? Gotta love the NORAD tracker.
Yeah, Globers, maybe you could enlighten me. Does Santa go faster or slower than a rocket ship? Please advise.
It went from Nigeria to where was it? Norway in 6 seconds, so that's pretty fast.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah,
Santa.
but is that faster than rocket? That's the question, right?
Santa pulling them G's.
You know, the reindeer doing all the work. Santa's just sitting on his ass in a sled, right?
Oh no, Santa has to rappel and go down each chimney. Think about that.
What does he do about the people that don't have chimneys?
Last I looked, he delivered 4.2 billion presents. There's got to be more than that by now.
Wow. Man's busy.
Yeah, definitely a busy man.
Did you know that the sleigh doesn't actually fly? It just hovers, and the Earth spins underneath until he gets to the destination.
Well, I was going to ask
Slows
about
himself
that. Is he
down.
going against the spin or with it?
That's how he does it so quick. He utilizes the Earth motion to make it quicker somehow. Allegedly.
Well, I'm not looking at the
He
chat.
can do either. He
but-
can be lockstep. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm not looking at the chat, but call out some of the new people if there's anyone sitting listening. Say hello.
Have we spoken to Mowgli before? Mowgli 8291? Mowgli?
like the Jungle Book.
Welcome to the Flat Earth server, Mowgli. What say you?
Probably safe to assume that some of them have pretty broken English and maybe they don't want to, so fair enough, welcome.
Well, what questions are they asking in the chat, or what point are they making in the chat? If there's
Well, they really weren't making any, mostly ad hom.
Okay.
Isis stone and just weird stuff like they're having mental breakdowns.
They're my favorite.
It's my name. You opened your mic. Was there something you wanted to say?
No, I accidentally opened it. I just closed it so I don't hot mic.
Oh, fair enough.
Would you like a Christmas present?
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm going to give you the gift of knowledge. Earth's surface has no detectable curvature and so cannot be a sphere. There you go.
Come on, I already have that one.
Oh, okay. Well, pass it on to the next guy. I hate when that happens.
Real quick, I got to shout out Helio Skeptics, GIF, and Merry Christmas to him. Back to you guys. Sorry.
To me, in particular? Did you say T-Dub?
Hey, may I said Helio Skeptic. I'm talking about the Santa playing guitar gift he put in the chat there.
That guy who just said he already knew the Earth is flat. Is he a new guy or is he someone irregular? I didn't recognize him.
New
guy. How did you figure out the Earth is not a ball? That's a tricky one.
Back, I'm just busy. Just a minute.
Okay, no worries, dude. Getting those milk and cookies ready next to the fireplace.
I hate those.
You gotta get those right, or Santa gets pissed off and instead of leaving presents, he sets your house on fire.
He's an arsehole when he's drunk, Santa.
Yep.
He's a raging alcoholic. If you
get him late in his
he burns
journey,
your house down.
He smashed too much eggnog by that point, so you're dicing.
He's like a bipolar Santa. Sometimes he turns into trick or treat. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He'll be really drunk by the time he gets to America. He's about 2 hours away from the UK, and he's off to Iceland and Greenland, and off to the Americas. He'll be really drunk by then.
Damn.
Good luck getting what you wanted.
Yeah, in answer to your question, so I listened to the evidence that was being provided, did my own research, and found out that it was accurate. I've done long distance observations over the ocean nearby where I live, and that just confirmed what was being said.
Oh, nice. Where were you hearing this information from? Just on YouTube or somewhere specific?
Yeah, mostly on YouTube. Back in 2017 is when it all started. So
2017, he's an old head. Damn.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah. So anyway,
what advice would you give to our young globe friends here who haven't figured it out yet?
I think the best advice is to listen to what's being said and try to just drop all the pretense of it being a globe so you can hear what's being said, because I think that's the biggest stumbling block for people, is that they have this image in their mind and they can't get past it. If you can just hear what's being said and think about it. Yeah.
Unblock your ears and stop being a globe head. You hear that, globies? That's good advice. Oh well,
You
welcome
made
to
a
the
good point.
channel.
There's so many of them cannot even properly analyze the natural physics of water. Sorry, go ahead, Cyclone.
No, I was just saying to the dude, welcome to the channel. Have you listened to us before? Do you know what we do here?
Yeah, I've been checking in for quite a while now, almost a couple of years actually, but I usually don't talk, that's all.
Okay, nice. Are you amazed that we go 365 days a year, 24/7 flat smacking? Isn't that amazing? And recording it.
Yeah, it's great.
Tens of thousands of hours. Shout out Helio, shout out Flat Lloyd. Legend. All on YouTube for your enjoyment. I mean, this is going to be some historical record in a couple of centuries' time when they're looking back like, hey, remember when they all believed the Earth was a spinning ball? Then these guys were just flat smacking them for like tens of thousands of hours? That'd be neat. So big thank you to everyone who takes part and gets involved. You're doing God's work.
Yeah, right back at you, Cyclone. We're just here pointing out the obvious facts of reality, and people can either pay attention to it or not, right?
That's right. We're just saying, look, there's the horizon. And if you want to burn us at the stake for that, so be it. But that wouldn't be very cool of you.
It's like the Earth is what it is. It's not our fault. We're just, accepting reality as it presents itself. What's wrong with that?
JVD is upset at us.
Who's upset?
JVD.
Why is he upset?
Well, he's sorry to break it to us. It's not flat.
What?
It's sorry to break it to you. It's not flat. So I'm going to start wrapping up my computer over here, and I'm going to become a glober again because that's the proof I needed.
Maybe he means like a hill isn't flat, in which case I agree, the hill is not flat. But the water is, isn't it?
Exactly, Cyclone. Like LT was just pointing out, he went out and observed flat water. It's not curving. Go ahead.
Airways are literally a breakpoint to your theory, whatever that means. I guess breathing is a breakpoint. Airways.
Airways is a breakpoint to your theory. I'm not sure what's happened there. Maybe he's consulted a thesaurus, just picked longer words than he intended.
Well, is this another guy that's just going to type in the chat? He's not going to talk? Come on, man.
What about a salt flat? Is a salt flat flat? Because if not, we're going to have to get on to the dictionary or whoever's deciding who's naming the salt flats. Cleared up.
Now he claims flight corridors is the proof that he lives on a globe. Because they got to fly, at 30,000 feet going this direction, and at 25 going this direction, and 42 going this direction. That means you live on a globe. Because I got to pack up all my gear. It's over with, guys.
I don't know. The pilots all seem to be treating the Earth as flat too, though. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, it just so happens they're all trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, or they would be risking people's lives if they didn't.
Any other awesome globe proof, JVD? Because that's mind-blowing what you gave us.
All this time, all we needed was airplanes flying around. It's a globe. I'll get it, man. Come on.
Yeah, why didn't we think of this before?
And the funny thing
I've
is,
never been on an airplane. That's one of the first questions we're asked. Have we ever been on an airplane? No.
Yeah, my dad was a pilot for decades, and that's how I convinced him the Earth is flat. I questioned his experience as a pilot, and then he realized, oh, gee, I was seeing it all along.
You hear that, JVD? The pilots are figuring it out. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah,
be in
there's
the
a whole
NASA
documentary
channel.
that came out a few years ago. Sorry, that has a whole bunch, like 20 pilots that are flat earthers. Go ahead, Professor.
I'm saying these guys that are coming in here mad at us, they should go on like NASA's channel and be mad at them for not being able to prove anything, making them look like fools when they come in here. They should be in there being pissed off at them. You guys made me look like a fool. I went in there and I didn't have any answers for them. I'd be pissed off, you guys, at NASA too, especially since it's a propaganda company now. And
Well, I
now
was
you
gonna say-
guys really can't do anything about it.
We really need to take a closer look at these images now, guys, right? Because they're a counterintelligence agency, which means they're legalized liars, right?
Yeah, they don't have to. They don't even have to tell you why they do things. That's their job, is to lie, and that's all you need to know. It's to protect. It's for your own good.
Yeah, NASA are now an intelligence agency. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Thought they were like science and space rockets. But they're about propaganda and counterintelligence? Strange.
And they said we were paranoid.
So it's taken about 10 years of flat earthing, and the flat earthers have turned NASA into a spy agency.
Well, we got all their funding taken away first, remember? Most of it.
Yeah, that's right. So 5 years in, they gave up the geometric horizon, the geometry of the globe. 10 years in, NASA essentially gets defunded and turned into a spy agency. Not looking good as a trend for the globe, I have to say.
It really kind of looks like flat earthers got rid of NASA in a way. If you look at it from a big picture, because of us, they shut down NASA.
Yep, turn the cupola lights off. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's like decades and decades of, we're going into space, we're playing golf on the moon. And then flat earthers come along, and a few years later they're like, we're not doing all that. Nah, we're just going to start lying to you guys for our own reasons. We're now a lying agency instead of a space company. Yeah, they're seeing themselves out.
Oh yeah, well, this was predicted. Remember, I said I did say it, that they're going to slowly phase that one out. They were supposed to be bringing that ISS down. The ISS should blow up any day now. Hopefully, it'll have people on it when it blows up and falls into the ocean, so we can have ISS Day or something.
This is the annoying thing, because so many of the Globers are so slow on the uptake. They're playing defense for NASA, while NASA gets all this time to build an off-ramp and do a climb down and be like, oh, nah, we can't go there anymore. We can't do this anymore. We lost all of that. Instead of getting their feet held to the coals, the Globers are obfuscating for them while they, build an escape route. Craft some plausible deniability. So come on, Glober, let's go. Let's get this sorted out.
JVD wanted to look at maps, flights from New York to London. That's proof of globe. So I gave him a flight route from World War II, one of those maps. I'll bet you that flights on there. I'm not zooming in. I don't have my glasses on, but I'll bet you it's on there. New York to London during that time, yeah.
Are you planning a trip, JVD? You're gonna go topsy-turvy, curving around a ball in a plane and spinning around? Or you're just gonna fly in the air above a plane in an airplane? I think the Globers aren't talking because they've heard if Santa hears them talking on Christmas Eve, he doesn't come by with the presents. He skips the house. So they have to be very quiet. Lord of the Rims. Clever. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Merry Christmas.
How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Not bad. Stomach's a bit weird.
What's weird?
The stomach.
Oh. Well, we can't help you with that, but we can help you with the Earth. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
I prefer a flat stomach. Flat tummy is better than a pot belly.
Yeah, that's a better sign of good gut health. But it's not really what you're looking for. The vegan channel, maybe.
Are you having a bad day?
No, it's nighttime, but oh, it's raining. I would say it's good.
Wow.
Lord of the Rims, do you believe in Santa Claus?
Yeah. Actually,
of
was
course.
Santa Claus for some years.
Okay. So I presume you also believe the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
When I blow bubbles,
Yep.
they come out like balls.
Okay.
Like the shape of the Earth.
Bubbles called, said call him back.
Okay, so you blow a bubble, and it's a ball. Then what?
That's it. Just that. Looks like.
Just that.
Bubbles
that's it.
called about you blowing him.
So you think the ground is a ball because when you blow bubbles, they're balls?
Yeah. And our head is round as well.
Is that logical?
You know.
But my arm isn't.
The trees aren't round.
Yeah. Banana isn't.
From the
Yeah,
top
there's
view,
lots
they
of
kind
things
of look
that
round.
aren't round.
Yeah,
Actually,
not
probably
everything
more
has to be
things.
round.
There's probably more things that aren't round than are round.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Don't you think that humans got an idea to create an umbrella from somewhere, to copy that shape?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Same thing as the bubble. We understand that you need a container to have the spherical shape of the bubble. Yeah.
But how does seeing spherical bubbles make you think the ground is spherical?
Well, I was told that like it's kind of spinning when you're blowing it, so that's the way the Earth spins as well. Like
So
that's
that
the
doesn't
same
make any
motion
sense.
that it's copying.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't see the relation with the soap, but
Yeah,
it has
kind of
water.
sounds ridiculous.
It has water in it. The planet
What
has
about
more water
what
than
about the
land.
surface of the Earth? If the surface of the Earth is a ball, has it ever been measured to be a ball?
I think that's the only thing that's not been measured.
The Earth being a ball?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know it's a ball then if it's never been measured?
It's just a fun theory.
Just a fun theory. Okay, so it's not truth. It's just a fun theory.
Yeah, it's just a fun theory.
So why are they teaching
Truth
all the
would be
kids in
provable.
school? So why are they teaching all the kids in school that it's true?
It's not the only thing they're teaching.
Well, it
I
is
wouldn't even say
when it comes
teaching,
to
they're
the Earth.
just programming.
Yeah, why are they programming the children into believing they live on a big spinning ball in a vacuum surrounded by other spinning balls? Why are they doing that if it's just a fun theory?
Well, it's not just the only one. And the idea is if I don't program you, somebody else will. So I'd rather do it.
Yeah, no, that's the only story they're teaching the kids.
Yeah, that sucks as well. Well,
So why do you think they're doing that?
education isn't as free as we think it might be.
Think you're getting pranked, Cyclone?
No one pranks me. Pranking himself, maybe.
Yeah. I don't think this gentleman is a globe earther.
Yeah, dub.
Yeah, I ratted you out. I'm sorry.
Happy New Year in Australia. Rest of the world's during Christmas.
Cheers, mate. You too.
Deception. You must work for NASA.
Goodness.
He was just testing his Globeman Steelman skills. Glober Steelmaning skills.
Pretty good. The bubble. That could convince some globies.
I think I've heard the bubble argument before.
Yeah, I think I've heard them say it a couple of times. It makes sense. I see a bubble. I assume I'm also living on a bubble-shaped Earth. Just like when I go and watch football. I assume the Earth must be like the football. Because I see the football.
Well, the eyeballs are curved to match.
Yeah. The little globe Earths in your head.
Now, the curvature's there, it's just that the eyeballs and the brain correct it, make it look flat.
Yeah, so it starts to appear flat. Cancels out.
The curve is there, but it's just measured flat, used as flat. There's documents that all airplanes are built to fly over a flat and stationary Earth, but it's still a globe that's moving, even though airplanes don't work on that. It's still a globe anyway.
The problem is we're making what we think are straight rules and things, like horizontal references. But because of our eyes and our brain correcting curvature to flat, it looks flat. It's not. So everything we try and use to measure is also curvy.
Yeah, it just looks flat.
JVD, why are you skanking up the chat? Come and talk to us about your globe science. We want the science.
Is a designated keyboard warrior.
Tell us all about the scientists. JVD, which scientist proved the globe? Could you tell us? So we can look it up. I would like to know which scientist proved the globe. So anyone listening, come and let us know. Thank you. Hello, Zara. Welcome to the chat. You got questions about Flat Earth? Feel free to unmute, ask your question. Or we can put it in the text channel. If you can get any room with JVD spiraling out in there. Now, this is what he's saying. You are claiming a global intellectual conspiracy, in quotes. As an engineer, I care about mass balance and energy. For your stationary Earth theory to work, you have to ignore the conservation of energy and the speed of light. Wow. Stationary Earth isn't a theory, JVD. That's just what we all experience every single day. And no one's ever proven to the contrary. No theory there. That's just outside.
Yeah, but you've got to beg the question with me and consider conservation of momentum.
Yeah, you're going to have to prove some motion first. Because it seems pretty still to me. You're going to swing a pendulum.
He's circling the drain now. He says, you are telling me that every GPS satellite which uses relativity to function, every airline's fuel manifest, and every naval navigator for the last 500 years is part of a conspiracy that costs trillions of dollars to maintain but provides zero profit. You're a bit confused there, JVD. They are taking trillions from the public and providing zero to the public in exchange. It's a good deal for them. It's not a good deal for anyone else.
He says our theory is a thermodynamic impossibility. So he thinks that because he's a chemical engineer, he thinks that air magically sticks to a ball in a vacuum because he probably paid for that degree, like Phoenix University or whatever it's called, Phoenix Online. Get your chemical engineering degree today, get it in 3 months, one of those. That's what it sounds like.
Well, it's good that you used the term thermodynamic impossibility, because if you understand thermodynamic impossibilities, you'll understand that that's exactly what we have with the magical spinning space ball of air in a vacuum. There's a high pressure system on the Earth that we live in and breathe, a pressurized gas sitting adjacent to a low pressure space. Thermodynamically, high pressure moves to low pressure. Entropy occurs. You're trying to claim that entropy doesn't occur for some reason, which you would never be able to prove or explain. You're saying entropy doesn't happen. Well, that's a thermodynamic impossibility. It does happen. And so Earth can't be a gaseous system floating around in a giant vacuum with no physical separation. That is an impossibility. Get on your mic, dude. Anyway.
No. He's refusing that. I think he's scared. He's going to be one of those you have to just talk to him and he has to type, because I don't know, today they're all afraid now. I think they've listened to our show so many times on YouTube, they know that if they open their mic, they're destroyed. And now he came here trying to brag, so he definitely doesn't want to get on the mic with me.
That's all right. We'll just told him to show us gas pressure, air pressure existing uncontained next to a vacuum, and you might have
because
an
that's
argument.
exactly what a chemical engineer would be doing, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Get that vacuum chamber out. Show us a little ball of air.
He says he uses gravity to hold air around the ball in the vacuum chambers when he does the tests.
Oh. Love to see
He must have better equipment than I do. He must have some kind of gravity forming machine inside his vacuum chamber that keeps the water there. Because when I do it, the water turns to gas and leaves. But what do I know?
Are you going to tell us that the reason that entropy doesn't occur is because of a fantasy concept of bending and warping space-time? It's literally just a figment of a collective imagination. Cool story. Anyway, Merry Christmas, boys. I'm going to dip off, but have a good one. And let's keep going. 365 days, 24/7. Boom. Stay flat, ladies and gentlemen.
What's gravity, dude? What's fucking gravity?
OP drinkers tonight. And just like that, he disappears.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.